After 11 days of play and 55 matches here in Prague, we're down to our final 5. Can it be PCC again? Prague CC have had a monopoly on this competition. They're going for their 5th straight ECS, but there's 4 teams that are here as well that want to take that trophy away. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia Finals Day, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Dobrano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 12 is finals day here in the European Cricket Series Czechia. It's also Peacock Friday, so a very happy Peacock Friday to all the viewers out there. Well, Prague CC, they've won 4 straight ECS trophies. They want to make it 5 today. That is unprecedented. Although they did have their long run, their record run of 24 consecutive ECS wins broken earlier in this tournament by Brno. They're also here today. But first up, we're going to see the 2 teams fighting for the final position in the semi-finals. They finished 4th and 5th in the group stages. It's going to be the Prague Tigers versus United CC in the first match of the day. Two teams will play, only one can stay. Let's go over to Charles Croucher with his hat and his lucky shirt for finals day as well. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
First match of finals day is the eliminator with Tigers versus United. United to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We will wanna do bet first.
Tigers won the toss and will bat first. So the Tigers win the toss and elect to have a hit. Really interesting. We saw them last night in a 5-over game. Actually, that's the game that knocked the Spartans out and actually got the United team in. So United were huge Prague Tigers supporters last night. I know they were all watching the game, cheering on the men in green, but now they're fighting with that same team to stay in the competition. Prague Tigers had a really good group stage. They're a side only playing their third ECS, but they finished in 4th position with a 6-4 record. I just think they're going to take the game on. They always play that way. Interesting that they did elect to bat. So they're going out there with no set target in mind and just going to express themselves, I imagine. They're going to have to deal with some pretty handy bowling from United first up. I think Amandeep, I like him with the new ball, swinging it round. But Tigers, they've got some big players. I mean, Sahadat is also going to be up the top. That's Sagor for the Prague Tigers. He's a real weapon at the top of the order. But they've got some good bowlers of their own in the second half. I think that the United batters are going to have to be on the pace in the chase. United do like batting second. I do know that. They seem to handle the pressure pretty well. And United, well, when they left last night, they had their last match rained off. They weren't sure whether they'd even be here at all. So I think two teams that are desperate to get the result and a great eliminator to start finals day. Let's talk weather. Right now, it's nothing but blue skies and sunshine, expecting 25 degrees, currently about 22, quite pleasant conditions. We did have that big storm yesterday, so I just don't think this field will be as fast as it has been for most of the tournament. So just a little tweak, still is pretty fast though, a little bit boggy in some places. And the other thing is there is some talk we might have another storm, a similar storm later on this afternoon at a similar time. So hopefully that stays away and it doesn't interrupt things at all. Well, Rico Fall has enjoyed his first trip to Prague. I'm sure about that. And it's time for your first ECS Czechia finals day. Rico, let's go over to you now in the eliminator. I can tell you that it will be the Tigers batting first after winning the toss. Over to you. Let's get ready for a fantastic Friday.
Good morning, world. Hello and Dobré ráno. Happy Peacock Friday, happy finals day, and also happy birthday to my daughter Sonia. Happy birthday, Doodlebug. Hope you have a wonderful day. I miss you. I love you. Let's get ready. Let's do this as the action starts here today, finals day. But let's take a look back at what happened yesterday, because it was an all-important day yesterday, wasn't it? When we really didn't know which teams were going to go through or not. Ostrava, we knew they wouldn't, and they were a little bit like the Walking Wounded. And they had a tough game against the Barbarians. The Barbarians, look, they're a team that were in the hunt. They needed a good win. They got a win. They won by 7 wickets with 8 balls to go. But I got the feeling that they missed an opportunity to try and pick up the 4 points there and improve their net run rate. That would haunt Barbarians a little bit later. We'll go on to that as we first take a look at the next match where the Prague Dominators were in action against United. And it was 81-86, and United, well, they didn't make any mistakes. They got a big win and 4 points to their name. And it was a good performance there from Pramod Bargali, who made 36 of 13, also bowled very well, 1 for 13. Ostrava were back in action, well, only just. They were the Walking Wounded, but they were beaten by the Spartans. The Spartans also picking up 4 points from this contest, and it was Hobin Dominic play the match with a fine 36 of 15 deliveries. And, well, that meant Bohemians United could be a big match. But United, after picking up 4 points in the last, the weather came. And did it come down? There was all sorts of things. Thunderstorms, lightning, a tube. A house was blown away. That match was abandoned. United picked up 2 points. Of course, didn't really matter what Bohemians got there. They already qualified, which meant it would go down to the last match. And in that last match, it was the Prague Tigers taking on the Spartans. It would be a reduced match of 5 overs, and it was the Tigers that had to win it to stay in finals day, and they did. They won it by 7 runs, which saw the Spartans would then lose out. So it was an exciting day yesterday. Got a feel for the Spartans lose out on the net run rate, but it goes back to maybe not taking the opportunities when they had them. So that's the way it looked. The Barbarians They also lost out as well as the Spartans. So Spartans, that's all to play for. Just had a feeling that last match yesterday was going to be the key match. So this is the way the teams finish. And that means that this first eliminator here today will be the Prague Tigers up against United, the teams that finished 4th and 5th. And as you saw there from the coin toss, it was the Tigers that elected to bat first. I can understand that decision. They've got the leading run scorer in this series in their side. Sagar Hussain has been fantastic, 417 runs. And also Sohaib Mia, this guy, I mean, so far he's been fantastic. I hope that he continues to go his way on finals day as well. Numan Tariq, he's been hit and miss, has Imran Butt. But the good thing about those two is that when one fails, the other one does click. Then I think with the ball, the captain, Ajay Alam, is going to be key. With the United side, well, Pramod Bagali once again was key. He scored 214 runs, picked up 5 wickets as well along the way. Rutharaj Magari, 201. And then someone like Piyush Singh, the captain, he's going to be pretty key as well. And they'll be happy to have Ghanshyam Kumar back in the side. He is their leading wicket taker. What I can tell you, though, I'll be very interested to see what the win predictor says. Well, here you go. This is what I wanted to see. I mean, it has Prague Tigers 61% to 39. And as Danny would say, I disagree with that. I reckon this is much closer. I really do. I think it's a big match. It's an eliminator. There'll be some tense nerves out there. On paper, I suppose people will say, yeah, but Rico, having, you know, what you just said there about the Tigers batting lineup. Yeah, I know, but United, there's something about them. They perform when it comes to the big occasion. So let's see how it goes. And also remember, United, they are a team that feature a fair bit on the Golden Ball stakes as well. So who knows? We could start finals day with the Golden Ball. That'd be something. Anyway, we are just about ready to go. I think the umpires will make their way out any moment now. It's going to be umpire Shobit and Shushant. They're the men in black, and you'll see them just appearing on your screen now. Umpire Farouk is the third umpire, and led, of course, by Charles Croucher, the tournament referee. I want to say good morning to everybody. Hello to Rob Thompson. Hello, Nick. How are you? And Ivan B in the chat as we get ready for finals day. And once more, it is my daughter Sonia's birthday today, so I want to wish her a very happy birthday. She's there in Alicante. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I miss you lots, and I'm very proud of you. Okay, lovely sunny day here. You heard Vinny Sandy give us an update on the weather. Of course, there's always a chance, I suppose, as we saw yesterday, of maybe some more thundery showers later in the afternoon. But I said this yesterday, that when it was glorious like this, hardly a cloud in the sky, I said, well, there is a forecast. We might have some thundery rain, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any. And then what happened? I left, and, well, poor Vinny got blown away, didn't he? Mind you, it's about time Vinny Sandy got a bit of the bad weather. He's normally always around for the good stuff, you know. But Vinny will be here shortly, and we'll both talk you through what we think is going to be a fantastic finals day. We are getting ready to go. And, yeah, big day today for these teams. And can Prague CC, that's the question, will Prague CC do it again? I want to say happy Constitution Day to everybody in the Ukraine. It's a big day for them as well. And also a big day, I suppose, for tennis fans, as I do believe it's the start of Wimbledon today as well. Congratulations, of course, to India. Booked their place in the final against South Africa after beating England yesterday as well. Good luck to both those teams tomorrow. That'll be a sensational final. Oh, don't forget, we'll have international action here tomorrow ourselves as well, as I'm sure that Greece are on their way here to Czechia. The men and women of Greece will play the men and the women of Czechia in those T10 internationals. So a very exciting weekend ahead, as looks like the bowler just warming up, going for the motions. Can tell you that it will be Imran Butt who will open, no surprise there. And he's going to be out there with the informed Sagar Hussain. Here's the first ball. And it's going to be a wide. Of course it is. It's the way that we do things here in Czechia, I think. It is Pramod with the ball first up. Pramod Bagoli does get a lot of swing, and that's what the batters early on today, I think, going to have to contend with. In the air and gone. First wicket. He just guides it into the hands of the fielder. Piyush Singh, the captain, takes the catch, and Imran Butt is going to be the first wicket to fall on finals day, and he's going to go for a golden duck. The first ball, of course, being a wide, so it's not a good start. Imran Butt goes for a golden duck, so we're going to see an early morning Derek, and it could be, well, it won't be a Peacock Friday, Derek, unfortunately, because it's a golden, but remember, we do have the Peacock Friday duck lurking as well. So Imran Butt, there he goes, and it's going to be a little bit of... And he'll be wondering, as he walks off this magnificent pitch, whether he'll get another chance with the bat. This is the eliminator. Lose this match, and you play no further part in the final. So, 1 for 1. But has gone caught by Piyush Singh off the bowling of Baguli. And that was a risky shot to play, but he gets a bit of bat onto it. They'll take a single, so Numan Tariq. We've seen Numan Tariq opening the batting as well. I think it's a good man to come in at this time with this situation. But now, how does the main man, the leading run scorer, Sagar Hussain, go? He's only a few runs ahead of Sabawun Defitsi of the Prague CC. Pramod has got the breakthrough. This would be a huge wicket if they could get Sagar Hussain without too much damage. Oh, he swings hard. It's a swing and a miss. Let's have a quick look at this field. Pretty tight out there on the offside. You've got a genuine catcher in pretty close. And then you've got a sea of blue on the offside. I see 6 bodies out there. And one of them is that long off in front of me. So just the 3 on the leg side. Plays his hand. He's going to get 4 runs. I mean, we had a fair bit of heavy rain yesterday, remember, so the outfield probably this morning will be just a tad slower than normal. There was a fair bit of dew on it as well after that rain yesterday, but you see there, it's still pretty quick as that ball quickly goes to the boundary. It's a nice shot from Hussain, the first boundary in the final. So Sagar Hussain, he's up and running. 6 for 1, 2 balls to go. Guided, but to the fielder, does well. Gets his body behind it, takes it on the, well, takes it on the chest or on the badge. He says, I'm all right, no worries. That's what I'm here to do. Back to his mark. Can he finish with another? Hussain on strike. And it strays down the leg side. I don't know if he gets a bit on this or whether it's pad, but he's going to go to the boundary. It'll be 4 leg byes to finish. He'll be disappointed with that. I think he has gone for the Yorker. He's gone for the Yorker, slightly gone down the legs. It gets a little bit of the pad of Hussain, and he goes all the way down to that boundary. We know that, well, rain or shine, that boundary there at fine and the third is like a vortex. It sucks it in. So that's going to be for 10 on the first. But they do pick up the wicket of Imran Butt. So it's a little bit, I would say, of an even Stevens that first over. But of course, we do know that the Tigers have a lot of key batters. And I just get the feeling that they'll be looking to get past. I think ideally, they'd want 145 to 150 on the board. That's what I'm thinking. That was not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. It's pretty wide. And that's a Magari that comes into the attack. Well taken. Also by Rihad, who's behind the stumps. It is the final. It's Peacock Friday. Well, I've got my Peacock number on, and the man that we saw right there has got a very dashing one on. Well, he's got a lot of ducks on, and we saw a duck early on, a golden duck. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, wearing one, seen one. Actually, I'm wearing several. As interesting there, Magari opening the bowling. He's bowled earlier and earlier. He used to be kind of a part-time bowler, I'd say, for United. Then he would bowl kind of towards the end because he's got a good Yorker. Interesting that he's pushed himself up front, or he's been pushed up front at the abs, and okay, he does a good job. I'm still a bit surprised that they don't use Amandeep Singh with the new ball, their left armour, who I think can probably get the most out of the new ball. Maybe they think he's got some control issues, but I mean, so far United have won the start, haven't they? Getting the dangerous Imran Butt off, just the second delivery of the day. First legal delivery, Magare. Well,
he's pumped, didn't he?
Well, let's just say he's kept a few batters on their toes at both ends during this tournament. Had a bit of an incident during the competition. That was an interesting one. That involved a pre-delivery run-out.
Yes.
But anyway, look, hey, United, I tell you what, multiple personalities for United. Last night, they were the biggest Prague Tigers supporters on the planet because they needed Prague Tigers to win for them to even take part in finals day. And now look who they meet, Prague Tigers.
Yeah.
So Tigers helped them out, but United won't be doing him any favours. I'll tell you that much. 50-50 game, this one.
It's nicely played. Quite happy to take the single. I think this is what the batters have to be prepared to do here. I know both of these guys like to hit pretty big. Tarek's normally not a bigger hitter, as I say, but they complement each other pretty well. I think Numan Tarek is somebody who could, if he sticks around there, maybe even think about batting all the way out. But he will put a bad ball away, and that one's over pitch, and that gets help to the boundary. So cuatro más. But yeah, he's somebody who could stick around. He can prod the good balls around, rotate the strike, but at the same time, as you see there, put away the bad ball. Sagor Hussain, we know if he gets going, he can really go big.
Yeah, definitely wasn't a good ball though, was it? It was just the overcooked Yorker turned into a full toss and just whipped away. And so, a disappointment for Magari the way he finishes that over. So they'll go back to Pramod in the third. This is how the table finished up. So isn't it interesting? United essentially 4.5 wins because that washout yesterday, but they beat out Barbarians that had 6 wins and Spartans that had 5 wins. But a lot of people saying, well, how's that possible? But I suppose it rewards consistency of performance throughout the tournament. Anyway, looks like the computer's still coming to terms with finals day, but this one might have bounced just inside. Let's have a look if we can see this on the replay.
He hit it flat and hard, you know. That was close to being a 6.
I actually thought it was live. Let's have a look. What does it tell us? It is. No, it's just inside.
Just inside.
Good call. Yeah. Cuatro carreras to get us going. Yeah, so I know I was a little bit surprised as well with the size that the supercomputer was saying was between these teams. It said 61-39, but you can see very quickly it got back to 50-50. That's kind of where we're living at the moment. And United, you probably did know this, every single golden ball, and there's been 3 of them here in Czechia, United have played in it. And just this has a bit of a feel about it as a real close one. Potential.
So whipped away. That's going to be 4 more, you know. So though this outfit may not be as quick and rapid as it's been the last few days since the rain, still that Grizzly gets to that rope pretty quickly, doesn't it? So just a few issues with the graphics at the moment. We'll update you with the score, but this over's going pretty well at the moment for the Tigers, and they're really going after the bowler here.
6-3 field. They like to do this. They like to pack one side of the wicket offside and back that their bowlers won't get too straight, but that one just squeezed away until they say they normally play without a fine leg as well. But Bagoli's normally pretty accurate. Kind of trying to entice them to go leg side when they probably shouldn't.
Well, goes down the ground. He's going to get another boundary. It's got to say, I mean, yeah, they like this field, but at the moment, so do the batters. They're piercing it right, left, and centre. So after going the leg side a couple of times, this one is hit nicely, timed well. Gets it over that mid-on.
Thing with most of the batters you'll see from the Tigers, they don't need any extra encouragement to go leg side. They quite like it. These two at the crease are probably a bit more correct and that can go both sides of the wicket. So that was a slightly risky shot, but he gets it. It was actually pretty close to Piyush, who took the opening catch of the day.
All right, well, this is coming towards us just to the right, and it's a big hit that goes all the way. Bolle, Ginnasona. Shaka Lagia, the first 6 in finals day in this eliminator, and that has been absolutely mullered.
Yeah, and it was a very correct shot as well, wasn't it, from Sagor, straight through the line. So Tigers biting back after not having the better of the earlier exchanges. 2 balls to go in this power play.
Bagali in once more. Pitched up delivery gets played out in the offside. Batters will take the single, and Numan Tarek a little bit slow to get going, but he's running to the safe end. It's a very good over so far, this one. After the first two were, well, 10 and 7. This one, 18 from it. That's the only ball not to go to the boundary. And Tarek, oh, it's a wild swing from him. Batters think about taking the bye. They won't. So it finishes with a dot. That's Bromwood. He doesn't go magical, but 19 come off that over. And at the end of 3, the power play completed. It's 36 for 1.
Still just very surprised we haven't seen the left armour, Amandeep. I just think he's such a good matchup against right-handers. His ability to swing the ball down the line, stump to stump, and create potential bold and LBW opportunities. But they're going back to Magare. I'm sure they'll bowl Amandeep during the innings, but yeah, United, they've been pretty kind of resolved in their tactics not to bowl him in the first half. It surprises me.
Yeah, I know that when I've seen the play and he has bowled, you're right. He has had a few issues early on. He's been a little bit short, been a bit wayward. Maybe that's what. Maybe he said himself that the new ball doesn't work for him. That's a good delivery, nicely pitched up, and probably was a single there if they went straight away. But once again, I think Tarek just a little bit slow leaving his crease. So Hussain has to stay where he is.
Good to see Mustafa Nawab in the lineup today. Bat in the middle.
That's well bowled and well taken as well by the keepers. This one really does come off the pitch. That's a very hard behind the stumps. Just watch this one go.
Yeah, but Manu's improved his keeping a lot for United, and he took that one on the way up. Can be a bit too paced on occasion for the keeper on this pitch.
Oh, it's another dot. So Hussain was thrashing boundaries all over the place in the last over. And now, well, he's come back down to earth, hasn't he? Another dot ball. 3 dots in the over so far.
Just got thriller written all over it this game, doesn't it? It's already several momentum swings. We're only 3.5 overs in.
Miscue, and it will be out. And that's brilliant. And he knows where the cameras are as well. What an over this has been so far from Ruturaj Magare. And it's swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss, and then miscue wicket. He gets his man. That is a huge wicket. So Hussain will go for 24. It's the second one out, 36 for 2.
So decision to stick with Magare pays off for United. And he might not do as much with the ball, but he's probably, well, he is accurate. He's very, very accurate, and he's nagging. He won't give you too many bad balls. He's gone less than a run of ball so far. Induces the miss hit out of Sagor. That feels like a big moment as well, doesn't it? Because both the openers back in the shed for the Tigers within the first 4 overs. The score is 36 for 2.
Right, now comes out a man who's, well, he's just been a pocket rocket as Shoaib Mia. But can he perform when it matters? That's the big question. Comes in at 36 for 2. And gets a good Yorker. Magare just showing that his radar is well and truly fixed in today. A ball to go. Will he get another? And if he does, he'll really put United well on top.
We used to have words for players like Magare in Australia, and it was white line fever. He's got it. He's a real gamer, but he's not going to like this because he's sliced away over the top. Thick outside edge for Sojib, gets himself going into 4 overs, 40 for 2. But Magare certainly does his job opening the bowling. He takes 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Hey, let's say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Rico, happy Peacock Friday. Happy finals day as well to Kroom, who's watching from the UK. I know Mark Smart's actually coming up from Brno today to catch some of it. Hello to Expert Opinion saying welcome to Czechia. Well, we're very happy to be here. Hello to Sadhu Ratnayaka as well. I know Ivan B was in there. I know Rob Thompson, always tuning in from New Zealand this time of day. Hello to Ajax Solutions and anyone I've missed. Very, very good morning. Dobré ráno. Danny Hutchek off today, but he will be back on the weekend for some of the international stuff. Although he might make a cameo a little bit later on. Danny, working with some youngsters also.
Yeah.
We'll get to see some of the kids from the Cricket Academy today, Rico. I think you'll be really impressed with what you see. Chris Pearce and his lovely wife Renata will be here. They run that Czech Cricket Academy. I was there a couple of weeks ago to see one of their Sunday sessions. My favourite bit? When they got all the parents playing at the end.
Launched Adios Bolota. That is big. Oh, he's got that sweet out of the middle of the bat, has Numan Tariq. And, well, Tariq saying, don't forget me, I'm still here. Oh, that's a cracking shot. But it was in the slot, it has to be said. As, well, Mustafa Nawab comes in and he gets greeted by the meat of the bat. Has gone a long way.
Yeah, Nawab comes in, disappears just as quickly. They still don't go to left-handed Amandeep.
So we're going to miss this time. It's just got to be careful here. I mean, you can see that they want to get the acceleration in. They want to be super aggressive, but you can also be looking to rotate the strike as well. You've got Shomir out there, two good batters. These two can put a good partnership together. You don't want to be throwing your wicket away. Well, that's a terrible delivery. It's, I think it only just stays on the pitch, actually, here from Nawab.
Can I warn you, though, if you do commentate some of the kids' game, which we have a break between the third and fourth matches today.
Yeah.
Be careful, because that was the scene of the infamous, the wind's really picking up here. All right? That was Terry when he was doing it back in 2020.
All right, that's the miscue. Keeper, well, he slips, but now he's not going to find it, is he? Has he held on to this? If he has, it's a great catch. I don't think he has. There's no celebration. Oh, well, what's happened here, Vinny? I think he's found it. He's running, and then he slips.
Yeah.
I see him slipping. Then he loses it for a moment, but still, because he's committed to it, he's got to go for it because the fielders haven't, and he puts it down.
Did the right thing, actually, but it actually almost popped to Joshy on the rebound. Look at this. Pops up, and Joshy just wasn't in real catching position. Had to kind of go full twister board game over him as well. And, well, yeah, Abby, I think he did everything within his power right there, but he didn't bank on the stumble. Almost a rebound catch.
Oh, they're asking the question. The umpire is saying not out.
That's really close, because he gets a long way across. This will be an interesting second look. Maybe just going down the leg side, but look how close he is.
Oh, it's close, but I think probably just missing. It's a good shout there from Shubit. He's a fantastic umpire. He's made some really good calls. Some of them have been close.
Umpire's call for me, that one.
This one, we know where it's going. It's Manos. Arriba, Vitro. As that one gets past Yogesh. It's the real Yogesh who tries to do a little bit of foot fielding here, and it goes wrong. But that's a thunderous shot. So, Numan Tariq, if you do put it in his spot, he's going to put it away. And there was Yogesh out there. He didn't quite feel that first time round. 50 comes up, and starting to get the acceleration in. Ball to go at this halfway point. And that is in the air. Well, second time lucky, they left it to the fielder who takes the catch this time. And now he's saying, you see, I told you, leave it to me. And there they go, brothers in arms. The catch has been taken. It's a big wicket. It comes right at the halfway point. So they lose their third. Numan Tariq will have to go. It's going to be 55 for 3 at the halfway point.
It's funny how history repeats sometimes and doesn't take too long, so it only really cost them the 6. Okay, maybe plus the single off the drop. But anyway, let's welcome you into the cube, which is standing up again, thankfully. 55 for 3 at the end of 5 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Mo, with Rico full. Danny will probably be in during the day at some point. I know he's doing some work with some of the school kids as well around here. So we're going to see some of the cricket school kids later on. Really exciting new finals format as well with this final 5. I really like it. These two teams still have a path into the semi-finals, but they have to win one extra game. The top 3, they've already gone straight into the semis. Yeah,
it's going to be exciting, and I think all of these teams, from what I've seen already, can go all the way. I know that Prague CC will be the big-time favourites. I mean, news for them. They have got Arun, who won't be playing. Arun Ashok will be on his holiday, so there's an opportunity here. A lot of people fancying Bruno this time. They think Bruno.
Is it Bruno's time? I mean, they won the league a couple of years ago. Here's Ghanshyam Kumar. Again, always handy when he's in the side. So, yeah, Bruno really pushed Prague CC in the final last year. It's the first time we'd seen Bruno in the final. And Dylan Stain was on an absolute heater. In the air and heads up because it's coming our way. Going. And Rico full with a sensational piece of fielding.
That's the way to do it.
Still got it.
That's the way to do it.
You've been practicing sometimes. I know that you've been handling the odd ball.
That's okay. There's a nice easy bounce there. It's not one that's not too good.
I wasn't worried about the equipment, actually. Anyway, this one, I'm a bit worried for Yogesh. And isn't it great we've got the real Yogesh back for finals day as well? That's no mistake. But Maximal, 6 more. So Jamir's come out pretty bit early than he's used to, but he's on a bit of a heater right now. Remember the Tigers won that 5-over game last night. They pretty much already made the finals, but they still were able to eliminate the Spartans from the competition. But yeah, no, Prague CC, they're going for something that's never ever been done before today, and that's 5 European cricket series.
Yeah.
They won the 2-day series back in 2020, and they won the 2-week series in 21, 22, and 23. So they're going for something we've never ever seen done before. But I honestly think this could be their toughest task yet out of the 5 finals days they've played. So, yeah, don't you think?
The perfect 5, man.
Yeah, no,
perfect 5.
Never been done in European cricket.
Amin Hussain now on strike. Hasn't probably had a lot about him. I've seen him score a 20. This is in the air. It ain't going to be today, is it? Because that's been caught. He's going to go first ball. It's another golden duck. And, well, you've got the ducks in your shirt, but there's a few out there in the middle as well. Amin Hussain wants to be super aggressive. Hits it hard, but skies it. It's a slow walk back for him. Well, the next batter better hurry up a little bit. He's only got 60 seconds. No issues with the catch. Nicely taken. Another wicket goes down. I think so much is depending on Shoaib Mir now once again. As there's Goldie. You see Golden, the golden duck for the second time in the innings. This time it's Amin Hussain that departs without scoring.
Yeah, it was a nice catch, wasn't it? It's Magare out there. He's got pretty safe hands. United generally, they catch well. I know they had that kind of slightly unusual one with Abbey dropping the high ball when he got the staggers, but yeah, just drew the false shot out of Amin. But hey, if you're going to make it duck, make it a quick one. Leaves plenty of balls for his teammates. This actually bounces off Abhimanyu Singh for a bye, I think. Wait for the signal. Well, there is no signal. Maybe there was a chance, or maybe just forgot to signal. Let's find out, but it will be the end of the over. 69 for 4.
Looks like Bhuyan will also go back on strike. Let's have a look. Maybe he does get a bit of something on this.
I just didn't see the signal. That they normally do a sneaky, like, he hit it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been given a run. So it's very harsh to call that a chance, because whenever there's a deflection, you've got no time to react. Maybe it doesn't look significant on TV, but it can take it away from the middle of your gloves. But yeah, no one going on with it so far. That's been the story for the Tigers. Sojit Mir, that is in a position to do that, 17 off 7. But yeah, certainly a topsy-turvy first 6 overs of the day.
Yeah, it is. What we've seen, these batters have got in there. Sagar Hussain, the likes of Numan Tariq, have played a few shots and then got out. So somebody's got to stick around. Is it going to be Shoaib Mir? But he's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Well, that's well hit. Fielder is giving it chase, and it looks like he's dived over this. He's got past him. So Bhuyan gets the boundary. He's first, and I think he's, well, from that reaction, looks like he's got a bit of that.
I think he plugs here because, you know, this field's a bit softer, so he goes down, and I think something sticks in the turf. Have a look. It's not, see his knee just kind of goes bang. Ghanshyam Kumar doesn't get the slide he wanted. Amandeep does come on, by the way, for this next over. Geez, this is going to be close.
Oh, that's very close. Is this bat down? They're going to go upstairs. Is the bat down or not?
If this is direct, I think this is out. I just don't know if Amandeep disturbed the stumps. I
think Amandeep might have slapped it onto the stumps.
Well, let's have a look.
Let's have a look at this. So, I think that's gone.
Yeah,
I think that's hand and ball. I don't think the stumps have been disturbed by the hand. That is out. That's great work by Amandeep.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the ball's in front of the hand, so then the ball would have broken the stumps, not the hand. I think I'm pretty satisfied from that the bowler hasn't disturbed the stumps with his hand. They're still looking at it. It's so interesting.
Let's see.
This batter might be in the way here, but I think the hand looks pretty far from the stump. Or has the heel of the hand hit the stump?
Oh, it's a tough one.
I'll tell you what, you look at which stump's disturbed. His hand's near the leg stump, but it's not the leg stump which goes down. It's the off stump.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied from that's out.
Yeah, I think he's gone here. If you look at which bail comes off, is the bail away from the hand, and yeah, he will go. So I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That you see the ball definitely hits the stumps. The question is, has the hand hit the stumps, and if so, was it before the ball? But I think the answer to those questions, it doesn't help the batter out. It just seems for me that off bail is dislodged by the ball hitting the stumps. That satisfies the criteria. Yeah. So yeah, I suppose you got to give Amandeep a little bit of credit there. I don't know if he tried to slap it on, but yeah, it worked out that way, and the Tigers lose a fifth, 73 for 5. Interesting one.
Yeah, and needed close watching. It was watched closely. Now, just seeing a 12 is going on here.
Yeah, I think that we had Ali Sito off the field momentarily, but he's now going back on.
Okay.
They had Gondolier subbing for him. But looks like he's sorted and ready to go. So Amandeep comes on, kind of creates a wicket in a way. Booyan run out for 5.
High, 6, easy. This guy, he's a hit. 6 hitting machine, he really is, Shohei. He's done this all the way through this series for the Tigers. Whenever they've been in trouble, Shohei has come out there and he's smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. His timing is epic, and he's getting pace on the ball as well, which is dangerous as well. Amandeep Singh gets blasted away, changes the angle, and it works. They go for another quick single. The throw is thrown at the non-strikers, and they think about another, but I think the batter there, that's good from Alam, who that's Mahudul, who says, no, it came off me. I'm not going. So Mahudul Alam now. So they're down to the bowlers, really. Those 5 wickets. So really, Shohei, he needs to get as much of the strike as possible.
Still favourites, Tigers, only just. Amandeep comes in again. You know the funny thing about bowling Amandeep now, as they do not run.
Yeah, that's strange.
That is a little bit strange. Sajib was leaning on his bat there. He might even be saying to his partner, just swing away because I want this strike.
Yeah,
I don't want a single here. But a bit early for that kind of thing. Let's wait for this ball from Amandeep. Last ball is 7th.
Oh, well, it's not, because that's a wild delivery. Gets this one completely wrong. I'm surprised Amandeep here hasn't gone back to his normal, which is coming over the wicket. He came round the wicket only to bowl to show Mia. Now Mia's at the other end. He can come back to his normal.
Yeah, true. 50-50 game right now.
That's hit pretty well, but there's a fielder out there who does well, plucks it. So they do take the single here. So what Shoaib Mia didn't want was to end up not on strike, and that's what's going to happen. So they should have taken the single, the ball before.
Let's have a look at Finals Day. The program has the score 82 for 5 after 7. So it's the first time we've had this format. And I really like it because you have all live games. I really love that. So we start with a 4 versus 5. Now, here's what the winner gets. A date with Prague CC in the second semi-final. That's going to be tough, though, but we know Prague CC, they dropped a game this series. United beat them a couple of years ago. I bowled them out for 49. But, after this, we'll go straight into the first semi-final, then straight into the second semi-final. There will be a 1-hour break. And, of course, the semi-finalists will meet in the final later on today. I like it.
Yeah, I like it as well. And I like the fact that the kids will be here playing as well. Of course, Danny Hudacek had some of the kids from his school, from his class that were playing yesterday. They had a bit of a picnic as well. We got a little shot of them on camera, and once again, we'll get the juniors out there today as well. That one's probably years wide. It just goes wrong side line. Shoaib, he could be run out. This is a big moment. He's going to be, he couldn't take the ball. Now they will run. Oh, that is a huge moment in this match. It really is. Shoaib Mia probably should have been run out here, but Shukla, the kicker, couldn't get the ball in his hands.
Yeah, just needed to take it. He kind of got yorked by the throw, didn't he? Still had a bit of work to do, to be honest, to get it onto the stumps. But almost a chance from nothing, and they will get the extra run in the end, ironically. Sajib gets the strike back.
And it's up, but where's it going? Fielder's coming across, and it gets fingertips to it, but can't take it. Oh, it would have been a great catch. He's come in from a long way. That's an excellent effort. I think that's Nawab that comes in from a long way. He dives forward, gets fingertips to it, but he can't hold on to it.
Yeah, to be honest, probably was Bagali's catch, but he just couldn't convince Nawab it wasn't his, so he leaves him to it in the end. It was a harder catch for Nawab to come sideways and backwards. Bagali had a straight line to that now. The next ball's going to go for 4. Actually, the reaction from Sojiv there, he was quite emotional at the non-strikers end after he was put down. Just going to go back to something I was going to say last over. Bowling Amandeep now, he's still a good bowler, but he's an average bowler in the middle, but his superpower is swinging the ball. So they've taken that away from him by bowling him now.
So late, yeah.
So I don't know. He'll do a job for you, but you just feel like that magic, and occasionally he might get it wrong, but the fact that he's a left armer that swings the ball, I don't know.
You're not using the full ability that he can give you.
I get Magari did a good job, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you have to give him an over in the first 3. Anyway, Shukla taking over.
It's going to be taken, and there's the man we're talking about. Amandeep Singh takes the catch. Remember, was pretty key in that run out as well. It's a good catch taken by Amandeep, no mistakes. So Mahadi Alam, also very similar to the batters before him, does get a boundary, but then gets himself out.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat, wasn't it? And so the Tigers scoring at a decent rate, but just losing wickets fairly regularly. They've lost one this over. They lost one last over as well. They lost one the over before that. In fact, the only overs in this innings to not have wickets were the second and third. Every other over has had a wicket. So they just cannot build a partnership, can they?
Talking of partnerships, I'm glad that partnership between Shukla and Amandeep is a healthier one here today.
They're further apart, which is probably a good idea. A few women missed it. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
We had the infamous kick in the chops. Shukla and Amandeep trying to save a boundary. It went horribly wrong.
Yeah, this time they combined well. Shukla the bowler, Amandeep the catcher.
Sajib's so important. He's been important for a while. I'm a bit surprised he's only faced 10 balls. He seems like he's been there forever.
And this one is bouncing maybe into the cube again. Just short of the equipment. Vinny was ready to pounce and save the stuff. You know what? He's got such an extraordinary eye.
Yeah.
Shoaib Mia. I mean, the one before tucked him up because of the bounce, and it gave that half a chance to Nawab. But he hits the ball so well.
He's a natural.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. That was a bit of chair fielding by me. That's something I've been working on. I tried to stop a ground ball with the chair the other day, throwing it out of the cube. Didn't go as well. That was a bit of an easier one. It's Mia will retain the strike. And after 8 overs, Prague Tigers 97 for 6. This is a great game. I want to say hello to Phil G as well. He's saying, hey, finals are here. And he's really excited about it. Also saying, yeah, how about Sajib Mia's tournament, 300+ runs striking at 244. Very handy. He's had a breakout tournament.
He's been exceptional, and I've said before that whenever they've been in trouble, Shoaib Mia has come out there and he has scored runs. I think there's hardly a time when he's batted and he hasn't clicked. He's always produced, and that's probably is the success of the Tigers as well. I know, of course, Sagar Hussain has been great at the top of the order, but if you have a look at some of the others, Imran Bhatt, Numan Tariq, they've all had issues. Shoaib Mia, he's been consistent, and if they're going to get to that 120 here, it's going to be thanks to him. If he goes out, they're not getting 120. I'm telling you that now. He is key, and if he stays there, they could even get more than 120. That's how good he is. He stays there, they're getting 130+.
Here's Nawab for the 9th.
All right, this one is away from the fielder, but it still might go to the boundary. It does plug a little. He's done ever so well.
Lavi throws it to nobody, but just throws it just to stop him having to go back and get it again. It's actually very clever. They'll get 2.
Yeah, he's done well. This is because the ground's a little bit softer because of the storm we had yesterday.
There's no issue here. He just realised he's going to run over the line, so he just says, all right, just going to throw it away. Even a little jump to make sure he didn't hit the rope too quickly. It's well done by Bharat Kumar Kapathi. Another bowling option they've yet to use.
Firmly hit. Fielder is in the position. Drops it once, but takes it on the rebound. Huge moment. They get Shoaib Mia, and his promoter takes the catch. It goes in the hands and out, and then he dives forward and holds on to it. Nawab, who put the catch down and put Shoaib down earlier, makes amends with the ball. This is cracked up, but he doesn't get the hide on it. In, but then out and back in. Magical moment. Shoaib Mia will fall for 40. Now this game is in the hands of United. I can't see the Tigers getting to that 120 now.
Yeah, and Pramod, I suppose you make your own luck. He has strong enough hands to drop this forward. If he drops it backwards at 6, he can forget about it. But then, you know, he's quite clever as well, because he then realizes, okay, my balance isn't great, but I'm going to try and get to the ground, because then you buy yourself an extra fraction of a second. So he goes low. He goes low. He's able to find that ball in his range and protects the ball well. Huge moment in this game. This is Ajar Alam, the captain, coming out. He's not the worst. He Tortugas one around Amandeep. Ghanshyam is going to chase it down. Eventually, they'll get the ball back, but they'll get 2. Yeah, I was going to say it was great innings by Sajib, and he's had a fantastic series. There was a time where if you got Imran Bhatt and you got Sagar, well, you can pretty much forget about it. And they had a tail that started at 3. I remember when we first started, they got blown out for 60 on their first day and defended it. That's another story. But, yeah, they're going to have to beg, borrow, steal. Abby makes a good stop here. Get 1. But, yeah, Nawab's been a good inclusion. Always look good with him in the side. Ayush Sharma is the only probably first-choice player that's unavailable today for United. He's bit of a chaseologist, although, again, he hasn't probably had his best series.
So we're going to miss, and probably going to see a fair bit of that now coming up there. That's the end of the over, and, well, fair play to Mustafa Nawabi. Did drop Shoaib in the previous over when Shukla was bowling. Shoaib at that time was 24, but look how quickly he got to 40, but he gets the main wicket, doesn't he? And now he gets another one, as this is full and straight, and it is going to be Ahmed that will depart for just one. So wickets falling quickly and a run starting to slow up. It's the end of the over. It's 102 now for 8.
Using all their resources, aren't they? It's full straight. It's probably a good spot to be right now. You can see Casa trying to get on the front foot. Just not reading the line of the ball. And some sort of truck goes in front in the background. I don't know what that's carrying. Maybe the trophies. But Nawab, 3 for 19. How's that for coming back into the side? You can actually see there's 5 individual wicket takers, and looks like they're going back to Shukla in the last. So Amandeep, he only gets the 1 over. Shukla took 1 for 15 in his previous over.
A lot of bowlers that they haven't used. I mean, you mentioned Bharat Kopapathy. I think he's been good every time he's bowled.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised he doesn't even get a look in here.
And Ali Sitar doesn't bowl either.
Yeah, no sitter.
Bowls his
right.
outswingers. But anyway, here we go with over number 10.
Oh, well, that's not way to be playing the last over. Maybe the captain, he's got to understand. He's got to be lashing out at this. They've still got 2 wickets.
Yeah, but he was worried he was going to lose his off pole here, so he actually just tries to defend it. He couldn't even do that. But yeah, obviously using the whole batting order more or less here. Prague Tigers, they've actually turned the tables. United, they started 61% underdogs. Now they're 61% favourites.
Gone. That's a rash shot. Well, it's quite interesting that the way he played the first ball, when he was pretty defensive, and this time he loses his rag and goes for it big. They're going to lose the 9th wicket here, so in danger of being bowled out. There's still 4 balls to go in the innings, and the captain goes for 3 of 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't really criticise him for going for it because the ball before, I know you're a bit critical that he didn't try and play the shot. Can't accuse him of that on this occasion, but it does mean they're down to their last legs. It's well bowled by Shukla, puts it in a similar spot. You could see that obviously the batter, Alam, trying to go over the leg side, and it was a pretty serious looking swing. This, I think you can just scramble here. If you get a run of ball here, 106, I mean, it's in that zone, isn't it? The golden ball zone.
Golden ball zone, yeah. Huck is the new batter, and, well, he plays his out. He's going to get a boundary. He gets in the gap, and it will be 4. Yeah, look, if they can scramble to something close to that 110. I mean, we have seen defences. I mean, we've seen defences below 100. So, and they're a team that can turn it on. If Madhul Alam and Hajar Alam really bowl well, they can really keep it nice and tight. They get that ball to seam around a bit.
What a shot, though, from number 11. Never mind that. Let's take single. Not a free roll now, I think.
Yeah, Huck just goes out.
Got to go fuller. Shukla, I know you got away with those, and it kind of did the job against Hajar Alam, but I think you got number 11, you're going full, you're going at the stumps, you're trying to finish it right here.
Yeah, he's got to bowl the same delivery that he bowled to the captain of the Tigers, just full and straight. So in he comes again. That's Shukla. And he's gone too wide. Oh no, that's fine!
Oh no.
It's hit the helmet! It's hit the helmet.
It's gonna be a 6.
It's gonna be 6. They run one and it hits the helmet. Oh well.
Nah,
how big could this be? Isn't it just 5?
It'll
be just 5.
No, it'll be a wide and 5.
Yeah.
Because they won't get the run. There goes the helmet.
Oh, would you believe it?
So the thing is, they hadn't crossed at the point that a ball hits the helmet, bounces through or just off the shoe.
He deflects it on. And the question is, we've seen this so many, it's the 3rd time I think in this series. You don't need it on at this time, so you take the helmet off. Oh, that is crazy. Crazy. What a moment. Now the scorers are going to have to sort this out. I reckon that's 6 runs. That's 1 for the wide, and it'll be 5 penalty runs. Because they don't get the other run, because by that time, once the ball is struck the helmet, that's it. So they'll get a wide and 5 penalty runs. Oh, that is crazy. The only question I got here is then does the original batter then go back on strike?
Yeah, they do, because they don't get the actual running run because they hadn't crossed at the point. It's the point of the impact on the helmet.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing here now.
Yeah.
The other batter has to go back. So that's well handled. I love that work from the match officials, from Shubit, Shashan Farouk, and the tournament referee getting it right with the scorers. So the original, I don't think you mind this. Getting back up, but look at this. Oh, remember I said 110 would be a good score? Well, they got to 112. There's still 3 balls to go. So now they've got to capitalise. 3 balls, even if you take single, get to 115.
How's he done it? He's 10 off 1. Anyway, I still can't believe some of the things I see. Corey would be saying, why is the helmet there?
Yeah.
He's saying it's an extra 30 seconds to get it off the field.
I agree.
You're in the 10th over, but you don't expect it. But I mean,
I agree. I mean, especially.
Look,
good teams will, even if good teams before the last over, if you're not standing up, will take it off.
Yeah, but I will say something else, right?
Oh no, it's dots.
Uh-oh, where are you going?
Got to be getting
it actually only costs them 1 extra run because it was going to be 5 wides, right?
I guess so.
So I mean, it's dramatic, but it's only really cost them 1. It's like a non-standard minimum 6. It's a wide plus 5 instead of a wide plus 4. But
here we go. Get ready to run. Get your running shoes on. It's the last ball of the innings.
I think there should be more helmets on the field. It always gets everyone excited. Anyway, so 112. Huck. He's never expected he'd have to bat, but here he is, and he's going to face the last ball from Shukla.
Got to get bat on it. He does. They will run. You've got to keep on running. Got to go back for 2. They get 1. In comes the throw. It goes to the keeper's end. He's going to be out here. I tell you why. 1 short. Hang on a minute. It could be nothing. It could be nothing.
It's a dot.
It could be nothing because he slips. Watch this again. He actually slips and then doesn't put his bat in. I'm guessing.
Who's the 1 short on?
Watch. I think he's running and he slips here. So does he get the bat down? No, he does he?
Well,
no, it doesn't go past the line. It doesn't go past the line, and he goes back again. That's brilliant umpiring. The umpire's right on it. They're going to get nada. They're going to get nada from this.
There's the run back for hitting. There's the run back for hitting the helmet. So they got an extra 1.
I don't believe this.
And it reminds me of the funniest golden duck I ever saw. Someone got out like that first ball, and he basically ran 1.99, but he was out for a golden. But anyway, wow, that was fun. So it's going to be a 0+ run out off the last ball. It's 112 all out off the last ball. Rico, I'm calling it now. This is United CC. It's got a tingle. It's right in the Goldilocks zone. And what a start. First time we've ever had this 4 versus 5 eliminator, and so far it hasn't let us down. Tigers started favourites, but the early loss of Butt and then Sagor Hussain within the first 4 overs put United on top. You see, United are pretty fortunate just to be here. They had to rely on Tigers getting the win last night. But you can see Sagor went, but Soju Mia, he's had a brilliant tournament. This was no exception. I think he's the reason they've got 112 on the board.
Yeah, big time, no doubt about it. There was that, wasn't there, with that drop when the keeper's going for it, and then he gets knocked over by the other fielder, Joshi, I think. But in the end, he says, you see, I told you, leave it to me, I'll take the catches. But they might have taken the catches of some of those players, but Shuhub Mia was the key. This one came in and bounced into my safe hands, but it was action-packed, it was entertaining, and that's another good catch, just plucks that out in the sky. And that's the problem. Look, with the Prague Tigers, a number of time batters came in, hit a boundary, then got out. That was great work in the end there from Mamadip. Had to look at it pretty closely. Shoaib kept on smashing boundaries. Other batters kept on getting out. Amandeep Singh would be involved in a catch as well. And this was safely negotiated, but Shoaib we knew would be the key. That one was the one when Nawab puts the catch down. But of course, he would make amends, even though there was another 16 runs added before he finally did get the wicket of Shoaib Mia. And this was it here. It needed 2 attempts from Pramod, but he would get it. It hits his hands hard, bounces away from him. They take the catch. And then we thought they were going to finish around about 105, didn't we? 105, maybe 106. Would they get a little bit of boundaries? Because there was this wicket. There was a big one there from the captain alarm. And then, well, alarm bells were ringing because that one came off the keeper onto the helmet. There was a wide, there was a 5. But then after that, with 3 balls to go and 112, they didn't get any other runs. It was 2 dots. And that one, from all the action you saw there, it was also a dot because it was 1 short as the batter who slipped trying to get the single there. That was, of course, the number 11, Huck. Didn't get his bat past the line, so he ran back. And because of the slip, A, he didn't get his bat past the line, so it doesn't complete the first run. Then he doesn't make it back home. It gets a run out, so they get nothing. So in the end, even though they got 6 runs of that one ball, they then got nothing of the next 3. Oh, it's quite incredible. And what an exciting innings that was. So 34 for Sohib Mia. I thought he was on 40 actually, but obviously there was some adjustments made to his score. So he made 34. Sagor Hussain 24, 19 to Numan Tariq. And then you see there the tail just never clicked. They got a boundary or so, and they got those wonderful 5 penalty runs. Were wonderful if you're a Prague Tigers fan, but they weren't able to finish the way I expected, even if they got to 115. I mean, it mentally sounds a lot better than the 112. Bowling figures there, 3 wickets for Mustafa Nawaz. Well done to him, 3 for 19, 2 for 20 from Arapan Shukla as well. And then a wicket apiece for the likes of Kuma, Magari and Bagoli. A good, solid performance from United CC. You would think they've put themselves in the driving seat. Prague Tigers will be coming out fighting and be looking to knock over those wickets early on. If they can get 3 wickets in the power play, they'll find that and believe that they are in the driving seat. So we're going to take a short break here. We're going to leave you with the mid-match summary. I'm Rico Fulan alongside Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the first match here on finals day, the eliminator. One team will go. Will it be the Tigers? Will it be United? Stay tuned to find out.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And what an eliminator we have got going on here. The very start of finals day, the match number 1 between Prague Tigers and United CC. It's been entertaining, to say the least. Prague Tigers have got the runs on the board, and of course, in an eliminator match, that means something. They've got past the 112 they got to in the end. At one point, it's a funny innings. At one point, I didn't think they were going to get to 106. Then I thought they'll get to about 115. They finish on 112, and of course, they had a few things go their way towards the end, but they lost too many wickets. They were bowled out on the very last ball. So, I mean, this doesn't really come into play, really, the bonus point equation. It doesn't matter here. I mean, it's interesting to know what it is. So 78 would be it, and but it doesn't really make any difference. This is, you basically win or lose. So forget all about that. It's just going out there and trying to knock off these runs for United CC. They will be the favourites now, of course. You'll see that on your screens. But, of course, a lot depend on some of their key batters, and of course they'll be hoping that Pramod Bogali, who was fantastic in the field, fantastic with the ball, can he also do well with the bat, as well as Ruturaj Magari. I think those two are pretty key for me, and then Piyush Singh, the captain, putting in a good performance as well. Other than that, really, there's not been too much batting for United, so they've relied on 3 key batters all the way through, and the Tigers, they're going to have to find a way through them. One thing that the Tigers can do, and we have seen that from them in the past, for example, when they played in match day 10, they scored big runs against Morvan and won. But against Ostrava, they only put 104 on the board, and they were able to win that by 7 runs, keeping Ostrava just to 97. So they can turn it on. And on that day, it was mainly the captain, Ajay Alam, 2 for 22. And also Sagar Hussain, who turned his arm over and took 2 for 17 as well. So, ready to go. The umpires are out there. Umpire Shobit and Shishant are the 2 match officials on the field. Farouk is the 3rd. And they're going to go like they would normally. Looks like it's going to be Mahadi Alam to open up with the ball. One thing they've got to really concentrate on is not to give too many extras away. That could be an issue sometimes for the Tigers. And when you've only put 112 on the board, extras becomes absolutely key. So keep those extras down. So here we go. That's Uncle Roy is just come by with a nice, it's kind of a cereal bar just to keep our energy levels going. And we're going to need to keep those energy levels up, aren't we? Because it's going to be that sort of match, this one. So here we go. Getting ready for the start. The batter will be Magari. So Ruturaj to face the first, and he's out there with his captain, Piyush Singh Bagal, who is the non-striker. And he's going to start with a cracker. It's going to be 6 runs to start off with. Well, Ruturaj is ruthless as he smashes this one away. And they're off with a bang. 6 runs straight away. It's a little bit short, a little bit wide. And Ruturaj says, thank you very much. First ball goes for 6. What's the reply going to be from Manulal Alam? It's a better delivery, it's fuller, but that's well played. It's good batting, it's smart batting. You're needing to go at just sort of around about 10.5 from here on in. So you don't have to do anything crazy. Get one big shot in, and then you can dictate the way you play the rest of the over. You don't have to take any risks. Take any loose deliveries and extras along the way as well. Welcome back to a lot of people in the chat who are enjoying this action. Hello to Cleaver, Kroom, to Phil G, who's been in the house as well. And a lot of people excited about this. And of course it is Friday, Peacock Friday. It's the start of the weekend. So And we got a cracker of a weekend up for you as well. More on that later as Alarm comes in again. Down the leg side, gets tucked away. They will take the single. And notice the difference straight away between the Tigers and United. United are prepared to take those singles. Both the batters are ready to take those singles. Makes a big difference. We said early on when the Prague Tigers batted the first 5 overs, they probably left a few runs out there when they didn't push hard on the singles. And all of those runs, just imagine if you'd taken all those singles, maybe 120 on the board, does make a huge difference. That's well hit, and this one is going to be another one. Bolle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka, Lagia, they come out with a bang, have United, and gets a bit of width, and he clobbers it away. Thank you very much, says Ruthraj Magari. Well, that's where he likes it, and he's hammering it away. So we see some of the activity in the background there on the golf course. And looks like the grass is having a little bit of a trim after the overnight rain. 14 off the over. And, once again, very good running. Very good running. Makes a difference, doesn't it? It's probably 3 runs taken in this over, which their opponents weren't keen to do so. Rotating the strike as well. So Piyush Singh now gets back on strike. 15 off the over already, so they're well ahead of where they need to be. That tucks him up, but look, again, they take the run. So this is one thing they've got to sort out here, the Tigers. You can see the bowler going for the appeal there, but that was never going to be out. It's pitching outside of leg stump, so you've got to be chasing after the ball. He gets involved in the appeal, and meanwhile the batters take the run. So 16 off the first. 84 matches then since the golden ball, but United are playing, everyone, and United, well, there's always a little bit of golden ball fever around when they're playing. So could it be? But a good start, a solid start from United. 2 big boundaries in that over, 2 sixes from Ruthraj Magari. And it's going to be the captain, Alam. And get inside edge, and a misfield, and they will take the single. And straight away, you can feel that Alam is under pressure as soon as that one gets through the fielder. I mean, it's not a bad delivery, but needs to do better, the fielder. I think you saw that, a good look at that. That Amin Hussain is already having a look at the batters and forgetting that he actually has to stop the ball. That's disappointment, because it allows the batters to take the single. And, just Alarm bowling to Magari, who's been very strong in those areas. Wide is called here. It's a tight call for me. I wonder if we can see this one more time. The ball is moving away, but yeah, I do think that gets the line, you know. I think that catches the line, and of course with the new regs, the ball's got to be completely missing the line to be called. So, a bit unfortunate. Okay, up in the air, and I think he gets enough of this to get it over the fielders. Won't get the boundary. It's plucked and it's thrown back quickly. Just be a single. Wicket, need a wicket. They want 3 wickets, Prague Tigers, and they want those 3 wickets pretty quickly. This one's up in the air. It's loops over the 2 fielders. Keep it to just a single. Piyush Singh Bagan now gets a Gundy ball, and this is probably going to be, and well, it's well picked up. They have got the man on the 45. I thought it was going to be a test for him, but he does well. This time it doesn't let it get out of his hand, so he gets away with that. Jadar Alam wasn't a good delivery. You don't want to bowl bad balls to this guy, though. As Magari gets back on strike, score on 20. Still 3 to come in the over. And it's up in the air again, and this one will go for another biggie. It's 6 more. That's his 3rd. He's not messing around, is Ruthraj Magari. And you get the feeling in the second over here that if he stays out there for 5 overs, then he'll already take his team to pretty close to that target. He's batting well, he's batting confidently, he's not holding back. He's batting with no fear. And that was going to be another one, not a good ball. I suppose the only thing is that alarm gets away with it being put to the boundary, because that's where a lot of those ones do end up. But they'll have to bowl it again. Captain needs something to happen, wants something to happen. Got to get this breakthrough. Be just a single. The running has been very good. The batters backing themselves to complete the runs, and this is the way it should be done. As soon as you're clipping that ball away, both batters look at each other, say, yeah, we're going. Fielders, I mean, on that occasion, even if it's fielded without any issues, they're always going to make the run. They're putting pressure on the fielders here, are United. That's the first full shot, really, and that comes at the end of that over. But once again, it's a productive over. 13 come from it, which is more than what they need. And after 2 overs, United are 29 without loss, and they are cruising as Winnie Sandhu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, chalk and cheese the starts, really. Think about the Tigers. They lost Imran very early. Sago also wouldn't survive to the second half of the innings. Let's have a look at where these two teams finished. And it's a pretty interesting table, isn't it, when you see that United won 4 games and you saw Barbarians won 6 and Spartans 5. United did have a washout in there, though, the only no result of the whole series. They kind of had 4.5. But yeah, the point system rewards you for big wins and also rewards you for close losses. So I think United had a couple of those, or each of those, that kind of put them ahead in the end. It was net run rate still that separated them from Barbarians. And again, net run rate is probably a decent indicator of how they played as a whole during the series. So yeah, United thought probably when they walked off the field last night that maybe their series was over. They were washed out 7 overs into their clash with Bohemians in match 54. But to be fair, they actually probably had the better of that game. If they'd won it, I think they would have cruised into the final 5. But taking the 2 points for the no result, they had a nervous wait. Aman Bhuyan bowling this 3rd over, last the power play. Just sneaks down the leg side. But United, I think they were reasonably happy when they lost the toss and were asked to field first. I think they probably would have done that anyway. They generally like to chase. Missing Ayush Sharma from the batting lineup, but apart from that, pretty much at full strength.
It's up in the air, but in the gap, it's going to be 4 more. And they're trying something different. Aman Bhuyan comes in. Normally, probably would have gone back to Mahadi Alam, but with that first over game for 16, trying something different, and it's another boundary. So it's the first one that Bhuyan goes for.
So even though the Tigers finished 4th and they finished 2 points ahead of United, United do have previous finals experience and the Tigers don't. So this is the first time they've ever qualified. And it's a great effort actually for them to qualify top 4. When you consider just 2 years ago they were in the 3rd tier. They were playing for the first time.
That's a good delivery. It's probably not the right shot this time for Magari. I think he knows it. He's been playing these balls well and clean over that extra cover area. Just goes for a slightly different delivery. Not sure what's going on here. Oh, a little bit of rubbish that's blown on the field.
Made me think, actually, we did pretty well here in ECS cricket. I never remember having to stop the game for rubbish blowing across the field. I remember there was a time in Australian cricket where it was awful. Places like the MCG.
Short and gets away with this as well. So a couple of dot balls, which Prague Tigers will be pretty happy about. Yeah, I think that's the Bruno. They've just camped up over there. And
yeah.
I think one of the bags is blown from one of their kit bags. So they might want that back. Up in the air, but he's going to clear the fielders. Will he go over the boundary? Yeah, it will. So it's the second boundary in the over. It just had a little bit, I'm going to say, a little bit of the rub of the green perhaps here with the bat. We've seen the second one that's not been hit cleanly, that only just manages to get over the field, goes to the boundary. So you just get the feeling that maybe once his power play is over. There might be a few more opportunities that present themselves to the Tigers, but they're going to have to take them. 39 with that loss, with the ball to go in the power play. And this one, they're asking for it. They're liking it. The umpire's walking away already, which suggests he's not interested in giving it. But, well, the batter goes down. Magara has been knocked down, but he does get up again. And he's not out. Let's have a look at this again, because it's quite a...
It's similar to the one in the first innings for me. Actually, I think he does get quite a long way across, but with that angle, maybe it's just missing a leg. Yeah. And I mean just. But I mean, Shobit had a similar call to make in the first innings, and he gave that one not out as well, so you can't complain too much. Magara gets himself in quite the tangle at the end of 3 overs. 39 without loss. United on track at the moment, but this has been a game with many twists and turns. Just have a look at that finish, though. 5 and 5 off the last 2 overs. Although I got a feeling, maybe that doesn't include the 5 penalty runs in there as well. But it was I suppose rewards for consistently taking wickets throughout that innings that they couldn't really accelerate at the end. Although it was some brave batting. I liked Rezul Huck towards the end.
He did well.
Pretty handy number 11.
Yeah, that last over with the 5 penalty runs went for 10 in total, so it would have been 5 for 10. But the thing is, at this point, it's not that much a difference between them, only 3 runs. But power play over, can they pick up the wicket? Well, one thing is, and what's been very good from United, Vinny, and I've been saying to the viewers, is that the way that these 2 batters are taking the singles, and that's one thing that the Tigers weren't doing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, United, like I said, they're just probably at this stage still a little bit better drilled as a whole, if that makes sense. They're just a bit more experienced in the organised cricket as a whole. This is no ball. I think it might be a front footer, and that ain't good news because that's Maximo. I think that's gone for 6. I'm calling it 7 up. The pictures will tell the story.
Oh, this is Sagor Hussain, who the other day when they were...
Well, it's not for front foot. Has he knocked the bails off? Maybe.
The bails are on.
Okay.
So it has to be something to do with the field.
And it's gone for 6 by about 10 metres. So luckily my eyes aren't deceiving me. It's got to be a field one because he calls it instantaneously. So it's, now the 6 is signalled. So it must have been the umpire was scanning.
Could it be? Backward point, 2, might have been out.
Yeah. But it's actually the first ball. It's the first over, second ball actually, since we've been out of the power play. So it's definitely not for feet or knocking the bails off. But he calls it straight away, and it's the call of an umpire that knew he was going to call no ball.
Yes. They already knew it was.
But now the question is he miscounted? Is he going to change his mind? Because there's still some discussion going on about that. You can't really change the.
Well, the thing about it is a couple of things. I think, they're sticking with it. Free hit.
That's the only thing. By a process of elimination, it had to be for that.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a football.
What else could it be? Changing the side of the wicket with that to the umpire? Doubt it. No. Well, anyway, 7 up. That's great news for United who get a free hit now.
Yeah, free hit to come. And up in the air, it's probably going to go to the bow. I think this is 6. This is going all the way over. So, well, that's the way to do it. That's the way you get 13 off 1 ball. It's Manos Riva from the arbitro. Well, Sagor Hussain, when he came onto bowl the other day, was a saviour for his side. This time round, it might be the complete opposite because that is a big turning point in this match.
Oh boy, 50 partnership up, and the 50 obviously for United. And that one went to the aerial vortex, didn't it? It just went up, and of course Magari didn't have to worry about getting caught because it was a free hit. He's raced to 41 off just 14 balls.
Gandhi, that's going to be 4 more. Sagor Hussain has got this completely wrong. With his line, that's easy picking, and that one ends up to that beautiful fence, beautiful bench over there, close to the fence, and of course that in honour of Scott Page, a bench that is made up entirely the seating area of cricket bats.
It's amazing. It's unique. I've never seen anything like it. It's a great memorial for Scott. Ruturaj Magari, 45 off just 15 balls, winning this game on his own at the moment.
And he ain't stopping, is he? That one, well, he's saying that that's a little bit of a Tortuga. I didn't see it myself, but it's going to be 4 more. So eyeing up a pretty rapid 50, 49, now 16. And the Tigers, it has to be said, they're looking pretty flat here now.
Held up a little bit in the turf because it is a bit slower. So those first bounces, yes, they really shot off. And I think that's what the fielder is expecting. Zaman Buyan down there, but Magare 49 and counting.
And, well, he's taken it. Oh, he will get there. If the bowler could have picked this up clean, he would have been interesting. But he gets to a 50 in this all-important eliminator. And isn't he pumped about it? Ruturaj Magare, great knock from him. 50 not out of 17. And it's exactly what United needed. I tell you what, Tigers they need wickets quickly. They need wickets to fall pretty quickly. Pierce Singh, at the moment, he's just enjoying himself watching at the other end. Hasn't had to do too much himself. He'll play this away and just get a single. That means that he'll be on strike for the start of the fifth over. It's 63 without loss after 4.
I know that Helix is in the chat. Hello, Helix. Hopefully, well, Jules is in there as well. Phil G still lurking around. Good to see you, Phil. But it was mentioned, actually. Who was it that mentioned it? It was Helix. Said he spotted the awesome news on our social media that Spring Media, has signed on to keep working with ECN until 2029. Big news this week.
Yep.
So, how old will you be in 2029?
We just heard in our headset say you're stuck with us. Well, I tell you what, we are delighted to be stuck with you because, as I say, you are the best in the business. So that was great news.
It is great. Just think about how old some of them will be in 2029. That seems ridiculously far in the future, doesn't it?
Yeah.
5 years, another 5 years.
I bet you guys won't be climbing up the tower as quick as you are these days by the time we get to 2029.
5 more years. 5 more years. Well, that's kind of... We, to be honest, when we started ECN, we weren't even sure. Will it last a year? I guess that's saying we're here to stay as well. Anyway, this is Cutaway. And that'll be a single. I suppose we've always wanted to grow and shine a light on European cricket for a generation. That's always been the talk, hasn't it? Ever since the first ECL in 2019, is that we want to create a new generation of European cricketers that grow up with the game, that can see the game, that can experience the game a little bit differently in non-traditional cricket playing territories, even though we have now expanded into places like England and things like that. Yes, Mahadi Alam. Pretty close to knocking out the off stump, but yeah, that's really, really exciting to think about. Even things like ECL 29, things like that. Very futuristic.
Yeah, and
never take anything for granted, though, do you, in life?
How it would look, yeah. Well, a rare shot, a rare miss there from Ruturaj. That gives that Alarm maybe a bit of hope coming back to bowl his second. I think they're captain's gone with him straight away and said, look, I need you to do something here for me. And, well, now this is interesting. He's going to be given LBW here. It's an interesting call. Height is the issue for me.
Yeah.
But, I mean, why he's done that, I don't know. The ball does come back a little bit. Is it missing? Is it not? Is it going to miss the off stump? Is it going to go over the stumps? I don't know. The umpire feels it's going to be out and gives it.
I mean, it's not climbing that much because it was a bit of a slower ball. So, to be honest, it's the back of the hand slower ball. There's a fielder there as well. It was a bizarre shot from Magare. I'm sure that he wished he had his time back. He partly, sometimes when you play such a bad shot, I know it shouldn't, but it doesn't give you the umpire's calls, put it that way. But anyway, quick fire 50 from Magare. I'll leave everyone else to judge that one. But you can certainly see what the umpire was thinking there. Looked to hit him in line, probably going on to clip the bails. Magare has visions of being left-handed, but doesn't work out too well. 64 for 1. Is that a potential turning point in this game?
It really could be. It really could be, because I said before, if they can pick up 3 wickets, 3 off the top order, they'll feel that they've got an opportunity. So now this is it's going to be hard. Remember, Magare is the one. If you have a look at Pierce Singh, he's been there. He's the other opener. Well, he's only got 7 of 9. All right. Understandably, he didn't have to go for any big shots because Magare was doing it. So this could be interesting. If they bowl well here now, they get themselves back in this match.
I'm going to ask all our chatters, what does ECL 29 look like? Are you allowed two robots per team? Like 2 AI-enhanced cyborgs? I'll have to think about it.
Yeah,
By 2029, we'll have the Ricoh full patent. You'll be a billionaire because you will have developed the electric rope.
Yeah, we'll have the rope.
The zinger rope that lights up when it's touched. So that's definitely there. We'll probably have some sort of field that like lights up, like those basketball courts that you can light up and show things on. So we'll probably be able to control the climate, so it'll never rain. It'll always be perfect conditions.
We have cheerleaders.
I love that's what you thought of.
What? I'm thinking of the visual dynamic effect here. I mean, I must admit, fireworks came to my head first of all, but I thought, no, cheerleaders would be better.
I've just gone futuristic, robots, electric ropes, glowing floor.
Technology is nothing. I go with people. Technology is nothing. We go with people.
And so I immediately went to those things, and you see ECL 29. Can we have cheerleaders?
Yeah, I think we should have.
Tell us what you think. So yeah, in all seriousness, we're so thrilled to be partnering with Spring Media through 2029.
That's great news.
Hopefully beyond as well. But yeah, where will we be? Because it's only 5 years since we started this journey. Next month it's 5 years since our first kind of ECN tournament in this iteration. This is going to be shorts, Gundy. It's pulled away for 4, and really, I don't think that wicket should rattle United too much, because they've got Bagoli, who's a very experienced number 3. The Abhimanyu Singh at number 4 as well to come in. Yeah. I don't see them bottling it from here.
I'm surprised with the bowling here. I really am. I mean, they've gone with Harman to bowl. I think that a jar alarm should have come straight on here just to see if you can get another wicket. So, an interesting choice. So it's Buyan. We'll just get the graphics up for you once again. We've just got a few issues. There we go. We're back up. So yeah, they go with Buyan, who starts badly, and that's good running again. They'll take the single. They're going to have to hustle. Well, they will get there. Oh no! What's happened? That's caught the keeper. Now I think it's the bail or the ball.
I think it's the ball.
We've got a number of things to look at here, because this could be pretty close as well.
Yeah, I think it's the ball.
I think
it clips the top of the stumps. There's 0 time to react.
Yeah, it looks like they want assistance out there. So this could be. I mean, he doesn't know it's coming. He does slide the bat in, but yeah, that's caught him right on the top of the eye. So that's the nasty one. Let's have a look. So he does slide the bat in, but it's, definitely the ball makes contact straight away. You can see at the moment they're all appealing. They don't realise that it's been worn here. But, that's a nasty one.
It's about a worst case scenario.
That's a nasty one.
We were talking the other day about keepers wearing helmets all the time, even when they're back. Yeah. This is something I kind of mentioned, is that there's lots of ways to get hit by the ball. And this is one that, to be honest, he cannot do anything about. This one, Imtiaz Riyad. And you just hope that there's no cut there and no actual damage. But, it's something you never like to see. I mean, it was moving reasonably quickly, but it wasn't kind of like the fastest throws.
The thing is the deflection of the stumps, isn't it? Because though he's ready to take the ball with a natural bounce, it then catches the stumps. And it's nice to see Charles out there. He's just checking that Rayard is okay. But of course, if there is any blood there, then he'll have to come off the field of play and get that sorted. But at the moment, it looks like that he's okay. The main thing is he's on his feet. Yeah. He was talking to Charles there as well. That's good news. You can see that the first aid kit is out there if need be. Yeah. But let's just say you can see him there. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's missed his teeth, which is actually a good thing as well. If he hits the cheekbone, normally, as long as it doesn't crack the cheekbone, it's one of the better structures to be hit on. I know it's a bad choice to have to make where you're competent. It might have just got a bit of blood out in the nose or something like that. Charles going out there hatless, which is a bold choice because there's a lot of sunshine around. Maybe he'll need some attention.
Bold choice. I like your choice of words.
Yeah, exactly. But, poor Riyad. You've got to feel from there. It's just one of those unavoidable freak kind of things. You're probably better off having the ball hit you than the bail as well.
Well, yeah, the bail can do nasty injury. So he's just, I think, just sorting himself out there. I wonder if he's got a bit of a nosebleed. But I mean, if he does, he will have to come off the field to play if he does.
They're probably giving him an opportunity to try and stop the bleeding, because obviously you want to give him every opportunity to continue. It's not ideal when you have to replace your keeper. Of course, you can go outside the 11 to replace your keeper if you want now as well. But yeah, it looks like they definitely probably got a bit of the nose, and that's why it just be a little bit of blood around there. He's just trying to stop that bleeding. Hey, but I'm loving some of these responses. Rob saying in 2029, Derek will have grandchildren. Kia says, how about cyborg cheerleaders? And Jules thinks, hey, maybe in ECC and ECL 29 will be played at Lords. Yeah, well, maybe there won't be that much cricket left that's non-franchise, so maybe Lords will be open. But, yeah, I love that people are thinking ahead.
Yeah.
And
yeah, somebody's saying cheerleader. Who was that saying? Helix saying cheerleaders not allowed anymore. Why not? And then I saw Rob Thompson saying that Derek will have grandchildren. Maybe Derek cheerleaders is what Kroom is saying.
now there we go. But I love that this is the hill that you'll die on. It's like cheerleaders or I'm out of here. It's just Rico in 2028 makes a stand. I wonder what some of the headlines will be in 2028, for example.
We'll see
the
this
great
again.
ECN commentator strike. Oh, you hate to see it. Riyadh's actually done a pretty good job behind the stumps, but
That's caught him full on there,
Yeah.
you know. He's caught him full. He's done superbly well to recover from that.
Yeah, he's staying on. That's good to see. But,
Hey, other things like, what about all teams have to have a giant size mascot? I like to see that.
yeah, more mascots.
out there.
That's
so,
the future.
yeah. So we'll, just what else could we have?
I'd like to
What
see a
else is gonna be
trampoline
good?
inside the boundary line for the last 2 meters. Remember slam ball?
That
Oh, where did that? I assumed they had way too many lawsuits, but slam ball was one of the all-time great sports that wasn't really a real sport. But
yeah. I like what Phil G's thinking away. I think I've said this a few times. You know, when you have a few targets around the ground, so he's saying
Yeah,
like a big
this is
ball, you
good.
ever hit it is 8 runs and little thing. And that links up to your trampoline
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
On the edge. I reckon, that's one thing. I mean, maybe not for, some of our big events, but I reckon we should have an event where it's like it's a knockout style cricket tournament.
Yeah,
where
crazy,
you can
crazy
have all
cricket.
these little things, and Danny can bring his dogs and have them tied
I'd
up
have
on the
them
boundary.
no, have them chase the fielders. That worked a couple of years ago here.
That's what I mean. And we have a little sand pit in there, a little pond where the ball can go in. Anyway, we are back to the action, and Rayan, as you can see, is strong as steel.
Game's not over yet.
He stands firmly and takes this one.
Yeah, do you see the whole comment? Phil says ECL 29 will have multi-ball, hit the target for 8 runs. The freak over where 2 bowlers bowl at the same time from both ends. Fireworks shooting out of the stumps. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, well, Rayard would probably say, well, us wicket keepers won't like it. He said it could be dangerous, that. And having been hit on the head. Anyway.
I'd love to have, in our crazy cricket tournament, we have one over where you have 6 different balls. So you have like a cricket ball, a golf ball, a tennis ball, like a football, and then you have to bowl one of each. You have to choose what you're getting out of the basket. That's my multi-ball
So
over.
maybe you can have, you don't know what you're going to get. It's like a lucky dip. So you get 6 boxes come up. They're asking the question. Umpire say he's going down leg side.
I was watching darts last night. You can throw one of those.
Yeah, you can take a lucky dip. 6 boxes come out, and you open one. It could be anything. Could be a golf ball. Could be, I don't know. Could be a bowling ball. You have to bowl with that.
A bowling ball.
You might need a reinforced bat though.
I'm worried about the pads. Anyway, 76-1 after 6. Hey, this game's still on, 37 off 24. Hanging in there, Tigers. They got to fight. They will fight. Worked really hard to get here. I'm a little bit scared of the future now. But we've talked about these things.
That's not the worst of overs in the end from Buyan after going for 4 of his first. That only goes for 7. So
momentum buster as well for United CC. It's no one's fault, obviously. It's just a weird accident. Kia, I like this. Headlines for ECS 29. The Prague Cyborg Club defeats Bohemian Cyborg Club by knockout to clinch their 10th consecutive ECS title. So that's Prague Cricket Club.
I wonder
PCC.
if you would be allowed to have one robot player.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe the wild cards, you get your robot card.
A robot player. People would be
I'd like to see more tackling in the game.
What fielders tackling the batters before they can run?
Like you get
a bit of kabaddi style?
Yeah, you get 1 tackle per innings. You got to be careful when you use it.
Yes.
I've been lining someone up. I played indoor cricket at a high level, and there were times that's very congested in there. There's times that teams would try and, in the guise of fielding the ball, give you the good old hip and shoulder, as we say.
Amin Hussain is the bowler, and well, they just stopped it. So what you're basically saying is, if the team's top batter is coming out the bat, then you sort of say, all right, everybody, we're going to bundle him.
Yeah, and you run him out. But if he's good enough, he breaks the tackle. He gets in anyway.
Oh dear.
This is the future. Cricket's changed a lot over the last 300 years. It's going to keep changing. Anyway, back to here. That's gone completely wrong from Amin Hussain. Ooh.
Oh, that's a... It ends up being a good save from him when the ball gets thrown back, but that's skidded out of his hands big time. I don't even think we'll see it on the screen here. And no, we don't. So, free hit coming up. But just when they applied some pressure, it looks like this could all of a sudden take the pressure off the United side if they can get this away. Free hit then. Oh, it could be another. This is pretty high as well, you know. I reckon we'll have to look at this side on. This could be a second no ball.
It's close. I'll tell you that much. Let's have a look. He's kind of moving around the crease.
And where's that? Where's the height on this?
To be honest, he hits it. To me, it feels like a no ball, but they have been a bit slacker on those recently, so he's going to get away with it. They're going to say it probably would have gone just below the waist.
What? Now he bowls another.
That was a slower ball, though, so it did actually drop, and it actually fooled.
Is he going to hit the deck here? Hussain, I mean, his figures, he's very lucky to have those figures like that at the moment. He's only gone for 2 runs. One of those was a no ball as well. So 3 balls in, you'd think that they would have capitalised on this, but they haven't, United.
34 off 21.
Yeah,
this game's still going. Might be going to the wire. Hey, I like some of these as well. John Gray saying golden ball's actually played with a golden ball.
Yeah.
Now, I like that. We've certainly done well financially if that's the case. We'll probably have to get a move on in that department. Hello to Terry Richmond as well. And, yeah, I like John's suggestion as well. Entry music for new batters. I like that. Or like even bowlers have their theme song when there's a wicket. They should play it.
Lay down and... Oh, that is shocking. That is shocking. That is absolutely shocking. And when you're trying to get yourself back into the match, it's been a pretty decent over. And then you see fielding like that from Mahadi Alam, who's probably one of your key players. And there's no, I mean, that's just poor cricket. I can't blame that on anything but poor cricket.
Good technique, bad result. He puts everything, just leaves a little mouse door open, doesn't he? And it goes straight through. I think there's still a bit of chat as the bowler's coming in. But again, momentum swinger. Just when Tigers, you know, obviously they got the wicket of Mogare. They had that injury kind of timeout, which it's just got United searching a little bit. And they gift them a boundary.
And now the next one gets put away to the boundary as well. So that's what they needed at the end of the over. So a couple of things there, of course. First, that no ball, which meant that the extra ball had to be bowled. The extra ball gets smashed for 6. The ball before should have been a single, so a different batter would have been on strike.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not helping themselves here. 90 for 1 at the end of the over. So 7 overs completed.
Isn't this going to be a cracking game? Brno versus Bohemians, a battle of the bees, and only one of them can make the final. Brno made the final last year, lost in the last over to PCC. Yeah. Dylan Stain was on such a heater, he batted, I can't remember how many he made, but he couldn't even remember his innings because he was in the zone so much. Yeah. That was against PCC, of course. Bohemians, they actually won the ECN Czech Super Series back in 2020, but they've never won a European Cricket Series as such. The game's coming up in around about 25 minutes. But first, we've got a grandstand finish here. United 23 runs away from the target, but it's a tricky little 23 in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, I like the fact that the captain brings himself back here now, Joe Alarm. His first over went for 13, but if anybody's capable of getting a wicket, he is. It's not the best of starts from Pramod. And, oh, that's a wild swing. And it's going nowhere.
This is where United are a good running team, and I think that helps them at this stage as well.
Yeah.
Even they're looking for that there, it wasn't quite there. But, yeah, it's a funny one. He can just come out in a heater, but he's going pretty close to retire out territory, I think, even though you wouldn't normally. But he's still got other options there.
It's nicely played, and they will take the single.
Probably just thinks get out the way.
Yeah.
He knows it's not happening for him at the moment. They won't want to retire him out. He's a key batter.
Yeah, they don't need to at the moment. They're just going at under 9 required. And, of course, you've got the captain now, Piyush Singh, Begala goes back on strike. He started to play some nice shots, but yeah, the Tigers, it's just a little sloppiness that's let them down, and that's been the thing all the way through their series. But now they get the wicket. It's a big wicket. The captain, the battle between the two captains, and it is Ajaz Alam that wins that battle. He gets through Piyush Singh, who goes for a big shot here. Whether he needed to play that, once again, I mentioned they were at under 9 at the time, but it's a rash shot. It goes through, knocks the stumps over, and that is another wicket. So that is the second wicket that goes. 2 of the key batters gone, still needing 22 off 14 deliveries.
And it would probably, on reflection, was a bit too full to pull. He tries to turn it around to leg and loses his middle and off stump. Here's Abhimanyu Singh. I think he's a very good player for this situation. These two know each other very well, Begoli and Abhimanyu. They've been in pressure situations before. Begoli needs to just put that 9 from 12 out of his head and more or less start again. Abhi's busy. You see, he's not necessarily out-and-out boundary hitter, but with a run rate required of about 9s, and you just can't see him eating up too many dot balls. You can assume here, 2 overs, you probably get 2 to 4 in extras. And then you just got to concentrate on kind of getting that 1.5 runs a ball or so.
I wonder if the Tigers, after this ball, will go back to Sagor. He goes for the big one, but it's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. They get the wicket. So Pramod will also go. Ronnie this time takes the catch. And that's Mahadi Alam after making a real blunder, a real blooper in the field earlier when he gave 4 away. He's taken the catch. This match now, with 12 balls to go, has come alive because you literally got 2 new batters out there, and the 3 wickets that I said the Tigers needed to take have been taken. So this is going to be a real tussle at the end here now.
We got to finish on here.
Yeah.
And we thought it all along that this could be golden ball territory. They raced to a big lead. Jeez, McGarry got to be thinking about that reverse that he tried. It was just one to file under you for unnecessary. McGawley doesn't fire. And then when he does go for one, it's probably there to hit, it was there, it was in the slot, but he just didn't get the right contact. Mahadi Alam makes up for it, takes the catch. The captain with a 2-wicket over. He only concedes 2 runs in the over as well.
Great over. So Kumar and Singh are in the middle, and they've still got some work to do, needing 21 off 12 balls. And it's going to be Shoaib Mia with the ball. Hit hard, but to the fielder. They're taking on the run, and they'll get there. He has to scramble, he has to dive, but he'll get one. He gets home. Does Singh.
Yeah, he's a scrambler, like I said. He'll take it on. It had to be a perfect piece of fielding to get him. Abhi loves a big dive as well. I don't know if it would have saved him there, if the bowler could have got the ball on the stumps quickly. Anyway, Ghanshyam Kumar, I think he's a pretty good fit for this situation as well. But it is pressure. That pressure knowing that one of these 2 teams is out of the competition in 2 overs.
Lays it down. And I think at the moment here, the Tigers, they should be thinking, they're just taking singles. They don't mind. Let them have the singles. But Tigers are the sort of team that they sort of lose their way and lose their cool. Somebody will throw it in. They'll give overthrows. They've got to make sure that doesn't happen. Keep it tight. They need a boundary or 2 here, Singles alone won't do it. The rate has now gone up to 11.
Just need that boundary to relieve the pressure, don't they, United?
Well, no boundary there. Just another single. So
they
do hold on to it. They're not throwing it away.
They'll switch the odds, I reckon. United were 51% before that ball. Wait for it to click. I think the Tigers are slightly ahead after that. There you go. So things changing ball by ball. Ghanshyam Kumar, he's a decent hitter. He's just arrived at the crease.
There's a Gandhi ball. It's a short delivery on the leg side, and it gets mullered. And, well, you said he's a big hitter. He is a big hitter. He smashes 6. That'll just take some of the tension away.
It came with a bow wrapped on top, didn't it, as well, from Sajib, dragged down. You kind of, at this level, typically you would get 1 or 2 Gundy balls and over.
Yeah.
And that was it, wasn't it, from Sajib? He's had such a good tournament. But that was that pressure-relieving boundary. Score off every ball, and then when that one is there to hit it. 12 off 8 now. United well ahead.
Goes for it again. He's in the air. Fielder underneath it. And taken by the keeper. So Rehan, who's wearing the helmet this time. But it doesn't stop him seeing the ball to get a wicket. So another one goes. And Shoaib Mia after being smashed for a big 6, comes back and takes the wicket of Kuma. Kuma departs, and it's now 101 for 4 with a ball to go. 7 balls to go, needing 12 runs.
Yeah, I still think it's a productive innings from Ghanshyam Kumar. It goes 1 6 and out, but the value of that 6, I mean, obviously would have liked to get that one away as well. Hey, credit to the keeper as well, Riyadh, who we saw take that nasty blow to the face when the ball deflected off the stumps. I like that he's gone for the helmet regardless now. Yeah. It doesn't want to risk taking another one, but yeah, it looks like Mustafa Nawab to me that's coming out at number 6. Last ball. Now, I reckon he can have a swing at this. He's still got 6 wickets in hand. Let's see. Last ball of the over.
He does swing. It's another catching opportunity. And Mahadi Alam doesn't take the catch. The game for 2. In comes the throw. And he's going to be gone. So only the 1 run. And they get the run out. So the new batter hits 1. Trying to get back for 2. Nawab will go. They only will get the 1. 102 for 5 at the end of the 9th over. 11 required of the last.
I actually think this is strategically a good move from United, even though they give up a run out, because there's always the chance they would make this second run. Abhimanyu's quick, and he probably wants to strike back straight away. You can see that. And, yeah, Nawab, he was always going to be caught short by a good throw, and it was a good throw. But, yeah, it's going to put Abhi on strike. I was just interested to see how he tapped his bat. I suppose we don't really great look at the line there. But anyway, it'll be 1 and run out. So we're going to the last. It's 10 for a golden ball, 11 to win. United, they just have this habit of golden balls. And they still have one of the most remarkable ones ever when they snuck the second run when the keeper was celebrating having broken the bails, but the ball was deemed still alive.
Yep.
Joe Foster was on the field that day. Well, here we are 3 years later. And are we looking at the last over before golden ball 64? We've had it all this year, haven't we? We've had a golden ball in a final. We've had a couple of golden balls in the ECL. Had plenty happening. Anyway, last over 11 to win for United.
Played out. Should be just a single. And they don't want to throw it away like this. I mean, he gives a umpire a hug. And the umpire gets in the way.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody there. What's going on? They could go for 3. Oh, it's all happening. This is what I'm talking about with the Tigers. They lose their cool. They didn't have to throw that ball. Let them get the single. It doesn't matter. They'll get 2. And the umpire gets a little bit of argy. Kabaddi, kabaddi, ho lagi. Look at this. The umpire and the bowler has said, I want it. And look at the umpire said, oh, kabaddi, 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 kabaddi. Couldn't get there.
Where the keeper went to back up as well somehow. Oh, well, Prague, they're trying to say what's going on there, but I mean, you can't really. He's saying, why are you there? To be honest, a lot of the time they say as umpires should go to the side the ball's hit, but then you risk getting hit by the ball.
Yeah, but it's accidental. You can't make a big deal of it. It's accidental. Didn't on purpose. Get on with the game. It happens, you know.
Still had a shot to run him out. So yeah, bit of chaos here. This has been such a great game to start the day, start finals day. Hey, and Prague Tigers, they've been in pressure situations before. Just look up 7 byes. You'll see they booted the ball around the field and found a way to lose that day. 9 off 5 now.
Singh goes big, and he's going to get 6. He goes all the way. Brrr. Oh, what a biggie that is. Well, that now takes it down to 3 required. 3 of 4. And, of course, Tigers will be saying, well, the umpire, he allowed him to get back on strike, but it was accidental. You can't, these things happen. Tigers, they need a dot ball here.
The bowler deflected it that way in the first place as well. So, yeah, you can't really.
But you shouldn't have thrown it.
The umpire.
You got to play. I told you, this is what the Tigers do. You just hold on to the ball, let him get the single, because the new batter who hasn't faced the ball would be on strike.
No dot balls. United win from here. I don't think Abby's thinking boundary. He'll take it if it's there, though. He's just thinking bat on ball 3 times. We win the game. That's 1 out to the sweeper. They think it 2. Probably not worth throwing it away at the moment. Oh. Geez, I would have been tempted to try and get him back on strike there as well. But probably no need. You've got Kumar Kapathi to face up.
Right, this is where it gets interesting. Kumar Kapathi facing his first ball.
Got to gamble.
Amin Hussain will be coming around the wicket and just getting it around about that off stump. And I think you've got to go for this one. I mean, this is the one. You go for this. You tie the scores.
I don't know. I think you're only going for something that you're sure you can get. Oh, dot. Oh, he's going to be... Oh, now if he's in, they're going to get it.
They're going to get it now.
Oh, he might still be out.
Oh, no, they're going to get... Well, I reckon this is not out. I mean, the wicket, it's playing smart cricket. Got to play smart cricket. Why does he even... How does the ball get out of his glove?
This is crazy. Let's have I got a feeling that this is not out at both ends. Let's have a look. Okay, is he out here? No, he's in. Now they can run.
Why do that? It makes no sense.
But then, look...
Makes no sense. And
but
now
look,
let's look at the other
it's
end.
a messy stump hit with like the body, and let's just see what he actually hits the stumps here with. Is he in anyway? Has he got the ball at that point?
I think he has the ball.
Does he have the ball?
I think he has it in his
If
hand.
he does, he's out.
That's out. I think he has the ball. This could be out. But thing is, though,
he had balls in the hands.
Ball's in the hands here, and he's then dragging the arms back. Ball's in there, and he drags it onto the side.
Yeah.
I think that's out.
I think that's out too.
But the big but is, so there won't be a run here. If this is given out, won't be a run. So that means 2 required of 2. But what they've managed to do, they've got Singh back on strike.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was, I mean, strategic, even though it was a crazy way to do it, I would have, yeah, and it has been given out.
Yeah.
But I would have at least held my crease and sacrificed myself to get Abhimanyu back on strike. So he's done that, but in a very non-standard way.
Yeah.
We knew this was going to be a good game from the very first ball.
All
and it's
right.
not letting us down. 2 off 2. New batter out there is Ali Hassan Sittar.
The Sittar's just got to sit tight. That's it, sit tight, because Singh's going to want to stay on strike.
Interesting, they've put most of the fielders up. I like this field, actually. They've put a deep point kind of floating, but slightly off the boundary, trying to stop the 2. They've got a deep mid-wicket. Abhimanyu, by the way, he was a golden ball participant before. We won't go into that right now. It's when he forgot to tap his bat in, and he was run out going for the second. 2 off 2 now for United.
It's a wide. Scores will be tied. Scores are tied. Oh,
Now you might as well bring everyone up.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, because now you know that Abhi is only thinking hit and run.
Yep.
He hit the ball twice here. You get away with it. The only chance for Tigers to win now is to win in a golden ball, and to do that, they've got to dot up twice. Scores tied. Any score wins it for United.
And they just push and go. Will he hit?
Oh!
He's missed. They get the single, and that's the match. It's done. They do it with a ball to go. United win this eliminator. The Tigers will go down. And, well, maybe news hasn't got home yet, but that's the end of the match, everybody. It is done. It is dusted. The Tigers will lose. United go through to the next phase. It won't be easy for them because they know who they're going to be playing next up. It will be Prague CC. But well done to United. And the Prague Tigers, once again, one thing they will learn from this, it's been a great tournament for them. They've done better than they've ever done before in a European Cricket Series, but one thing they'll learn is to keep your cool and keep your calm in those big moments. Don't throw the ball away. I called it before it happened. I knew they would do it, and they did it on 2 occasions. On both occasions, they allowed the set batter to go on strike, and as a result of that, they lose the match. But there's also, you've got to say with United as well, and this is something that I often say, when batters are in, don't go showboating. Win the match. And that's one thing there that Ruturaj Magare should have done. He gets to 50, then gets funky and gets out. Could have cost him the match.
Have a look at what's coming up then. We've got Brno versus Bohemians. That's starting about 10 minutes. I think that's on time. It might have a slight delay because that one ran over because of the madness. Of course, had that nasty injury to Riyadh. Luckily, he seemed okay. But, yeah, Prague CC versus United CC in the second semi-final. Those two have got some history in the European Cricket Series. Yeah, so now we're straight into semi-final 1, semi-final 2, and then the decider later on. Let's go back and have a look at this response. And it was next level stuff, but early on it was all United. In fact, they were 63 for none after 4 overs. Hard to believe how the Tigers worked their way back into this game.
Yeah, well, they did. I mean, they were asking and wanting things to happen, but the partnership was a good partnership early on. Magare scoring 50. And Piyush Singh, well, he really didn't get going. Magare was doing all the hitting at the beginning. There were some errors, of course, in the field. And they were running very well. And you've got to say that to United. The difference between United, well, there's the 50, and then he went for this and was given LBW. I thought there could have been doubt, but the umpire was pretty sure of it. It was given out. And then it was going to be difficult. It was going to be testing. You saw that Piyush Singh He maybe held the key, he played some nice shots, but then he played a rash shot when a straight ball went away across the line. We were talking about cheerleaders at that point, and this is the moment when Riyadh got a nasty one. Of course, there was a bit of a delay as a result of that. I wonder if we've got a delay in our timings. Actually, might be a slight delay when we come back, maybe 5 minutes or so, as we keep an eye on these highlights. But we'll keep you updated. But then that no ball. But the thing with that over was, even though it wasn't the best of overs from Brian, only 7 came from it. Did they go too late to go to Shoaib Mia? Only got the one over in? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's something I may look at. I think there's more self-inflicted damage here. Obviously, the wide at the end hurt them in that situation. But remember the little nutmeg through the legs, the 4 runs there. And just some of those just extra overthrows, just a handful of runs they gave away might have been the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it's the runs they gave away. And don't forget, let's go back to the way their innings ended. 3 dot balls. And that when they ran 2 and it was the one short.
Oh, yeah.
So when you think about all of those things, the Tigers, it's the little things, the basics that they've got to get right.
Look, I think let's just take a moment and praise the Tigers, though. They finished 4th after the group stage. They'll finish 5th overall in this ECS. But this is a team, they were brand new to ECS cricket 2 years ago. And they provided such entertainment early on in their career as they had the record for the lowest score defended. United are reasonably cool in a crisis, and I think they held their nerve slightly better, even losing those wickets, but there was a strategy behind them, wasn't there? Even we saw this one where the umpire became a little bit of an obstacle for the bowler who had already knocked the bail off at one end. I missed that the first time. But United, they can hurt you in a number of ways, and it was Abby's kind of coolness, if you like, selective what he went after. He was determined to score off every single ball he faced and then to look for more than one. Even this, and when he sees that hit the stumps and deflect off, okay, even though it cost him a partner, but it put him back in the driver's seat, and ultimately he would be the man to get them over the line. Third umpire was kept pretty busy this innings as well. But Abby scrambles home for the winning run. That was an amazing backflip. If that had hit the stumps, then the scores would have remained tied. We would have gone to the last ball. Potential golden ball 64. But United, well, they didn't deliver another golden ball, but they did deliver a cracking game. Congratulations to both sides there, but only United will go forward on finals day.
Yeah, you're right. Congratulations to both sides for giving us an absolute thriller to start finals day here. The eliminator match number 56. What a match it was. There's the scorecard. So Ruturaj Magare 50. That certainly went a long way to getting his team to that victory. And the other thing is they scored well and healthily at the beginning of the order. Fiyaz Singh made 23 along the way there as well. And Singh, 13 not out. What a very important 13 runs that was from him. And, well, it helped a little bit by some, let's just say, not the best of fielding from Prague Tigers at times, allowed him to get on strike, allowed him to get the win for his side. So well done to United, but still well done to both teams. They provided us with a great start to the day.
Adra Alam with 2 for 14, best of the bowlers. I think Aman Bhuyan kept it pretty tight as well. Wickets for Mahadi Alam in there, and Sochib Mia, who went 1 over for 10. But it's heartbreak for the Tigers. But they're a team, every year they get better and better. I look forward to seeing how high they might be able to climb in season 2025. And of course, they've got the whole league to play during the northern summer as well. Well, we dialed in a thriller and we got one to start finals day. And to be honest, every game's a banger from here on in. You've got the Battle of the Bees, Brno versus Bohemians in the first semi-final. These are the two teams. We do have a 5-minute delay, so this will be starting in around about 12 minutes time with Brno 9-1. Taking on Bohemians 7-2 with that washout last night. Brno winning the toss and bowling first in that one. But for now, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Time to towel off a bit, but we'll see you the other side of this break with more finals day action here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to finals day here in the European Cricket Series. Czechia, well, it has been thriller-minute stuff so far. We've just seen the eliminator with the Tigers falling by the wayside. United fight on to play in semi-final 2 against Prague CC. But right now, it's time for the first semi-final. These two teams finished second and third, respectively, on the table. Brno versus Bohemians a little bit earlier. Charles Croucher had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for the first semi-final with Brno versus Bohemian. Bohemian to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
I like the ball first.
Brno won the toss and will bowl first.
So you heard it there from the Sheriff, with Brno electing to field first. So they'll be on the chase in this one against Bohemians. Bold outfit choice, so they've changed strip for finals day. Bohemians searching for their first ECN trophy since 2020. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full in the Battle of the Bees. Who do you like here? Both teams have had impressive moments during this 2 weeks.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Brno, I suppose a lot of people will feel that they probably have a little bit more depth on their side. Last time that we saw them, they won all 3 of their matches. And all of the key players, with their captain, Noor Kande, also Dylan Stein, and also Mohamed Ratul, were in good form all of them scoring good runs. But over the other side with Bohemians, now remember, they got some good players within themselves. Sohail Grover still playing with that busted small finger, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him. You got the likes of Zahid Mahmood has been in great form. Sazib Bhuyan is a centurion, of course, in this series. Kranthi is somebody who comes in, and sometimes when the team are in trouble, he can make things happen. But key player in this one could be Hamidullah. This guy hits the ball big when he gets going, and with the ball, just his little change up, a little bit of spin could make the difference. 60-40 in favour though here of Bruno.
Now let me tell you something, that Bruno only lost one match along the way. You know who it was to? It was to Bohemians, and that was back in match 10. In fact, they didn't take a point out of that game. But what I will say is they were tired. That was their 5th game in 2 days. It just kind of felt tired. Bruno made 105, and Bohemians basically mopped the floor with them, chasing it in 6.3, taking all the points away. So this is going to be a really, really fun game to watch. Two highly talented teams. Yeah, I think you're probably right with the batting, with Bruno having a bit more depth there than Bohemians, and also Bohemians had some injury issues. Obviously, Sohail Grover is leading the side, but he's not in his regular keeping position because he does have that quite badly injured finger. He's still been finding a way to bat. There's also a bit of history because Riaz Afridi basically hit Sohail Grover in the helmet at a pretty nasty blow in the series last year. And that meant in this corresponding fixture last year that Sohail Grover batted in a neck brace.
I heard about this, interesting move here also. So Zahid Mahmood and Hamidullah, so no Grover opening. So they've gone with Ullah, maybe just to see if you can give them the acceleration in the power play, or perhaps they're feeling that he's going to be a better option against Afridi.
Afridi's got raw pace. First one comes in, grabs some of the pad, I think, so leg by will get us off the mark. Yeah, interesting that they don't open with Grover. And I wonder if it's literally, I'm not saying he's scared or anything like that, but maybe probably doesn't like the matchup against Afridi. Probably says, okay, well, I want to risk myself here. You know, Afridi's going to bowl 1, maybe 3, and that you keep yourself, I suppose, a bit protected. You throw someone out there that's designed to take him on.
Yeah, well, let's see if this works out. So Hamidullah, normally we see him coming in about 5 or 6. So being brought into the power play, maybe to deal with this man, but then having said that, you would have thought he perhaps faced the first ball. But anyway, he might as well be facing the first ball because 1 ball in, 1 leg by, 1 without loss. As Afridi about to steam in now to Ullah.
Quickest bowler in the country by some distance, Riaz Afridi. His box office, but that's a very good shot. It's going to bounce just inside, but you can see what they've basically decided to do. Left-hander just changes the angles a little bit as well, so quite canny captaincy as Bruno drop a little bit short and Bohemians have their first boundary.
Yeah, well played by Hamidullah, gives himself a little bit of room, plays it away, so at the moment, well, maybe that little bit of master stroke there from the captain, Sohail Grover, working as Ullah gets the first boundary of the innings.
Had to mention as well that these two did meet in the first semi-final last year, but Bohemians were bowled out for 78 with 2 balls remaining in the 10. That was in response to Bruno's 142. So yeah, Bruno batted first on that occasion, but obviously got some big runs on the board. So interesting that in this semi-final they've elected to field first.
Yeah, that was a good delivery, wasn't it? That one is said, okay, I'm not going to give you any room this time. And darts in the Yorker, Ullah does well to block it out.
So I spotted this as an opportunity start of the day. You wouldn't believe it, but actually the semi-finals are exactly the same matchups as last year. After everything we've been through and after all 55 matches, obviously Tigers performing really well. Gone. Return catch. And, well, Afridi gets a bit crazy. He spikes it into the ground and I'm sure there's nothing intended in that, but he's just head up. Ullah goes 4 and out. Almost wears one on the departure, and it's 5 for 1.
Have a look at this. Afridi is almost like he's having 2 balls to go. There's nothing wrong with this. I don't know why the umpire's getting involved here. I mean, look, he takes a catch, he spikes it into the ground. I suppose he's a little bit too close to the batter, so I mean, he's just I don't think he's going for the batter at all. He just gets his celebration a little bit wrong.
I know he's not going for him, but it is potentially dangerous. Yeah. It's something that, stern words had. Afridi he's again one of the most intelligent guys you'd ever want to meet in your life. And then on the field, he's an absolute beast and a madman. And that's the crazy streak. I'm surprised he didn't just throw that one into the golf course, but that's the end of he's still coming to terms with what we've just seen there. Hamidullah, I should say, he's gone for 4 and it's 5 for 1.
Yeah, Ullah goes, the left-hander. So no messing around now. Sazib Buyan comes out. This guy is an excitement as well. So 2 exciting guys. And that's a great delivery. He's so unlucky not to have taken the stumps there. He's beaten him all ends up. There's 2 players with international pedigree come together, and that is just too good. Buyan is just beaten by pace.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the kind of throw at this. Wasn't meant to be towards the batter, but it's because it had the potential. I know it doesn't happen, but there might be something looked at with that. I hope nothing comes out of it because no one was actually hurt. But now you see Afridi's gone up a notch, hasn't he? He's beaten Buyan outside the off stump. Well, that had a bit of everything. Almost a lawsuit. It's the end of the first over. It's 5 for 1.
5 for 1 it is. And yeah, good, quick, fast over. So we're able to get one more team down there for the second semi-final. Prague CC, the reigning champions, the only champions that we've had here in Czechia, will be up against United CC, who got that narrow win over the Prague Tigers. Went down to almost the last ball. They did it with 1 ball spare, but who is going to be victorious in this semi-final and book their place in the final? Will it be Brno? Will it be Bohemians? Bohemians, they have got some work to do, but they've got some good players. 2 good batters out there at the moment, and also they've got Sahil Grover still to come in. All those batters have been scoring valuable runs all the way through this series.
So there's a lot going on. I should mention Hamidullah did used to play for Brno as well. He almost gets more than he bargained for there. Here's Mishra. He's going to bowl over number 2. Straight over the tram line, so that's a good call. Not going to be a wide under the current conditions. Yeah, so what I was saying before we had that craziness kicking off was first semi-final last year, Brno 142 defeated Bohemians 78. And second semi-final, Prague CC 131 defeated United 120. So in the end, Bohemians would get third as they won the bronze playoff. No bronze playoff this year, though. That's going to be out of the ground, kind of in the slot. This time Mahmood muscles it downtown. Maximo, first of the first semi-final.
Yeah, nicely hit. This is it's in the slot, and Mahmood, boom, shakalagia, lovely shot. Mishra will probably once again be trying to go a little bit wider. It's a good bowler, Mishra. I think he's complimented Afridi really well. I think Danny Hudicek was saying that after Afridi bowling at one end, Mishra just comes along at the other end, keeps it nice and tight, and picks away at the wickets. And this one's hit down the ground as well. It's going to be 4 more as it gets past Afridi. So 6 and 4 all together now on finals day. Hungry for more is Zahid Mahmood.
Yeah, good muscle down the ground. Obviously, Mishra doesn't quite have that raw pace of Afridi. And you can see both these guys are going to be a lot more comfortable against this kind of pace. Not that Niraj isn't a very good bowler, and he's had some success in the series. And Bohemians fighting back after a rough start.
Well, wild swing this time. It's looking to, loft this over the long on area. That's where Afridi is. We've seen Afridi take some very good catches in that zone as well. Back to his mark goes Mishra. I wonder if they'll go straight back to Afridi. I guess they probably will. They'll want to knock out the top order if they can. That one doesn't really come up as much, but he's swinging a little bit wild here, Mahmood. Fair play that he has hit 2 boundaries, but then swinging and missing at 2 balls is not a good thing. You've got to try and take the singles as well.
Yeah, that's right. But I think power play, these 2 are thinking power. Also, interesting to see if they decide to bring back Riaz for the next over. I feel like they will.
I think
like it's an attacking move. Right, high in the air. Not carrying. Can Riaz get there? He's got a lot of ground to cover. Pulls the shoot in the end. And concede a single.
Yeah, he's chasing after it. got a couple of fielders around and think that maybe he should have perhaps gone for it. Now, now is he going to come back on again here now? It's almost like he was making some gestures to the captain, almost like saying, well, no, he doesn't want to come back straight away. So I think that might have been the plan, but it's not the plan anymore.
Maybe he's waiting for Grover.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know. It's an interesting one. They do have other options. I honestly think there might be something to Grover. He's got that broken finger. He's batting. Probably doesn't fancy that kind of extreme pace, even though he's a genuine opener. I'm not saying he's scared or anything like that. I'm not saying that. But it's a matchup he doesn't like. So by keeping Afridi for his potential energy, his potential scare value, I think there's some value in that. I guess it depends how Suresh Ramarao goes. So he's going to bowl this third over instead. Yeah,
Ramarao, he bowled very well last time. I think last time, one of the times he bowled, he did pick up valuable wickets. I think he took a 3 for as well. So he's certainly a good player to have in your sides. Remember Bruno, they won 3 matches on day 7. They beat the Barbarians when Kande was in good form. They also had a good win against the Tigers when it was about, that was when Ramarao, that's up in the air, but he gets plenty off this. This is probably going to go all the way for 6. Yeah, it does. That's a beautifully timed shot. And that's what Saheem Mahmood has to do. He doesn't have to try and hit the ball too hard. He just sort of helps this along the way. It's good timing. It's 6 runs here. Ramarao took 3 for 24 and when they beat the Tigers. So he's somebody who can be pretty effective with the ball. On that day, Bruno also did beat United 126 to 100, and that was when Ratul scored that fantastic 70.
Ramarao, wide of the crease, in swinger, is cut off. Now, I think Bruno, they certainly pride themselves on their fielding. There's got some gun fielders in there. Afridi's very athletic, couldn't quite run that one down last over, but you've got guys like Dylan Stain in there. I think he's probably the best fielder in the country. I think pound for pound, Dylan is an absolute live wire there. Ramarao gets this one to come in prodigiously again. So I suppose what you get here from Ramarao, who's a genuine swing bowler as well, he gets to bowl with the ball slightly newer. And it's tough managing your bowlers when you only have 2 overs for each, but I'd say it's working out pretty well so far. Again, if this had gone magical or something like that, you'd be quick to criticise, but you can certainly see the theory from Noor Kande, who's a guy, to be honest, we hadn't seen that much of Noor before this year, but he's led the side really well. He's a key player for them in the 20-over format. Bruno, of course, were all Czechia champions back in 22. That's why we saw them at ECL 23, even though I know it didn't quite go the way they would have liked, but still to even get to the Cardamom Oval is a big deal, isn't it? Not too many clubs in Europe have experienced it.
Too right, and he's had a very good series. Noor Kande's batting has been superb, so he'll be looking to lead them into the final. Goes very wide here now, up in the air. Afridi takes the catch, no mistake, and this time no issues with his celebration as he throws it in the air. It's not going to hit anyone on the way down.
Luckily.
So that's a big wicket because it's the wicket of Sazib Bhuiyan, a man who has scored a century in this series, but it hasn't gone too well for him since then. He's going to go for a disappointing one, and this ball is just too high for that shot, high up in the air. You look at Mahmood following it, and the catch gets taken, and that's the end of Bhuiyan, who's looking at his bat as if he needs to blame something. It's just a poor shot. It's not the right shot to play.
Yeah, and looks like Surendra Prasad will come out at number 4, so still no Grover. Good catch by Afridi. He judged it well, took it with perfect technique, and put it back from whence it came. End of the power play, 25 for 2. Bruno getting the better of the start, but it is only a start at the moment. Hello to Vlasti Volfova. I see that she's in the chat right now. Of course, she was representing Czechia for in the CE Cup a little while ago, and excited to see more of her. Of course, we've got the Czechia versus Greece men's and women's starting tomorrow, 5 games each day. I'm not sure if Vlasti is in the squad for tomorrow. Again, she's cheering on Brno. That's her part of the country. Also pretty excited to the future of women's cricket within Czechia as well. Typically they play in the German competition at the moment. They have a side in the German competition, but I think with what's happening with the academy, and by the way, we'll get to see the Academy, the Reds versus the Golds later on.
Yeah.
I've got some breaking news, though.
What's the news?
Just been informed. Are you ready?
Come on.
So with the numbers, they've said it would be really useful if, okay, you won't believe what I'm about to tell you. All right, that's going to be belted. Going, and Rico's. Oh, protect the equipment. You forgot rule 1.
It's
I
okay.
think it's hit your stand.
Hits the table there.
Is it bulletproof?
Hits the table. We're good. Hits the table. No issues. There's a nice little mark left by the ball. I thought it was going over us for a moment.
Well, I knew that was heading for your side, and that's why I've called Rico's, but it's all right. It hit the bulletproof stand, and...
on the table. We got a couple of tables there. We're all right.
I didn't want to be Kevin Costner to you because it's your side, so you deal with your side.
Under control.
But it was always fading away. That's stole the thunder out of my big news.
Yeah, you will. Well, that's the drum roll for it.
So they said it would be very useful for the kids because of just so everyone gets to go 6-on-6 game today. They would like someone to wicket keep for both sides. And so I've got the call up.
You're going to be keeping for both sides.
And guess what? You're going to commentate it. So be kind.
All right.
All right.
Fair enough.
Okay. Anyway, up in the air. And it's going to be a Bermuda Triangle situation. Falls safely. They'll just get one. Chris Pearce, by the way, is a more than capable wicketkeeper, but I suppose he's pulling the reins.
Yeah,
but you'll get to chat to Renata. She's going to be in here from the Academy.
Okay.
Okay. But I'm just trying to work out my wardrobe. I think I'm going to have to go pads over the suit and the yellow shoes.
You can't. You'll split those trousers you're going to be keeping in those.
If I'd known this morning, I do have stuff. Anyway, well, stay tuned for that. Or don't, whatever you want. That's out of the ground. Maximo! Mahmood lighting it up. Sengupta's come on. I don't think he's been overbowled in the series, Satya, but he's a guy, I don't think he's a pretty handy bowler, but Mahmood's liking the pace, and he puts it up and out of the ground.
Yeah, nice pickup. And he's hitting it well at the moment. The thing is, though, they're sort of bowling in the slot to him. He's not having to do anything much to hit these away. Just easy pickings. There he goes again. So in the slot. So, I mean, they've gone for different bowlers, haven't they, all the way through? And sometimes there's a risk to that because when you've got other good bowlers who bowl tidily, you could have gone back to, they go to Sengupta here, and Sengupta, it's ended up being an expensive over.
I think you go one.
Goes magical.
Yeah, so it was a big one, wasn't it, in the end? I mean, I think you go one way or the other now. You go to spin and Naveed Ahmed, or you go back to Riaz.
Yeah.
You got to just change the game somehow, don't you? You either bring back your spearhead or you slow things down. Or I suppose you can continue with Ramarao, who bowled a pretty good third over. He was getting the ball to swing around, so maybe that's what they're going to do.
Yeah,
so
I think
plenty of
Ramarao
options.
Is probably the option. It looks like he is going to come on.
So Vlasi's saying hello as well. She's not in the squad because she did suffer that injury. I thought it was about a 2-week injury, she said at the time, during the CE Cup. So she's still recovering. But Vlasi, I know you'll be tuning in tomorrow. I think, Rico, you're with me here tomorrow, aren't you? And then Danny's with me on Sunday because you'll be travelling to Romania. Anyway, here's Suresh.
Goes big again, and it's 6 this time for Prasad. So these two really turning it on. So Surinder Prasad coming in once again before 1 or 2 ahead of him. So Sahil Grover keeping himself back now again. I wonder if that's anything to do with the finger injury, whether he just decided that he'd go in when the others above him fail, because he's relying on these two really maybe here to get going. That's hit not quite out the middle, but it'll be a single. So it means that the dangerous Mahmood now goes back on strike.
Yeah. Ramarao, though, the thing is, he's a similar kind of pace. Sengupta just got torched in that last over, but hey, it's an intense kind of start to this semi-final. Bohemians still a fraction behind, even though they bring up the 50 now in the 5th over. Another filthy full toss.
Yeah, I wonder, check the height on this. He's probably okay because I think the batter looks like he's coming down the track and charging at this.
Yeah, I think it's dropping a bit as well, but we'll check it out in the replay. The waist is about where the G is of Stronger Together, but yeah, that one's coming down enough. They burn in another breakthrough, don't they?
Gets played away. Just be a single. They've got to. Oh, It's a good throw, actually. Probably closer than he thought. They've got some good support here. Bruno. I can see quite a few people behind us that are supporting and making a lot of noise.
Prasad, he's basically trying to troll the keeper here, Ratul, trying to think he's going to get a second run when he's probably not, hoping that maybe he'll just throw it away or something like that. Trying to say, hey, do you want to go? And he gets chased back to live action now. It's a slower ball, dragged, Stain, can't turn it. Oh, and he's going to misfield it. Oh, I just mentioned he's one of the best fielders, if not the best in the country. But he's only missing this because he's originally going for the catch and he attacks it. And then he doesn't deal with a slightly spongy bounce and he concedes 4 runs.
Yeah, I think it goes the other way as well. So it bounces and deviates to the right. He's trying to stop the ball by getting palms onto it. He can't, so it gets away from him. Romaro is not happy. He's shaking his head. That's the second boundary of this over for him. He's gone for 13 so far. Oh, that's a good shot. But does he get it in the gap? No. As this time Dylan Stain comes across, gets a big, strong throw in. It will get backed up. That's going to be just a single. So there's certainly, after a slow start, it has to be said, it was 16 for 1 after 2. They've got the acceleration in, and it's 59 for 2 after 5 overs. The opportunity for us to welcome you into the cube to finals day here in Czechia.
Yeah, and we're happy that your laptop survived the first 5 overs of this game.
No issues. You just panicked. You panicked.
It's not the worst panic I've seen, but Corey, there was one where I had young Jan Kirby from Rome, Roman Capinelli, son of Dane Kirby, the owner of 5 ducks in that series, separate story. And young Jan was here commentating. We took it there, and Corey tried to say that he had basically saved him. But then the replay showed that Corey was eating a slice of watermelon at the time.
I love it.
Tried to be a hero. But anyway, yeah, stay tuned. A lot happening today. Obviously, we've got finals day. And looking forward to that Cricket Academy game later on.
Yeah,
dusting off the gloves. But you'll be amazed with what you see, Rico, I'm
I'm
sure.
looking forward to
Because
it.
when we see a lot of programs around different countries, a lot of people put in a lot of hard work. But Chris is a level 3 coach now, and he's doing things with the kids that are more technical. It's more than just have a go.
Yeah.
And okay, it starts that way, but he really does a fantastic job with them. As this is going to be 4 runs to start the 6th over. It's carved away up and over the offside. So Bohemians fighting back after that early wicket. And they do go to the spin now of Naveed Ahmed. Yeah, so the kids come out technically with by the time they reach their late teens and kind of adulthood, even though there's still very few that are that old that have come through the academy. But they've even got their own side now in the 3rd tier of the competition. I think
That's
Chris plays them sometimes and doing some good things. Anyway, this is laced. Not an easy stop, but it is stopped. I know they haven't been perfect so far, Bruno, but they've been reasonably reliable. I think if Naveed doesn't get the breakthrough here, I'm considering going back to a Freedy. Or maybe they want to save him to kind of bully new batters if they can't get the wicket somehow. Little paddle this time, no fine leg, and that's going to disappear. Prasad, very inventive there, very clever, summed up the situation. And the result is 4 more.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. Once again, a good example of how you don't have to thrash at the shot, just nicely worked away. So what age group are we talking about, these juniors? Are they mixed?
I think it will be mixed. I could probably ask Chris. He's probably watching right now. But yeah, I think maybe 11 and 12-year-olds, more or less around there. So I think it's going to be a great opportunity. But just be careful the wind picks up. Remember the tradition here. Anyway, he's going to try it again. And this is very, very smart. It's going to try and force a field change. Prasad just doesn't try and swing at this. He just knocks it around the corner. No fine leg. I reckon they'll have to change it now. And you can play this to pretty much any ball that has some length on it. Still got to judge it well, but that's very smart batting from Prasad.
It's intelligent batting, yeah, it is. He's seen that there's a massive gap out there, so now that field does change. Now, I wonder if he's get tempted to go in the square leg area. Well, he does, and he gets plenty of it. Gear, shaka leg gear. And the man who's there hovering behind the banner thinks he's going to get a crowd catch, but he doesn't. He puts it down. But it's really intelligent batting here. Surinder Prasad is manipulating the field. And they're going to find a way to deal with him pretty quickly. Well, that was the catch attempted by one of the Tigers. who's out there. Don't know exactly who it is, but 6 overs now completed. And Vinny, this is a good recovery, 78 for 2.
Yeah, it's a very good recovery now. Not a single wide or no ball bowled so far in this innings. So there's some good discipline there. But it looks like they're going back to Afridi now. And I think, yeah, it's overdue, if anything. And so Bohemians going at 130 pace now. 135 is what's expected. I think that'd make for a very interesting game. Obviously, Burno a bit better rested than when these two teams met in match 10 on day 2. But yeah, this is a huge 6 balls in the context of this game. Riaz is he's a wicket taker, but he also can be a bit expensive at times as well. We've seen that. He's played a lot for the Czech national team now. Riaz is a great story though. He's living in Italy for a while and then settled in Brno. Didn't play cricket for a while, but then one day he walked past the cricket ground and said, "Hey, this looks pretty good."
Yeah. Can I play?
Within 12, and he'd already eaten up some of his 3 years just by living there. Never even touched cricket.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, we've seen him for the Czech national side a fair bit, but right now he's steaming in off the long run. Almost a 50-50 game right now. Zahid Mahmood on 49. Faces up to Riaz. Oh, that was pretty quick as well. Riaz ready on his best behaviour after that first over. Spike.
Yeah, that was a spike into the ground, but a little bit too close to the batter that he got out. That's 50 to Zahid Mohammed. Well batted, 50 of 23. It's been a seriously good knock when some of the other batters have been under real pressure. Of course, remember we saw Hamidullah fell just for 4 and Saeed Bhuiyan went just for 1. So this partnership has been very crucial. And yeah, at the moment, it's
wonder
been
if he's
very
brave
intelligent.
enough to try and ramp him. No fielder there. Oh, just misses the leg stump. Thinking of a run. Just hit a bit of the pad. Must have hit some of the pad on the way through.
Yeah, this is, I mean, he's not showing any signs of discomfort, but that's hit him pretty hard. It really has. I mean, we'll see this again here. That's...
Just flicks the pad.
Flicks the pad.
You probably hear a noise out there as well, and that's why it's not a wide. But there's no fine leg at all. Still no fine leg. I think it's a huge risk to Riaz. And even if he's... Yeah, I suppose you could say if it hits the bat, it'll probably fly over the fine leg for 6. But, yeah, Prasad ramped the spinner. I'd be thinking about it here. Oh, again, this is going to be a wide, I think. Yeah, just misses leg stump. But Riaz, okay, if he's got this field, he can't... It's almost like he can't afford to go at the stumps. I feel like it's too risky.
Yeah. What he's trying to do, it looks like he's trying to go wide and tuck up the batter, but I don't mind that plan, but he's got the complete wrong field to it. No fine, as you said. So he's got to have
6-3 field.
Yeah.
So you got a square leg and you got a deep mid wicket and you got a long on the onside. But yeah, this is exciting. There's Teletubby Hill in the background.
Teletubby Hill, yep.
Prasad. What's he going to try here? Oh, it's pretty close in front. He's gone. Yeah, it would have been 4-leg buys, but I think it's probably a good call because he gets so far across that I actually think it hits him in front of off. And if he hits him in front of off, it's going to crash into stump.
Let's have a look at this again. So he is angling the ball in. It's probably is going across him, but I think that's probably going to go on and hit middle leg, if I'm honest.
That's out. Yeah, I don't think you can make an argument it's missing. It definitely hits him in line. And yeah, sometimes, often when it just flicks off the pad, you feel, okay, was that going down the leg side? But the thing got to understand, he does get a long way across. They do bring back Riaz, and he does take the wicket. It would have been 4 runs if it wasn't given out because it did run away to the boundary. Anyway, look who it is. It's Sahil Grover coming in. 3 balls to play in this 7th over. They bring Riaz back to the break of the partnership, and he does. And, well, these two, I know they've played together a little bit for the national team, but they've got ECS history, that's for sure.
All right, here we go.
This is a bouncer. Don't care what the field is. All right, pitches it up. Sahil, he's going to get 1 run there. Remember, Sahil, very brave, batting with a quite badly injured finger that he injured keeping.
Yeah, he's got a little, sort of like a little splint that's there that's keeping the finger together. So it's always difficult for him to bat. And when you see him with the bat, you'll see that a lot of the times he's playing shots and they end up completing them with 1 hand off the bat. So Freddie back to his mark. And charging in here. Now, this is a big wicket to try and get that of Mahmood.
He does go short and he rushes him, gets him on the pads. Well, bowler's ends on there because Mahmood was very slow to go, but it had to be kind of round arm sling. to the bowler's end. And
Oh, well, look,
I think there's
what's going on
all
here
in
now?
good fun there.
Well, there's a little bit of a barge between the batter and the bowler, and I think it was all probably in good spirit here. Here we go. Both are smiling.
Context is everything.
Yeah.
Right? But, well, I'll tell you, he's not smiling right now. It's Grover. He's got one more ball to deal with from Afridi. Oh, and he still got one more. He almost loses his leg peg. So he decides to try it on. He tries basically what Prasad wouldn't, which is a premeditated deflection to try and get a cheap boundary, but he almost loses his pegs.
It's a brave shot to try and play against somebody's bowling at this pace. And look, he goes right across, and yeah, you can see that ball. He was nowhere near it. And if he tries the same again, he might lose his pegs.
What does he go for here? Does he go stumps or man, Afridi? I don't even know how his brain works. Last ball of the 7th. He knocked him over just far too fast. Grover gives up his stumps and he loses them. Afridi with 3 for 8 in this first semi-final. What a performance from the big man. It's 83 for 4 after 7.
Just superb bowling, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he's quick, he's fast, and he was too quick there for Grover. Grover had no answer to it, really. Just watch this. He tries to give himself a bit of room, and yeah, you can see he's disappointed with himself. Well, there's the TLROs in the background with a burrito on Peacock Friday. Nice Peacock Friday outfit from Diana, and she's got a nice shot of that. The stumps being splattered all over the place. So Grover will go. So now they're still in a good place. Look who's come in. Kranthi comes in now, and we know that he can certainly play some superb shots. Zahid Mahmood is there, and they've seen off Afridi, so they're looking to go well in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, let's have a look at the ECC groups, of course. We've expanded to 2 divisions this year. There'll be 32 teams taking part, 11 in the Challenger division, and 2 of those teams will actually get promoted to the Premier Division in 2025. Greece and Czechia headline Group 2 there, along with Luxembourg, Cyprus and Serbia. So they'll be going head-to-head tomorrow in 5 men's T10 internationals. Also, there's 5 women's T10 internationals across the weekend. So stay tuned. Okay, Mahmood has survived. He's on 50 and make that 56. Maximo as Mahtab Khan comes on. Again, just a fraction short. Mahmood's got a great eye, turns on it, hits him out of the ground.
Yeah, nicely played, and that's Mahmood has been playing. I think all of his shots, all of those boundaries have come in that area, and this is probably what Noor Kande is saying to him. Say, look, let's get him playing some cut shots. Let's see what he can do outside the off. Look at the field that I've set you, and try and bowl to that field. And because I think Mahmood is not going to miss Q1 on that leg side. Yeah, that's the area, so that's better. An immediate success there for Khan.
Immediate adjustment. Let's go back to Grove. He had 1 ball to face from Afridi. He already got wide. You just feel, I know it sounds crazy to play one out, but he's off the pitch. It's gone completely wrong from Mahtab. So we've got a free hit coming up. Yeah, but I think he's really disappointed straight away. He's probably told himself to do the right thing, Grover, and then a rush of blood's got him. He thinks, if he makes contact, he's probably right. It's probably flying with the pace on the ball, but now he's kind of left the work of the last 3 overs to others. Pretty well bowled. Gets away with the free hit. It's been a funny old game so far. This game's never really strayed from the kind of 40-60 or 60-40. It's been topsy-turvy. Obviously, Brno considered favourites at the moment, but still a lot of cricket to go. 120s. Obviously, Brno have got a very, very strong top 3 in particular. They can all hurt you in different ways. But, Afridi, it's 3 wickets. Probably the reason they're ahead so far. Low full toss. Mahmood jabs a single down to the ground.
Yeah, takes a single. It means that we'll see Kranthi now for the first time. So let's see how he goes. So coming fair way down the order, actually coming in at number 6 here. We've often seen him coming in about 3 or 4. But he's a good player. He's a good batter.
Yeah, Kranthi is actually on loan at the moment to Bohemians. Just flicks this one away. First ball. I think he's let go of that in time. We'll have to check the foot here. A bit of team fielding from Brno.
Yeah, they've done well there. There's the fielder feels that he might be going out to field of play, so he just releases this before he steps over the line.
Yeah, he's okay there. You can see his foot's inside the line, hasn't disturbed the rope. Yeah, so Kranthi, typically a Prague Spartan, but for this ECS, he's playing for Bohemians. He's been an excellent middle order pickup. Mahmood takes strike on 57. It's just been a funny old over, hasn't it, from Mahtab Khan.
You can see what it's a huge effort being made by him not to give Mahmood anything straight. So he's trying to keep it wide outside the off, but going too wide. He could go back to that Yorker length delivery that he bowled him eventually. I wonder if he will here now, because trying to get it wide of him doesn't seem to be working.
Better line.
Yeah.
When he's got it right, he's had some good success here, hasn't he? So in the end, for all his trials and tribulations, he only goes for 10 in that 8th over. And Bohemians, 93 for 4.
12 balls to go then. And they'll be looking, I think good teams here will be looking to get at least a minimum of 30. They've still got wickets in hand, remember, so they've lost some good players. They've got wickets in hand, so they will be trying to finish on that score in the high 120s. But of course, if they really click, I mean, Mahmood can go just ballistic, and they could finish maybe 130 something up. But I do feel though, with these two teams and the number of batters that both sides have, that 135, 140 is the score you should be aiming for.
Can I tell you some funny history about the second semi-final? Because I just was thinking about it back last couple of years. First, we'll wait for the 9th to start. They've gone back to Niraj Mishra. Bowled the second, he bowls the second last. First one in the air. Is it carrying? It is Maximo to Kranthi. And so, Bohemian still fighting on. Disappeared. Just cleared the front leg. Yeah, but going back to United, I remember they finally made their finals for the first time. It was a top 8 in 2021, and it was a washout. Quarterfinals were a complete washout. They were against Prague CC, washed out, so they lost. Eliminated from the tournament. Oh, no. Well, he's bowled him. It's gone onto the stumps. You wouldn't read about this. So, considering going for the single here. But
this is...
Yeah, amazing.
Has this gone behind the stumps and come back? I mean, this could have spun back from behind the stumps.
I don't think that's what happened. I just think it rolled very slowly back onto the stumps, but this will tell the story.
It's weird. Does this bounce? Yeah, it doesn't go behind.
Couple of bounces.
Oh, dear.
And so, yeah, there's the partner thing about the single, but Kranthi, that's a pretty unlucky way to get out. But Mishra probably feels he's due a bit of luck. So Bohemians lose another batter. That'll make it 99 for 5, 10 balls remaining.
Yeah, and you can see that they were trying to get on strike there, but he won't. So Mukhtar. So Clay Mukhtar will be the next batter. He's going to come out with Kranthi going for, well, he was unlucky. Goes for 7 or 3 balls.
So what I was going to say, 2021, United made the finals. They didn't get on the park because they were washed out against Prague CC. 2022, they made the semi-finals, beaten by Prague CC. 2023, they made the semi-finals, beaten by Prague CC. And here they are, made the semi-finals, playing Prague CC. But I will mention that in a group game 2 years ago, they actually beat them 71-49, a very famous game. That was the last loss for Prague CC before they went on that record-breaking 24-game streak. That, of course, Bruno snapped last weekend.
Yeah, they did. The 100 comes up with that wide from Niraj. Well bowled. That's a good delivery. Good areas. So Mukhtar, you can see he's just trying to get a little bit something on this to see if he can get Mahmood back on strike, because they need something from this over. They haven't got anything so far. It's been very good for Mishra. They need the boundaries. And will he try and get a single? Will he go for the big hit? Oh, he's going to go for a big hit, but he gets a single. So now 2 balls from Mahmood, and Mahmood has to go boundaries here. Wants to be finishing around about 110 at the end of this over, then having a real bash in the last to get close to that the high end of the 120s. At the moment, that expected going down to under 120. Slow ball, hit hard, but to the fielder, and Afridi will not put it down. And Afridi's been a star here today, hasn't he? He's picked up 3 wickets. His spell of bowling has been absolutely superb. And then he's picked up 2 catches so far as well. As Mahmood, he had to go for it, but clever bowling from Niraj Mishra. It's a slow ball, takes all the pace of it. It's hit hard, but straight to Afridi, who takes the catch. And with that wicket going now, I don't see Bohemians getting to that anywhere near that 120. It could be a very similar score to what we saw in the Eliminator earlier when Prague Tigers got to 112.
Could be. But they kind of grabbed a few unexpected ones late as well. Had the 5 penalty runs in there. Yeah, it's been a good innings from Mahmood though, hasn't it? He'll end up going for 57 off 31. It's kind of carried this innings in so many ways. Mishra with a double strike, then full toss. He's worked away. We're looking for 2 here. And I think they're going to get it. Ratul throws the glove off. That's Nirmal Kumar that will hustle through. And that will take us to the end of 9 overs. The score is 103 for 6.
Yeah, 103, 1 over to go. What can they get to here? I mean, a run of ball gets them to a 110 sort of score, but they need more than that, and they know it. It's just all gone a little bit flat, hasn't it? I mean, they got to 59 for 2 at the 5 over mark. Then we saw that expensive over from Naveed Ahmed, which went from 19 and took him to 78 for 2. But then after that, it just hasn't happened. The last few overs have gone for 5, 10, and that last one just going for 8. And of course, 2 wickets falling there as well. So can they get a big finish? It's well bowled again here, and he's done this so well as Mutab Khan. The last time we saw him, the first few matches, he only came on and just bowled the last over, and it was always so economical, and we kept wondering, myself and Danny, why he wasn't getting a 2 over spells in. And then they made a change. He would come and bowl as he's done here. 2 overs, and it's worked well. Now this one's going to clear the fielder though. That's a very good shot as Mukhtar, Sakleen Mukhtar gets plenty of power on this. It doesn't really wind up for it, but he's pure timing, good clean hit. He's going to get a Maximo.
Yeah, changes his length, doesn't it? He wants to make something more drivable, so he basically steps a metre out of the crease and he gets it. Mukhtar fighting. Bohemians, they've got pretty good depth in their batting as well. I mentioned that's a strength of Burno, but I think it's a strength of both these sides. Right. Khan with the comeback. Pretty good location, kept in the infield. I may think it too because it bounced off awkwardly, but it never bounced that far away from Neeraj Mishra. Burno, it's about 2.5 hours, kind of southeast of Prague. So obviously they've got to make the trip here. But there's a fantastic rivalry, I think, between Brno and the Prague-based teams. Particularly, I think Prague CC and Brno have built a rivalry over the last few years for domination of Czech cricket. All right, well, he gets a bit inventive here, and he's going to get away with it. It's going to roll down the vortex. It's going to get away. Well, Naveed will be annoyed there because he had a swipe at that with a slightly softer field. It holds up. But fortune favouring the Brave, and it's 4 runs to Bohemians.
It's actually a pretty good shot because I think you saw Khan see what he was trying to do and said, well, you know what? I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to follow you. So it's not quite where he wanted this to go. But he's managed to execute it pretty well. Gets a boundary. So 2 balls to go. 114. Well, that's going to be a wide. 115. And, well, they're running hard. Should be run out. It will be run out. So it's going to be a wicket to go. I don't know if that was a wise move there for Sakleen Mukhtar. But I suppose he feels that he's the one capable of giving them a good finish, which probably could be the case. Look, he's going straight away. He wants to get to the other end. And you can see that the batter sort of sacrifices his wicket because he had to hold that one in and force the keeper to go back to Khan. So sacrifices his wicket, does Nirmal Kumar, to get Sakleen Mukhtar back on strike. I guess it's worked out pretty well with that being a wide as well, because Mukhtar still has 2 balls to face and could get his team past that 120 mark.
I suppose there's always the case, and we've seen it in ECS in last overs especially, where they might mess that up.
Yeah.
And next minute you got 2 runs from nothing, and you've got the wickets to play with, so you do have to be pretty unselfish, I think, towards the end. But Mukhtar does steal the strike back, 2 to come. 115, 116. This time they won't risk it. Funny, he doesn't want to run when he's on strike. But, yeah, I suppose that was probably an unnecessary risk to take. Don't think they would have had any chance of getting away with it.
Good leave. Doesn't get drawn into playing it for nothing.
Another wide. It's really, he can probably afford to be a bit more attacking to Mukhtar. I can understand when he was bowling at Zahid Mahmood that he doesn't even want to risk getting too close to the stumps. But I think now you've got a guy in there that's not necessarily such a recognised batter. He's just leaking a few towards the end of this innings. 117 now. Shouldn't run out of wickets here, Bohemians. Big swing and a miss. Suck Lane's ropeable.
Yeah, he gets the ball that he wants. It's the one that he wants. It's the one that he's been waiting for, and he knows it. He's missed it. So a ball to go, 117. Still the 120 on the cards. It's, they've got quite a few extras in this over. 2 boundaries as well. All right, can they get that 120 on the board?
Good game no matter what happens this ball. Here we go. Strap yourselves in. It's a good one. Actually, it could be out.
I think it could
He's
be.
gone, yeah. It came in very late. My only concern is maybe it was doing too much, but the umpire was pretty happy it was going to take a piece of the leg stump. So it'll be 117 for 8 off the 10 overs. Matab Khan with one of the more interesting 1 for 24s you'll ever see. But Burno, I think if you offered them 118 to chase, they would have been pretty happy with that. Bohemians, though, they've got the runs on the board. They'll feel they have a shot at this. There'll only be space for one of these 2 teams in the final.
Yeah, so once again, it's a pretty low scoring semi-final. We saw the eliminator was 112 to 113. It went down to a win for United with the ball to go. And, well, this is the way things started. And this is the spike. Watch this. And let's just say there were words said afterwards from the umpire, Stuart Freedy. I don't think he meant any harm by it. He was just carried away. It just ends up being a little bit too close to Hamid.
Hamid doesn't really react either, so Hamid knows. He knows Riaz pretty well, knows there was nothing intended there. Just the big man gets fired up. And so they decided not to bowl him again until the second half of the innings. Sazi Bhuyan, he fell to a good outfield catch. Afridi just couldn't keep that guy out of the game, could you? Had those 3 wickets, the 3 catches as well in there, making a big impact. But so was Zahid Mahmood. His 57 off 31. Pretty crucial in setting up this score for the Bohos.
Yeah, there was that one that got away from Stain. The spin being brought on now, was an expensive over, wasn't it? And Navid Ahmed, he went for 19. He was played very well, actually, by Prasad, who made 23 before he would be one of the first victims of Afridi when Afridi came back. I mean, that's a full and straight, and there's no doubt about that. And a little bit of playmanship between the couple of the batters out there. That was Mahmood and Afridi, but that was Sahil Grover, who had his stumps shattered by a quick delivery. And Afridi, well, he's a star player, and we know big star players perform when it matters. And this match matters. He's been sensational. And also liked the way that Khan bowled. All right, he did concede away a few too many wides when he was trying to keep the ball in a specific channel, but he did his job pretty well. And Mishra as well, this was a clever bowling, slow ball. Afridi once again in the action, removing Zahid Mahmood. And I think when he went, we thought that the chances of them getting past the 120 would disappear. And we thought while he was there, he'd maybe get to 130, but he went. Then we saw a lot of this towards the end, a few wides. They did manage to get Mukhtar back and strike, but Mukhtar, the only thing he was able to do is get a few more wides for his troubles before he would be LBW of the last ball of the innings. 117 for 8 is the end of the innings here for the Bohemians.
It looked like a fair enough call, I think. He's a long way back on that last LBW. Hit him on the back pad. Well, Ali Kashifa's in the chat saying he's pretty confident that our openers, meaning the Burno openers, can finish this score themselves. Well, time will tell, but 2 significant contributions there for Bohemians with Zahid 57 and Surendra Prasad 23. Nobody else able to crack double digits. And just the 10 extras, yeah, okay. There were 4 or 5 extra deliveries. I think Matab bowled, which were the majority of those. There's wides and no ball there, but hey, all things considered, Burno pretty happy to have 118 to chase, but they've still got to get them. 3 for 8, Afridi. Oh, he was himself, wasn't he? He was fiery, he was fired up, and he removed 3 key batters. 2 for Mishra, 2 for 21 in total for him. Ramarao with a wicket, and Matab Khan with 1 for 24 in there. Sengupta and Navid Ahmed, a little bit expensive there. 2 overs combined, went for 39. So it's all to play for here. Second innings on the other side of this break. 118 for Burno to stay in the competition. Or can it be Bohemians who cracked the final on ECN for the first time since 2020? Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take a break, back shortly with more finals action here in the ECS Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and once again it's not going to be a high scoring match here. It's like the Eliminator, which was 112 was the score from the Prague Tigers. This one's around about the same as we've seen the Bohemians put 117 on the board. And once again it's one of those scores which at one point looked like it could be around about that 125 mark, and then at other times, especially when we saw the wicket there of Zahid Mahmood go, we thought they'll struggle perhaps to get to the 110. So I think it's worked out okay for Bohemians. Of course, naturally, they would have liked to have got to a higher score. They probably feel that against Brunei, you're probably wanting to get a 130 to 40 score on the board. So they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to hope that they can pick up some key wickets early. I wonder if Hamidullah's spin is going to be the key here. And got to try and get those early wickets. And of course, you need quite a few, because we do know that Brunei, they have loaded with good batters. And the top bowler for Bohemians has been Hamidullah with 9. And Abdul Fahad has taken 8. And don't forget, they've also got the talented national team player in Sahib Bhuyan, who'll be probably pretty key to bowl very well here, considering that things didn't go well with him with the bat. He only just picked up the 1 run. It will be Bhuyan to bowl the first. You can see just checking the field. And Mohammad Ratul, the wicketkeeper batter, to open with Dylan Steyn. So many good batters in this side. Dylan himself, I've seen him get into the 20s a few times. I haven't seen him go big, Dylan Steyn, as yet. So let's see if he's saving the best to last for him. This one gets stroked out, and it's going to be 4 runs straight away to start. It's a little bit too wide from Buyan, and he just leans into this Ratul. Doesn't try to hit it too hard at all, and that's enough to guide this ball away. It's a bit too full, isn't it? Ends up being a full toss outside the off, which is guided to the boundary. So a good start from Bruno in chase of this 118 for victory. Hello to everybody in the chat. I hope you're enjoying the action. This is guided. It's going to be 4 more. Delightful shot. Really is a good shot. And you can see a lot of noise being made by Bruno, their players. And they've got some supporters here as well. And just to the left of me, in the fan zone. And they'll be pleased with that start. Two balls, 2 boundaries. Buyan has on occasions been expensive with the ball, and this one has just dabbed and take the single. Very clever. So single gets taken. Dylan Stein. So one lefty hands over to the others. So talked about this to Danny, if they'd be keen just to split the left-handers up a little, but it's a partnership that works well, and they've got a good understanding between themselves. So if it works, don't change it, as this one gets played out to the offside, and they will take the single. And that's what I'm talking about. It's a partnership where they have that understanding. So as soon as that shot's played, they'll say, yeah, come on, we're taking the run. And I think we've said this before, that if batters decide straight away that they will get there, and they do. Glorious day so far. And this one gets really low to play this one, doesn't he? That's Ratul. So Buyan gets one through. Yeah, beautiful day. Pleasant breeze blowing as well, which makes a nice difference. That's temperatures in the mid-20s at the moment. That's well bowled. Gets played away with soft hands. The man who's on the boundary at backward point makes a stop. And that's the end of the first over. 11 do come from it. And these two will probably know they don't have to go crazy at the beginning, as we just reminded of the golden ball status. We've had 85 matches now since the golden ball. That last one did go close. It was United again, and we thought United going to bring us another golden ball with 11 needed off the last, but they got to the score with a ball to go. Prague Tigers would be disappointed the way they gave away some unnecessary runs, even in that last over. Probably 2 runs given away that didn't have to, and they managed to get the key batter on strike, which they could have avoided. The loopy delivery, trying to get it in the gap, will just be a single. I think the key here now for Bohemians is to win the power play. If they can win the power play, and then of course they will have the luxury of moving the fielders back. And they can try and contain, and at the same time try and see if the batters then make a false shot and give their wicket away. Stein has a look, has yet to really get going, just faced the one delivery. Fahad gets the false shot from Dylan. Dylan, I'm told, will also be captaining the national side over the weekend as well. And I think they've had a few changes in personnel as the national side starts to make some changes in personnel and injecting some more youth into their setup. So Dylan Stein, yep, he will be the new captain. So a lot of responsibility on his hands. As once again, a bit more width offered by Farhad. It's played quite nicely away by Dylan. And noticing not as much movement in the ball in this contest as there was in the first. I suppose the conditions were slightly different. There was a bit more humidity and moisture on the ground. So Farhad, who can and does normally get that ball to move around a fair bit, at the moment it's not really getting big movement. Ratul gets down on this one. Well, that's an amazing stop. Well, the Euros are going on at the moment as well. That is a good bit of defensive footwork, and it's handshakes all around. And it's the man responsible, is Saklay Mukhtar, who definitely has saved what would have been 4 runs there. So, good stop. Little things like that just keep you maybe a little bit on top and give a bit more belief to the bowler and the fielders. As this one's hit straight down the ground though. And this one is in Vinny Sandhu territory, who's making his way back. And well, I suppose that's a good test for Vinny, and getting down and up again, because he's going to be probably keeping wicket in those trousers. And the question is whether they're going to last or not. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Vinny might have to come up with another plan. I'm sure when he comes back he might tell us about what those plans are. But that was 4 runs. It's a beautiful hit. So Mohammad Ratul is certainly the more aggressor of the 2 batters at the moment. And well, he plays this really well. He's a wide. It was always going to be a wide ball, but he's committed to play for it. He's come out to play this shot, and he decides, even though the bowler goes wide off him, that he's not going to shy away from it. Rather than take the wide, he takes a 4. It's a good finish to the over, because up until the last 2 balls, it looked like Farhad was going to go through the over without conceding any boundaries, but it's not to be. 2 4s right at the end of the last 2 balls means that 12 come off that over, and 23 without loss. This is, of course, how the teams qualified today. We've already seen that the Tigers' campaign comes to an end as they got beaten by United, who have set up the next semi-final up against Prague CC. And Prague CC, of course, going to that favourites, but you know, they will know at the back of their minds that, of course, that historic winning spell from them did come to an end, and a couple of days ago against Brunei. So they are beatable, and that, of course, will help United as they prepare for that battle. They go straight back to Buyan to bowl himself out here, so they're not going to try and hold him back. Short and hit hard, and it will go all the way. So Dylan Steyn, he brings up his first boundary of his 5th delivery as he hits this one beautifully over that long off boundary. Gets the width that he wants and plays it away. So whatever the plan was there, you saw that Buyan took a bit of time to set the field, a bit of pointing, fielders here, there and everywhere. It didn't work. So Dylan Steyn is up and running, and now he goes up in the air. Now this will be a great catch if this is taken. I tell you now. No, it's not taken. That probably hurts the fingers as well. This has gone such a long way up in the air. I mean, you can count how long it goes up for, and when it comes down, it hits the fielder's hands hard. And that is gone a long way up. This would have been a remarkable catch. And you can see it just catching the tips of the fingers. Oh, yard. Satalagi, that was Wasim Sadar. So Sadar puts it down, and Steyn gets dropped an 8. And this one's gonna just get over Hamidullah. They're going back for 2 again, and they will get there. Very good running. A chance presents itself, wasn't taken, and Buyan has to do the backing up there. You can see it's not everything going the way that Sazib Buyan would like. All the Bohemians at the moment, they do want to and need to get this breakthrough. Brunel are well on their way. The rate just about 11.5. Early call, and it's a bit of defensive fielding from the fielder. You see there, that's Kamal Deep Singh. He doesn't really attack this, I suppose, because there's always the fear that on this outfield the ball could just bobble away or tutuga away from you, and you then end up chasing it, and there's a very good chance to give away 4. Slightly quicker delivery, just clipped away in on the onside. They'll take the single. That's the end of the spell from Buyan. So he's bowled his 2, 23 come from it, and 35 is the score at the end of the power play. So Buyan not able to get the breakthrough in for his side. 12 coming off that over. I wonder if this is now the time to go for spin. I certainly would. I would. The power play's done. You can have a look at the 2 power plays there. So they're 10 ahead of where Bohemians were, Bruno, already. This is where I'm saying, right, spin. I've got Hamidullah, who's the top wicket taker in the side with 9. And while you've got the runs to play with, you've got to try him. And I certainly do think that Mohamed Ratul, he's going to go for it. He doesn't look like a batter that's going to hang around. So the power play comes to an end. You saw that signal there from the umpire. And they're going to go, looks like they're going to go with Sakleen Mukhtar to go first. So Mukhtar to bowl, and right on cue, Vinny Sandhu joins me back in our commentary position in, well, the giant marshmallow is what Danny likes to call it.
He likes to call it the marshmallow. It's got a bit of that. It was a bent-up marshmallow yesterday. Looked at a change of pace. Ratul pushes it away for 1. They're always looking for those extra runs, aren't they? Don't always go for them. But, yeah, well, Trousergate has thickened. I've been offered several sets of trousers now, and I've got to say I'm open to it. These blue ones, I've got to admit, have been in a pretty good wicket here in Prague over the last couple of weeks, and I wouldn't exactly say that they're giving me too much in the field of flexibility. A full toss, but it's going to get lucky. 1 bouncer down to Sazib. So, yeah, I think I'll keep the duck shirt.
Yeah.
I think I'll keep the duck shirt and the yellow shoes.
That must be a bit concerning for a batter coming in when the wicketkeeper's wearing a shirt with loads of ducks on it.
I mean, I'm just thrilled that some of the 11 and 12-year-olds that'll be on the field with me are going to hear some of the sledging for which I was renowned during my career. I was very brutal behind the stumps. They say, Vinny, what's the difference between commentating and wicket keeping? I say, well, when I'm commentating, I'm talking less. Anyway, this is cracked away. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder, but just a single. So just singles at the moment off Mukhtar.
Good for Mukhtar. So what about the shoes, though? What's the story?
I think the yellow shoes can stay. I'm pretty confident. I won't be doing foot fielding, so it's a good incentive to not foot field because I've got the bright yellow shoes on today.
I'll tell you what, it'll be with the captain will be saying to the bowler, go, aim at the shoes. Aim at the shoes.
And I've also kind of resolved that I'm not going to be keeping up and being trying to stump everyone.
Well,
because I want to respect what they think are fast bowlers for 11 or 12.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Make them feel that they're fast.
Yeah.
Stand back. This one's get whipped away. Will it go to the boundary? Yeah, it does. They needed a boundary from the over, and it comes with the very last ball off it. That's going to be disappointing because Sakleen Mukhtar, he dishes this one up, doesn't he? A gentle full toss. And apart from that, it was a perfect over. Just single, 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 and then ball number 6, 4 runs, which means that at the end, 4 overs score 44. But the key thing is no wickets lost.
That's right. These two are very, very confident, aren't they? Experienced, skillful. And you look at Norkande, who's listed coming at 3. You've got Solanki at 4.
Yeah.
So they do have that depth. Yeah, so if you don't know what we're talking about, I've been asked by Chris Pearce, the head of the Czech Cricket Academy, to wicket keep for both sides in the juniors game later on. I've got to admit, it's about a year. I just realised it's a year since I've kept. I was on this ground, actually. But we're just discussing what I should keep from the suit and what I should ditch. I think I'll keep the shirt and I'll keep the shoes.
All right.
I'll tell you one thing that's concerning me as well. You can guess what it is. Another key piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Don't think I'm prepared to get the protector in.
I get.
So
there's a cardboard box here. I can cut a few bits out of it.
we can improvise.
We could do. Well, you're not going to be standing up. You'll be all right.
I think it's a hard ball as well. We already saw what happened to the poor Tigers keeper today. You just be on high alert to take over my duties. It's a little bit. I don't get that the president.
So what are they going to play? What are they going to play instead of 8 over, 10 over? That's out, by the way. So that's a wicket. So that'll do nicely. That's a Dylan Stain that's going to go. It's an interesting little celebration there from the fielder. I'm not really sure what he's doing there, whether he's blowing away Dylan Stain here, and it's gets this completely wrong.
I reckon he's
playing leg side.
I reckon he's hit his leg on the follow through as well. He's just got it completely wrong, hasn't he? So Stain will be really annoyed to get out that way, I think, because he'd set a good platform. Okay, still got the batting to probably do this. Well, check it out. This is a ball. Probably needs to hit it on the offside. For some reason, he wants to pull, and you can see there that he knew he was in trouble as soon as that ball ballooned up in the air. So 45 for 1, and it's Surendra Prasad that takes the wicket. Sahil Grover, gloveless.
Yeah, now I know why the fielder was making those faces, because of course Grover, when he catches, every time he catches, he's putting himself in positions where he's hoping the ball doesn't follow him, i.e. he doesn't have to catch it. But as we know in cricket, it don't work that way. So Grover, who's got a broken little pinky, and doesn't want to be catching the ball, but he gets it, but he holds on to the catch, and I think that's why there's that little bit of relief and the celebration. So they get 1 wicket, but Noor Kande now comes out. They're another team that really, if you can get through the top 3, Vinny, then you start to chisel away at the others, don't you?
Yeah, well, that's you'd be hoping anyway. Prasad, clever bowler. Gets work down the ground for 1. Kande is an ideal candidate for the number 3 position, though, isn't he? Well, I'm a bit worried about Chris in the chat saying they have a sweaty old spare. I think I'll take my chances. Oh, so you want to know what it was? Apparently it's a 6-on-6 game, and they're going to bat in pairs. Obviously, you've got to try and turn around pretty quickly in about 40 or 45 minutes. But you'll have Renata here to help you with the commentary. She'll be in my position, so please be kind.
I'm always kind.
Yeah, I know you will.
So is Renata part of the coaching staff?
Yeah, Renata's a key member. She's Chris's wife. And the great thing, when I was there on a Sunday a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, went down to where they were having some of their wind-ups and trophy presentations and certificate presentations, and the enthusiasm of the kids was great. It was actually probably a week before we started the CE Cup here.
Okay.
And yeah, obviously, Renata being Czech, and Chris actually speaks pretty good Czech, and Michael Lonsborough, that played for Vinorata the other night and also heavily involved with Czech cricket, he speaks very good Czech as well, and doing a lot of their work in Czech. But actually speaking to some of the native Czech players, particularly in the women's, they said, yeah, well, our English is actually so good because, again, the coaches a lot of the time, they communicate easily in English. So, yeah, it's a great setup. And I've got to say, Czech, it is a pretty complex language to learn for English speakers. So, respect there. Maybe you can have some Czech commentary. Anyway, here we go with Ratul, who reaches, he fetches, and he smacks it. Maximo! A bit like my golf, that one is lost in the long grass as Prasad goes the journey. Again, it's that boundary off the last ball of the over, isn't it? And so Burno bring up their 50 with that. It's 54 for 1 after 5. Let's welcome you into the box, or the marshmallow, as Danny calls it. Yeah, Danny is off today and tomorrow, but he'll be back on Sunday. He has told me he is watching, he is lurking, and he is fascinated by finals day so far. What a story, and what a coincidence that we have exactly the same matchups in the semis as we did last year.
Well, I suppose what it does show is that those strong teams are still there. I mean, I know that you mentioned before there has been some movement in the players as well. But yeah, you've got strong teams, strong unit. They've got a good pedigree. But are we going to see a change though this year?
Maybe.
Are we going to be a change? Is somebody else going to take that cup away? I
genuinely think that if Prague CC win this year, this will be their most challenging win yet. When I look at how Brno are playing in Bohemians, how destructive they've been, United are a plucky side as well that have beaten Prague CC in the past. This one gets past the foot of Mukhtar, coming back to bowl his second over. Interesting that they're using the off spinners to effect here. They think it's a good option against Ratul, left-hander there. And yeah, it's an interesting strategy from Bohemians. we have seen teams that have variety in their attack having more success, and Prague CC have done that so well. Sometimes they've played up to 3 spinners. Now this actually bounces off Sazib, and again, that's excellent running. So even though they lose Stain, Kande's a good runner between the wickets, and he'll get back for a couple. So Ratul 35. Now he gets inventive here and goes over the leg side. I think he's put it over everything he has. Maximo to Ratul. I've got to tell you about Ratul as well. I mean, you would have seen him playing for Czechia for the first time, actually, against Spain earlier in the year. But Ratul actually set a record for the most 4s in an innings last year.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. It was 17, I think, 4s in the innings. Vaishak Jagannathan actually then equaled it with 17 as well. So we talked about this ground being super fast.
Yeah.
Not really able to run too many things down. This one's a full toss, banged, and it's almost not quite like Cyprus, but it is so quick that any little errors in the outfield, the ball can bounce away for 4 pretty quickly.
Yeah, this match, I mean, Bohemians are, by keeping the pace off, have just got themselves back in. I mean, that rate getting up to around about the 13 now with him. Ratul batting well is pretty key. Other batters, I mean, we know that Nurkan Day's just got out there, so it'll take him a little while to get in. So Ratul, very key that he still tries to find those couple of boundaries and over, but the last few overs, if you have a look at them, and this one's no different. The only been getting just that one boundary, so they've been ganging around about, I'll go through it with you. There's been no over that's gone for more than what they need at the moment. So they need to be going at just over 13. And the way that the overs have gone so far, so it's the end of the 6th over, is 65 for 1, and the overs have gone 11, 12, 12, 9, 10, 11. So Bohemians, they're staying in front here, and Bruno have to be careful here. If it goes any more than this sort of, if it gets to about the 14 and 15, they could find themselves in trouble. They've got wickets in hand. They can't let that rate keep climbing.
Yeah, you're right there. This game's right in the balance. Bruno still, I think, slightly up. Continuing with the offies, and Kante works a 1.
Yeah, I don't know, Vinny, I don't know. I think Bohemians probably could be in top here. I know you'll see Bruno there slightly. I think Bohemians probably on top. They're putting the squeeze on. I know that you could say that Bruno, they're just biding their time. They'll pick a bowler to go after, and they'll get themselves back in it. But at the moment, they're just staying in front.
Yeah, close. Still think Bruno will feel they're in control of this, but you kind of need those 2 wickets and over to kind of stay on top of that rate. They have to manufacture the boundary sometimes. That's exactly what Ratul does here. Very intelligent batting, no outfielder back square in that area, that kind of cover point area. So he makes it happen, doesn't he? That's outstanding batsmanship.
It's wonderful batting. It really is. I mean, he's just showing that he's a stroke player. He's not a slogger. He's shown that already in this inning. So what he does there, he gives himself a little bit of room and plays that over the infield. It's a very good shot. And I mean, I don't think, they're changing the field here. I don't think you need to. I mean,
then you've got a gap somewhere else now. Now you've got Long on up, so he might look at that. So a bit of chase the ball stuff, really. Now he's going to drag it. Probably didn't get it quite the way he liked. Hey, I want to say big thanks to Chris. He sent me through the format. So it's a 6-a-side game, and it's a 9. So there'll be 3 pairs for each team. It's Reds versus Golds, and they will bat for 3 overs each. And so you'll have 9 overs one team, 9 overs the other team. I assume that means...
And does it mean if you're out, your minus points?
Yeah. So you bat for 3 overs and think you lose 5 runs for an out. Wides and no balls 2, and they won't be rebowled for time. Anyway, that's up and going to be 1 bounce 4. So Kande is going to help out a little bit. As Bruno do kind of get what they need out of this over.
Yeah, like I say, this is what they're going to have to do here. Get a couple of boundaries. I mean, if they get a 3rd boundary here, then that's a good win. And that's 2 boundaries and 2 singles. And Nurkande gets his first. That's played out in the off. Now, that could be another one. They just get a foot on this. It's well chased. And they think about the second. They're not going to get there. So it just will be a single. It's I think a ball to go. I think the bowler's saying, hey, is that it? Can I have my cap? And you can see the umpire saying, no, not yet.
No, you don't.
You've got to bowl 1 more yet. Now, this for me is a big delivery. So far off the over, 11. They need to be going at over 13. So this ball becomes important. This could be where Bruno start getting a few wins in here. They need this win. Ratul is the man to do it.
That 13's and over, though, with only 1 wicket down compared to, say, if they're 5 or 6. It looks completely different, though, doesn't it? So Prasad 1 for 21. He's done a pretty good holding job. Last ball of his spell coming up now. Ratul on 47. Just gets it back to the bowler, no further. So dot ball, and this game is tightening up. What a finals day so far. Bruno 76 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, so another win, really, for Bohemians. So the rate now goes to 14. We get to the last 18 deliveries. Need to go at 14. This is what they're playing for. And, of course, the winner of this match will go straight into, of course, the final. This is the semi-final that's being played out here. And then Prague CC will take on United in the second. So interesting stuff. Once again, low-scoring thrillers. But this is, now I was expecting this, that they would now go to Hamidullah to bowl over number 8. And if it goes well, he'll bowl the last as well. And he is the leading wicket taker. 9 wickets he's got. So things won't come any easier. But Hamid, can he avoid bowling those full tosses? Every so often, some come out a little bit wrong. So pressure.
Yeah, every ball's an event at the moment, isn't it? That's really well reached by Kande. But he finds the sweeper, just a single. There's that rate popping out. Every ball, it's going to change now. So goes from 14 to 14.5. So basically, you're looking at mini targets here. So started at 76, you'd love to be 90. That's the kind of par after this over. Obviously, you'd love to be more if you get the opportunity. The other thing is Hamidullah bowling for the first time. So Ratul wouldn't want to let him settle either. Ratul should feel like he's in charge of this situation. He's owning the crease at the moment. Bangs this awkward stop, but well stopped. Interesting that Hamid, he stays over the wicket as well.
Yeah.
So he doesn't, the traditional way probably off spinner would go around the wicket, try and angle it in and turn it away. Kande, feel like he might be the one to have to take a few more risks here.
I think so.
And really go after him. He tries. It's a bit of a filthy hack, but it's going to get through, and I think that's running down the vortex for 4. Well, fortune favours the brave. Kande takes the game on and gets a boundary.
This is so unfortunate. It's a big stroke of luck. The fielder tries. I mean, don't want to be too critical, but that's Sehel Grover, isn't it? He can't really dive full length at this because of that injury. He tries to get his good hand on it. He can't. It gets past him. I've always said this when you talk about this game of cricket. You cannot hide anyone out there. If you think you got somebody who's got a weakness, that weakness gets exploited. So Sehel Grover can't stop it. It's going to be 4. It's one of the 3 boundaries they're searching for.
A bit of extra bounce this time. Does Kande. Oh, he just feel. What's that percentage? 56. I think it takes a bit of a dive after that ball. This game's changing so quickly.
Pace off is working a treat for Bohemians at the moment.
Hits his hard, but again, he's going to find the fielder. No problems there for Shohaz Farhad. Ooh. Ratul, he's like a master craftsman, isn't he, at the crease? And he's going to have to deliver some art here to get him home. 35 off 13 now. He's on 48. He's thinking square leg, you think. Yeah, he is. See, he eyed it off and he was hoping to lift something up. He ends of the bat, goes to the field. That's a brilliant over. Will they get another one? They won't. So just 8 off that over. So they've got to make them up somehow. And have a look at that rate now. 17 and over required. 34 off the last 2. Bruno hanging by a thread. 84 for 1.
Yeah, I just get the feeling with this innings, but I mean, they could still get there, of course. We know that. I just get the feeling that they just let this go on and on. It was almost like thinking, yeah, we almost got there, but don't worry, we'll pick it up. Don't worry, we'll pick it up. And now they've got to a point where, as I was talking to you, 13 has become 17 in a matter of 2 overs. They've let this get away from them. Can they get back in this? Ratul has to really go. One of these batters just got to go here. You've got to now be creative, be imaginative, and go for it. The only thing that they've got going for them here is that they're going back. They're going to have to go back to pace in this over. I'm sure that Hamidullah will bowl the last.
Yeah.
So they've got to really go for the pace here.
Death by 1,000 spinners. So the last 5 overs have all been off spin.
Yeah.
But now you're forced. You can't bowl Hamidullah twice in a row. You've got to go back to a pacer. So Shohaz Farhad, I suppose this is the over. You really got to attack. No time to waste. 34 required for Bruno. Filthy full toss gets put away, and Maximo! It's 50 for Ratul, but there won't be any big celebrations. There's a bigger picture right now. 55 off 25 balls. Great start to the ninth for Bruno.
Yeah, for me, you're wanting to get 20 plus in this over and then try to keep it down to, what, the 13s or 14s into the last, and then you're back where you were at the beginning of the innings. So first one gets whacked away. Farhad comes back in, needs to pitch it, and he's going to bowl a wide here.
Yeah.
So this one basically means he got 7 from the first ball. So this is where it was going to get interesting. I'm just wondering if there were other options there. Not really. Maybe they could have, when they were on top, just broken up that spin pattern for a minute. Maybe gone back to Farhad in the 7th over and then brought Prasad back rather than leaving it to the 9th. We know what happens in the 9th, folks. It's certainly about to happen here, I feel.
He has a very good change of pace, though. I think he should probably use it more often than not here, Farhad. Oh, it won't be a wide. Sneaks inside. Ratul rethinking his life choices there. That was there to drop the bat on. I know they have the deep third back, but this is clearly a legal ball.
Yeah, great delivery. Great delivery, and well, to beat the batter and fool him, who's been out there and for 26 deliveries and scored 55, he gets one back. So after bowling the wide, he bowls a dot ball, 4 balls to go in the over.
Off stump guard looking to pick something up with the angle leg side, or he'll carve it over point if there's width. And no, he's going to go straight. He's going to reach this extraordinary shot. Maximo! Well, Ratul had to get a little bit improvisational with him at the crease. You would say Bruno a very good fighting chance to still chase this down. 21 off 9, though.
It's a very good shot. I mean, he decides after leaving the last ball, he decides not to risk and play that strategy anymore, even though that one possibly could have been a wide. He goes after it, and when you think how far away that is from his body, that's an exceptional strike.
Feels like he's in charge of this over. One mistake, it could all unravel. Pretty well bowled. Going to sneak through. Well, there's miscommunication. Kande's the one in trouble. It'll just be a dot ball in the end. It's a good comeback from Farhad, who's battling with everything he can for Bohemians in this 9th over.
Yeah, it's that slow ball you were talking about that he goes to, and he sneaks it in. So well bowled. 13 off the over so far, but there's still 2 balls to come. And just look how those percentages keep changing every time we look at them.
2 to come. 2 huge deliveries. In the context of this semi-final, that one's a wide, not a bad spot to miss, I suppose. You don't want to get hurt. You don't want to get hit out of the ground. Has happened a couple of times so far in the 9th.
Yeah, he rolls his fingers around this one far hard, but it goes too wide. But he'll have to bowl it again. That's the problem. And remember, we've seen now that's the 2nd wide in the over. So how are these wide balls going to hurt them? 2 balls to be bowled, both of them because there was 2 wides in the over. Farhad goes back. He can feel the weight on his shoulders. 20 required of 8 balls here. 20 of 8. In goes Farhad.
Oh, he loses it. Overdoes it now. They will get an extra run. So we've got a 50-50 game on our hands right now, folks. Makes it 18 off 8. You got to trust Kande to do a job as well. How's someone like Solanke feeling as well? He's probably got so much nervous energy. Sometimes it's worse when you're next in.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he'll come in at 4. Hundreds up. Oh, we're no closer to finding out who's going through to the final.
A lot of noise around the ground. I can see that you were talking to some of the Bruno supporters that were here as well that are making a lot of noise. Getting 2 umpires having a chat about something here now. I wonder what this could be, because I think it was clearly a wide. I don't know what they could be talking about here. They went on the walkie-talkie, and it's almost like the sheriff said to the umpires, well, look, you got to discuss it. You sort it out.
Maybe it's a field one, because there's a few kind of gesticulations at the moment. Did they have too many outfielders, in which case this could be a no ball instead of a wide and create a free hit? It is called a no ball. So that's 6 outside the circle. Okay, what it changes is only one thing, that now like a skied ball can't be caught, you'll get runs for it. Yeah. Okay, but I suppose it gives you that immunity cloak. At this stage, you're so thankful for it.
Yeah, and this is something that someone like Noor Kande, this is something that he wanted. So he's now got the license to go the full Monty. I think this is all about one player was 2 out. It must have come through from, I think, the 3rd umpire. Then the 2 umpires talked about it and confirmed it. So there's still 2 to come, but this will be a free hit. This over's 16 of it so far. It's the over they needed. It's the over they wanted.
Might have even come from square leg. So he's just, after the wide call, he said, let's get together. I'm going to explain something to you. Anyway, free hit coming up. Farhad has to re-bowl it anyway. Oh, gets it completely wrong, as that's going to be out of the ground. That's 7, and another free hit to come. Maximo, 7 carreras. What has happened here? It's gone off the rails. Burno supporters, well, they're excited. They feel like they're so close, but still so far from that final.
Oh dear, it all happens in the 9th, and it's happened in the 9th there. This over has gone magical. 23 have come from it. It's still a free hit. There's still 2 balls to go. 11 required. They could even do it in this over. Oh, it's gone horribly wrong for Bohemians.
Wow. So this over's gone magical now, 23 off it. There's still 2 to come. It could even go supersonic, in which case it'll be curtains for Bohemians. Another wide. That'll be the free hit continuing on. Oh, so I mean, look, here's the thing. He would have had to have re-bowled that ball anyway, because it was a wide, turned to a no ball, but it just gave the batter that confidence that, you know, hit the ball, hit it in the air, whatever. You're not going to get caught. And then, obviously, the beamer, that was unnecessary. That's caused another free hit, another wide, another free hit.
I think just changing his line, going from one way to the other, I think the left and right is hurting him when the batters also chose to run.
And he misses it, and it stopped. Eventually, Zahid Mahmood, kind of second choice keeper, with Grover not able to do the job behind the stumps. This game is still very much alive, though. But Farhad, he's just got 1 ball to go. I think you just got to go back to the spin in the last. I mean, it's been working. I know sometimes people get nervous about bowling spin in the last over, but I don't really think you've got a choice here.
Well, I said they needed to get 20 plus in this over. They've done it. And that then puts them big-time favourites, I think, for me. But this ball is key. If you can keep it to a dot or just a single, it makes a huge difference.
Last ball in 9th. Straight up in the air. Who's going to get bowler's ball? Farhad, he catches it. Well done to him, because he must have had his heart racing. He's had that over go all over the place. Thought originally it might be the keeper's catch, but it just blew back to the bowler. Farhad holds his composure under extraordinary circumstances. Kande falls for 22, and with 1 over remaining, Burno 108 for 2. 10 runs away from victory. And well, Rico, 9 runs. It'll be a golden ball.
Yeah, well, I think Kande does the right thing here. It's the last ball. He knows that he's got a set batter that's going to be on strike for the last over. So he goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right. If he goes to the boundary, then you basically have got a very easy job to do in the last over. You can do it, run a ball. He doesn't get the boundary. It means that it's going to be 10 off 6. Very similar to the first match, the eliminator, where they needed 11, did United. They got there with a ball to spare, but well, it is going to be Hamidullah, and just going to leave that out there for you. It could be a tiebreaker, which means we go to a golden ball. Hamidullah, though, has got the ball in his hands. His first over, Odie went for 8, and I just think here, though, he's bowling to Ratul, who's seen it well. What if Ratul will just try and flick this away? They've got the field well set to him, but nobody on the boundary behind. I wonder if he go for a little cheeky scoop here.
I think he wants to finish it in a couple of blows. He hits it hard, kind of gets the gap. Big piece of fielding, and credit again. Farhad's been great under pressure, makes it 9 off 5. New batter Solanki to face.
Solanki, hard hitter of the ball, we know that. But he's facing his first ball, and there's no way you can tell me he's not feeling any pressure. 9 off 5. They're making some changes in the field. So they get the single off the first, but it means that Ratul off-strike Solanki, he's more than capable of clearing the straight boundary. We know he can. There's interest from all around the ground now. People watching this, the spectators are up and about. I can see that the players from Prague CC are here watching. Oh, what a match this is. Here we go. Hamidullah, can he keep his cool? Can he keep his composure? Solanki chases a wide. It's up in the air. Catching opportunity. It will be gone. Hamidullah takes the wicket. Solanki chases a wide. Hits it high up in the air. Fielder takes the catch. No issues for Wasim Sadar this time. It's another wicket that goes down. And that means that is 9 required from 4 deliveries, and a new batter will be on strike. Solanki goes for a golden duck.
Wow, and you're right, it was a wide. Remember, with the new wide rules as well, even if he's moved towards it, that ball misses the line completely. It's going to be called a wide outside the off stump. So Solanki had to wait a long time for an opportunity. Has to go. Sengupta will replace him, and he will be on strike. 9 off 4. This is going to the wire.
Sengupta comes in, and I think he's probably. I wonder if he just calms himself down and says, "Right, we got 4 balls to go. If I just take a single, it's 8 needed of 3. Surely Ratul can do that." Ratul keen to get to the other end. It's a wide. Oh, does it come back in? Oh!
I think it's a good call.
Ooh.
It does, but I think when it passes the crease, I think it's outside the line. It does come back in quite a lot from Hamidullah, though.
Let's
but
see.
this is my reading. Only at the popping crease it matters, right? It's very close.
Umpire's call.
Yeah.
Umpire's
In doubt, they'll call it. This is definitely a wide.
Oh, ooh la la la. What's Hamidullah doing here? That's another wide. So it, remember, was 9 or 4. Now it becomes 7 or 4. Hamidullah hits it, but for a single. That's exactly what they wanted. No dot ball. So it's now 6 of 3. 6 of 3. One shot could do it.
I'd consider not running this ball only. Tough. Or do you just say, Ratul, it's on you. You've got 3 chances to win the game.
Of this ball, do I take a single of this ball? Well, the thing is, though, Gupta can bat. So
No, he can, but he's new.
So I think if it's a single on, you take it.
Offies have bothered Ratul a bit. 62, 6 to win, goes for it. Has he got the distance? He has not, it's out. Can you believe it, Bohemians? Holding their nerve when it matters the most. Saklo Mukhtar takes the catch at deep mid-wicket. Ratul robbed of a Maximo that would have taken Burno through to the final, but he's got to walk. And how good has Hamidullah been here at the clutch as well? 112 for 4. Also, obviously a scoreless delivery. So new batters coming out. Mahtab Khan, 6 to win off the last 2. What a catch.
Oh, Vinny, what is happening here? So we thought this could have been the winning hit for Bruno, but the catch has been caught. And look at the way Saklo Mukhtar silences the Bruno bench, who were screaming with joy when that was hit. So now, new batter comes in on strike. You literally got 2 new batters out there. Mahtab Khan can be the hero. And hey, this guy can crunch the ball, I'll tell you that. Every time he goes out, he hits the ball for 6. Well, that's what they need here. 6 to win it. 2 balls to get 6 runs.
Single would set up 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win, a scenario we've seen many, many times. Off spinner to the right-hander, probably a better move. I'd be jumping across a long way. You know he's hunting that tram line and trying to whack it over the leg side. 6 to win for Burno. Missed. So now, I think the golden ball's off the table. It's last chance saloon for Burno. Heartbreak for one of these 2 teams. Maximo or bust. And Mahtab Khan is in the hot seat.
Oh, look at Hamidullah. He knows. I mean, this is a... If he does this, it's a player match performance for me. I don't care. So he's ready to go. 6 to win. If it's not a 6, it will be Bohemians that win this one.
All right, here we go. 6 for the victory. And it won't go for 6. It'll get over the fielder. It might run away, but it'll be a 1-run ball game in the end. 117, 116. And Bohemians have pulled this one out at an incredible juncture. Can you believe what you've seen? Only 1 run separates these 2 teams, but Bohemians the first team through to the final.
Well done to Hamidullah, that's all I'm going to say. And also, look, well done to the captain of Bohemians, Sahil Grover. Grover knew very early on that spin was going to do the job here. Look at him there, only congratulating everybody with one hand because the other one is keeping safe. He knew the spin was key, but he had to bowl another bowler at some point. Farhad, don't forget what happened to him. That 9th over went for 24, but credit to him as well. He held on to a difficult catch to take the wicket off Noor. And then after that, it was down to Hamidullah. He had 10 to protect in the last. He bowled a couple of wides there as well because he wanted to stick to his plan. And in the end, his work to treat. And I'm going to have to say this, Bruno, you have got it wrong. You timed it wrong. Even when you had wickets in hand, you weren't getting the accelerator in. You left the door open for Bohemians. And Bohemians, they crashed it down and they got the victory. They are the first team to book their place in the final.
Crazy stuff. I mean, Prague CC, they probably won't thank them if they do meet him in the final later, but I think they're pretty happy to see Burno out the door. The only team that beat them during this tournament. Okay, Bohemians are certainly capable of doing a number on them as well. The next game you see will be in 15 minutes' time between Prague CC and United CC. Hey, it's not even a done deal. We could still have a Bohemian United final. Oh, well, let's go back and openers kind of were going at the pace, weren't they? But they never really got ahead of the game too much. And just with a couple of wickets creeping in, the Bohemians were able to turn the tables. But I've got to say, Bohemians, credit to them. I know this one got away. It was a bit of a steepler for Wasim Sardar, but I think they were pretty clutch when it came down to it. I mean, think about Farhad. We'll see that later on. You got Sahil Grover, obviously having some issues with his broken finger, but the ball was following him around a little bit as well. Ratul, I mean, this will be a bittersweet one for him. Played some really nice shots, but not able to drag his team over the line.
Yeah, they'll be feeling it, Bruno. They will be wondering just how they lost this match. They had it in the bag, and then all of a sudden, they just never got the acceleration in. They never went for it. They had so many wickets in hand. They never decided to get the acceleration in. They never decided that one of the batters should take the chance and try and get those back-to-back boundaries. And that one big over it came really late, but it came when they desperately needed it in the 9th over that went for 24. And then Hamid, whose first over only went for 8, he then does it again. His second over also goes for 8. There's 2 wickets that go in that over. He finishes with 2 for 16. And I said it at the time, if they win the match, he's my player of the match. And he is the player of the match. Just look at the joy from him there. And then afterwards, when it sinks in to see what they've done, he goes down and he feels all the pressure of getting his team to the final.
If this is 2 metres either side, I think it's the end of the ball game.
Yeah.
And Burno win. But he had to take that catch. Had to take it. Did take it, Suck Lane. Ratul walked off for a very, very polished 62. And then needing the Maximo, just couldn't get it in the middle of the bat. Ended up rolling down the vortex for 4. But Bohemians 117, Bruno 116. Yeah. Really good game. We have a 5-minute delay. Just quickly a bit of housekeeping. We do have Prague CC and United CC going head-to-head.
Yeah, lovely moment there. Just saw that, all the congratulations there for Hamidullah, the player of the match. And I know when I spoke to him the other day, he told me that his wife's watching and that his baby's watching as well. So, well, I want to say a big shout out to them, and they're watching. I'm going to say your man has done the job because he's won that match really for me, for Bohemians. Bohemians are in the final.
Unbelievable stuff, really. I mean, Prague CC got a pretty strong side, as you'd imagine, on the park, and UCC sending them in. Funny, because I think that Prague CC probably wanted to bat first, but UCC, they did it chasing before. They'll have to do it again. 5 minutes later that, so we're about 15 minutes away from coming back to you with the start of the second semi-final. We already know Bohemians, of course, are through to the decider. Well, right here, right now, Burno, with a heavy heart, they'll have to get back on the highway. 62 for Atul, carried the innings, 19 off 12 for Stain. Kande 22 off 15. So, I mean, decent scoring rates there. I think also the extras were pretty good from both of these sides, even though Farhad kind of lost the plot a little bit in that night. But just 8 runs in extras. And Burno only able to manage 116 versus the 117 of Bohemians. As far as the bowling went, well, a bit of a team effort, but I think Hamidullah came in as a kind of third spin option and did a very good job, 2 for 16, including that last over. Was helped out a bit by his field. Wickets for Farhad eventually was able to break through last ball of the night. Prasad with a wicket there. Very tidy 2 overs from Suklane Mukhtar as well as that clutch catch. But we didn't do too much wrong early as well. But a fantastic cricket match. And, well, we're 2 for 2 in great contests so far. It's tough on finals day. You've always got that kind of heartbreak element as well. And, we didn't get our golden ball. We got pretty close, though, here in the first semi. We'll take a break then. Time for a quick spot of lunch, and we'll be back with the second semi-final between PCC and UCC. You can join us after this break for the second half of Finals Day right here in the European Cricket Series Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we've had plenty of excitement so far, haven't we? Now it's time for the second semi-final, and we'll see who'll get that other spot in the final. Prague CC are going for 5 European Cricket Series in a row. They finished top of the table, just the one loss along the way. They're taking on United Cricket Club, who, believe it or not, have fallen by the wayside to Prague CC one way or another in each of the last 3 years. So plenty of history between these two teams. We've got Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Welcome to semi-final number 2 between Prague Cricket Club and United Cricket Club. United to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
Will bowl first.
United have won the toss and will bowl first.
So United continue their run, winning the toss here in the second semi-final and electing to bowl. Now, no, that's kind of their preference. They like to chase, but I do think it gives Prague CC what they want. I think they wanted to bat first. They typically like to do that, especially in big games. But United, remember, they almost didn't even make the 5 last night. They had to sweat on that last result after they were washed out. They needed the Tigers to win. They did. Then United had to beat the Tigers. They did, a really close thriller, second last baller, the first game of the day, the eliminator. But Prague CC, they've been just sitting on the sidelines, just biding their time. Look, it's a bit of a banana peel game. Let's not forget, United have beaten PCC before, all the way back in 22 in the group stage, 71-49. So it's not a done deal by any means, but I think it's going to be a cracking second semi-final. Rico Full is standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball with the news from the toss in the second semi that United won the toss and they've sent in the Prague CC guys. What do you think about that? Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back, everybody. Just a short break before we go back to the action, and it has been entertaining so far. Yeah, what do I think about it? I think both teams get what they want. I think Prague CC, if they're winning the toss, they're wanting to go out there, and they're certainly going to have a bat. And United, I think they're pretty keen to try and do what they did first time around. Remember, they got here because of that win against the Prague Tigers, where they contained the Tigers to a score of 112 and then knocked them off, doing it with a ball to go. And talking about balls to go, we saw that last match, semi-final number 1, where Bohemians held on to the nerve after putting 117 on the board, and they win, defending the 10 that they had to try and restrict in the last over, winning in the end by 1 run. So Bohemians in the final. Which one of these two teams will be there with them? Will it be Prague CC, or will there be a bit of an upset in the air here around Czechia? We, of course, are in the capital here in Prague. So ready to go. The umpires are out there. They're going to be a very exciting and entertaining match. There's no doubt about it. So umpires for this one is Shoaib and Shishant and Farouk. And Shubit certainly had some difficult calls to make when he's been out there, but for me, he's got them right most of the time. He's got Shishant and out there with him, and Farouk is the third umpire. And of course, Charles Croucher that you saw there out in the middle with the coin toss, doing a wonderful job as well. So welcome back, everyone. And well, if you are having a spot on lunch, enjoy. Here, local time, just gone about 5 past 1. So umpires will just wait for the scorers to give them the nod, and we can start. You can see that Ali Hassan Sitar, who didn't bowl at all in the last match, the win against Prague Tigers, is going to bowl the first. Davitsi, the opener, and nice to see that Katiwala is back as well. Katiwala, that's a loose shot, and Davitsi starts the way he means to go on. Hits a big 6, gets a little bit too much width outside the off from Ali Hassan Sita, and that gets smashed away. Davitsi has been in very good form in this series. He was, and is, I still think, the second highest run scorer in the series so far, behind Sagar Hussain. And with Hussain no longer playing any part in this series and not really adding too many more to his account in the last match. I think Saba has got a good opportunity to go past him here. It's a short delivery and he's quite happy just to punch that out onto the offside to Amardeep Singh, who was very good for United in that win against Tigers. Took some very important catches, didn't he? So just elects to push that out, Davizzi, rather than overcommit and go for the big shot. Hello, welcome back to Dave. Dave, I hope you enjoyed your egg in the hole. We've got some lunch here for us as well. At the pace we're going at the moment, haven't quite had a chance to tuck in, but we'll do. Vinny Sander, who's just having his lunch at the moment, and will join us back as the field is being set here to Aditya Katuala. Remember, Aditya got one on the lid from Afridi, and about a week ago now, and where the helmet, or the grill part of the helmet, did actually cut his ear slightly. And since then, we haven't seen him, but he is back, baby. And he's back with a bang as he plays this away. It's too short from Sitar. I just wonder why United, and sometimes it always makes me think why teams make changes like this. So United in the last match, Sitar didn't bowl at all. They went with Pramod, they went with Ruthraj, Magari, and those two bowled themselves out. They went with Nawab, Kumar, Amardeep, Shukla. They didn't go with Sitar at all. And here, they've gone with Sitar to open up. It's already gone for 2 big hits. And that's nicely played away. It's almost like these two batters have sort of got that mindset to say, look, single, big hit. Single, big hit. Let's just pace ourselves. Let's not maybe make the mistakes that some of the teams batting in the matches earlier here today already have made, where the opportunities for big scores are there, but batters have got going and got out. We saw that from the Tigers. We saw it in a way from United as well in reply. The Bohemians and Brunel. Well, that's what Brunel will be still. I know that some of their players, I saw them in that brief interval, they're still probably thinking, how chasing 118 and a batter that scores 62, how do you not win? And also, when they only lost 4 wickets, and of course a lot of those came right to the end of that innings as well, in those the last 2 overs. So yeah, they'll be bitterly disappointed, Bruno. But Bohemians, well, they've got the upper hand of them already once again. Up in the air, powerfully struck, 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's the end of the over. It doesn't go magical, but it goes for 19. And 19 off the first. And the going with Ali Hassan Sitar to open up with has not worked at all. Maybe it was the element of surprise that United were wanting to keep up their sleeve, but it's not worked. And the batters of Prague CC, both of them, Sabawun Davizzi and Aditya Katwala, have made a good inroads in this must-win match. Semi-final number 2 taking place now. The winner will face Bohemians. Remember, we will have a bit of a gap between this match and the final. It gives an opportunity for us to see some of the youngsters, since Chris Pearce will have the juniors out there, and Renata will probably come join me in the comms, and Vinny Sander, I think, is going to be out there doing a little bit of comms. I'm not sure what's going on here. Just have a look at Davizzi here after the shot's played. I wonder if we can keep the camera on him in this replay. So he plays this away, but why he's so, and he does it again. Look, he seems to be very disappointed with himself for some reason. I mean, he just hit a 4. Davizzi, I'm not sure what he's so disappointed about. This time it is Magari that bowls. He bowled very well in the last match, as wicket to wicket. And powerfully hit. Fielder gets down, makes a good stop. Nicely done there by the captain. And Piyush Singh, Bagal. So this time only a single. So Ruturaj now has to bowl to the right-hander, Aditya. short, plays it out. Then the Pure Singh is once again doing the fielding, gets down on 2 knees, makes a stop, just keeps it to the single. The batters don't want to overcommit. They're quite happy at the moment to take those singles. It's a good start from them. They don't need to do anything silly. Don't need to give a wicket away for no unnecessary reason. All right, well, talking about that, this is up in the air. Fielder getting under it and dropped. Oh, dear. It's Mustafa Nawab, who now he just throws his away. Nobody's looking. Fortunately, the batter's not looking. Saba is in a world of his own. Yeah, that's one thing about Saba's game, and I've seen it all the way through. He seems to be, we saw then when he played a good shot for 4, he's having to go at himself. Then he plays a rash shot like that. He gets lucky. Should have gone there on 13, and he gets put down. Now they're asking the question. The umpire says he's out, so gets the wicket. It's not Saba who goes. After Saba gets a line being dropped by Nawab, the wicket goes at the other end. So that's going to be the end of Aditya Katiwala, who gets a little snick on this. So Magare does it again. The keeper, Singh was short. Batter, you can see no complaints from him really. He's sort of practicing the shot, and then afterwards he says, all right then, I'll get going. So he does get a little bit of that. So Magare, who was, you could see the disappointment from him when that catch was dropped by Nawab. He's finally got something to smile about as the partnership gets broken. 26 for 1, so they get rid of one dangerous batter. I think that was, I know it wasn't a big knock there from Aditya Katiwala, but I think it was good for him to get back out there. After, remember, he was batting and he got that short ball from Afridi. So he's been out there. He can put that one behind him. Suresh now comes out. Now, we've seen 2 sides of Suresh Wickramaskara, haven't we? We've seen the side where he's been aggressive and smashed the ball all over the place. But we've also seen a side when he hasn't quite been going at his normal pace and he's sort of just stuck around. Anyway, we're not going to stick around that much longer in Czechia, unfortunately. We've got a weekend of action to come after finals day. It's going to be ECI action, men and women from Czechia and Greece involved. And then we get to Romania. I'll be there, and Charlie Hunt will join me there. We talk you through the European Cricket Series and ECIs there. Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia, Italy, and also the Valletta Cup from Malta, all still to come on the network. So plenty of action to come your way. That over in the end ends up being a pretty productive one from Margaret. Only the 7 runs come from it. And yeah, just again, it didn't make sense why they went with Sitar. Now it looks like they're going with what worked for them last time. This is not quite out of the middle from Davizzi. And in fact, I think he's played down the wrong line for this one. And ends up getting a bit of the bottom of the bat on it. No runs from it. That's Pramod. Gets the ball in his hand and it goes in the same area. That one's hit over the top. 1 bounce for 4. It's an unusual field set, this. I can see the bowler now. Well, it's too late to do it now. I mean, I didn't like the look of this field to start off with. You know that's an area that Saba likes to go. So why they've left it open, no idea. And then straight away after that ball goes in that area, he's making all sorts of gestures and complaints about it. But you've got to do it before you start. So Begoli comes back. And that's pretty wide. And this time it almost works a treat. As they do put that player back, but it doesn't carry. And yeah, Sabawan Davizzi, he's a funny player. Just have a look at that field now so you can see the players they're going on the offside. All of them apart from the long off are inside the boundary. Then over on that leg side, you've got that man who's been put back at mid-wicket. Here to Sudesh. And not a good delivery, he's down the leg side. Sudesh misses out on it. If he got anything on this, even a bit of pad or a bit of bat, it would have gone all the way to the boundary. But it's a wide ball. Pramod, he knows that he gets that one wrong. So Sakara looking to put a good knock together here. Short, and gets tucked up. Is he going to get lucky? Oh, he is, you know. Well, bangs in the short ball, Bagoli to Sudesh Wickramasakara. Now that quite easily could have gone wrong. And it could have gone to hand. It doesn't. So he gets lucky. It's a couple now. We've seen Sabawoon and Wickramasakara miscued in that area. Saba. Let's see if he finds his flow again. Well, that's too high. That's got to be a no. Yeah, it gets called. And that's a 7-up. And that goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque esos 6 carreras es un malo, Una malo pelota. Es muy alto. Muy alto. Y hay 6 carreras. Yeah, you see the difference there. I mean, look at the way the VC's played that shot. Look, he's not trying to crunch it. He's not trying to mash it. Look at this. Just stands still and delivers. That's the way this guy has to bat. He reminds me of a player that I saw not that long ago in Cyprus, Chamal Sudan. They're very similar sort of build. They play similar sort of classy strokes, but they're stroke players. And every time they go to muscle the ball, they get out. And well, he'd be disappointed with that. And it's a free hit. You've got to get something on it. And the thing about Saba is, for me, he goes through these little troughs. He gets on song, and he's really motoring. Then all of a sudden, just like that, it's almost like somebody hits a switch, and he loses it. Then it stays lost for a while, and it comes back. The problem is, quite often you don't get a chance to come back because you lose your wicket. And this time he drops back into his crease. He hits that firmly. And Puyo Singh, once again, makes another stop. It's just a single. So they've got that part of the boundary well covered towards him. That's the end of the over. So score now moves into 41. Not a bad over from Pramod. 16 does come from it, but there were those opportunities. 41 off one. Speaking of opportunities, will Saba make the most of the chance that wasn't taken when Nawab put him down when he was at that point only on 13. This is the way it's looking. It was a strange decision to go with Ali Hassan Sita to bowl the first, who went for 19. And then after that, Magara gets a good one in. And do they go straight back to Magara here? He had to do. So Ruturaj Magara to bowl. He's second. Checks the field. Saba back on strike. You can have a look at this field now, maybe. We'll have a look at it with the camera once we get the opportunity, because we are outside of the power play. We've got 3 men on the leg side to the left-hander. Closest to me is long on, then mid-wicket, square leg. You see them there. Nobody behind on either side. And then 2 men are in catching positions at mid-wicket. You see them now, mid-wicket and long off. That's whipped away nicely, but again, fielder is there, and the ground fielding so far from United has been good. Piyush Singh has made some nice stops, and that's a good one as well. So they're helping themselves out a lot here with their fielding, not allowing those sort of balls to get past on good ground fielding. Now that field changes, and it's very much the same for the right-hander. 3 on the leg side, 2 out on the off. Magari trying to get one through, and that's a good delivery. Darts in the Yorker, and it's well watched and well played by Sudesh. Batting still to come, plenty. Smit Patel the other day was fantastic, and you got still the captain Ritit Tomar to come in. You got Ravi Kumar Solanki to still come. Well, Sudesh is asleep, but the Beast was having a nap. The Beast was having a bit of a siesta there, as this one gets played out. And just watch this here. So he plays it out. Look at the Beast, and he needed a bit of encouragement. And from Saba, gets on strike, and well, he gets out. It's a full delivery that he's played all the way around. Well, he's still asleep, is the beast. He didn't quite wake up, did he? Well, Sabawoon Daviti woke him up and made him run to the other end, but he was still half asleep. It's full, it's straight. I'm not going to say it's the best ball he's ever bowled, because it's a bit of a full toss, actually. Look at that. It's about a knee-high full toss. And somehow, Sudesh Wickramasinghe has missed it. And that's a real cheap dismissal for him. So it gets bowled again by Magare, who is certainly proven his worth. That's a big delivery to get the wicket of Sudesh. Gets cleaned up there by a full toss from Magare. And as I always say, and I often say this to when I'm doing some coaching, you're far better off going a little bit too full than bowling too short, because you bowl too short, most of the time the batters get after you. But a full ball, if they miss, you hit. That's well watched. They go with a good friend of mine. It's Aravind Sridhar. And I think it's a good time for him to come out. I actually do think that Aravind, I know that it sort of goes against what I say a lot of the times, because I always like to see the big hard hitters out in the power play. But I think Aravind Sridhar is probably a very good opener. He's a correct player. He likes to play the long format. And he could be the one that goes opening up, and maybe the other batters, like maybe not Daviti, because they're both left-handers, but maybe something like Aditya, Sudesh can work around him. Over comes to an end, and with the score on 46 for 2 at the end of 4, it's time to welcome back Vinny Sandu, who's back from a spot of lunch.
Yeah, the lunch was excellent. Had a bit of mac and cheese today with a little bit of the jalapeno.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I must admit, it's not spotted macaroni cheese as you'd expect, because it's certainly got a kick to it.
How did Deanna go with that? Because I know she hates spicy food.
I don't think she I think it was because I've
Really?
got I'll tuck into mine in a moment. I've got the old chicken kebab. I had the spicy mac cheese yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what Diana had. I think she might have had a
just
kebab as
disappeared
well.
from the ground. I thought maybe she might have had 1 or 2 bites, and that's the end of her. Anyway,
Did somebody take the toilet paper out of the fridge?
we've got fake Yogesh at the crease now. Aravind Sridhar, who's going to be facing up. He looks good, actually. So we've got 2 lefties at the crease. Got Mustafa Nawab. He dropped Davitsi, didn't he, in the early exchanges here. He's over number 5. Just misses the mark first up. Davitsi, been one of the players of the tournament, hasn't he? Just continues to pile on the runs. Had his first ECN century early in the tournament. That's Sridhar. Probably haven't quite seen the best of him so far.
Nah.
He looks well put together. Oh, well, right on cue. But PCC haven't really jumped down to the gates in a serious way, have they? And United, they'll have the confidence. They've beaten them before.
Yeah.
And United, yeah, this time it's personal. Knocked out by PCC last year in the semis. Knocked out the year before in the semis. Washed out of the quarters against PCC 2021.
It's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. And this is what I would say about Aravind. For me, I think this is something, if he's going to stick around for a while, because I know that he's at uni a fair number of hours away from here, but playing for Prague CC. But he's an opener for me. He plays nice shots. He's not a big hitter. He plays shots like this. And on a ground like this, there's value for a player like Aravind Sridhar. So he can play these strokes like that, and then have somebody like Daviti play the big shots. So this could be a big partnership. But they still, of course, got plenty of batting to come. Richard Thomas still to come in. Solanki is still there to come in. So they're in a good place at the moment. And that one gets played away beautifully. Just giving him a little bit of too much width. And every time that Sridhar finds the boundary, the confidence in the young man will grow.
Actually, if you see the last 2 shots, he holds his shape a lot better than the first one that he kind of swiped across the line.
Yeah.
So I think that I'd just be saying for Aravind, batting's a side-on game. Stay side-on, hold your shape. Hit the ball hard, hit it on the ground. There's value there. We see so many 4s on this field, and I think if you actually look at those last 3 balls, it shows you what works and what doesn't work technically for him.
Yeah. He is a technical player now. There's going to be an effort here made by Nawab to probably try and get this ball a bit straighter, maybe go into his pads. Let's see. Well, actually, he goes wider, and it's going to be the 3rd boundary on the spin. So, no hay dos sin tres. Well, it's Joker time. It's 4 more.
Yeah, it's high-ish. I don't think it's probably above the waist at the crease. It's a step forward, but Yeah, I mean, even that, he holds his shape, gets some bat on it, gets 4. Wasn't the best delivery from Nawab. United, I always thought this was an interesting one with this new format because whoever's playing against the top team in this game, they're playing their second game of the day. They've had a long day already. They've probably been here since kind of 8:30 in the morning. Currently, we're about 1:30 in the afternoon. So it's got to be a bit of a disadvantage against a well-rested top team.
This time to the fielder, but these two are very quick between the wickets. I think you probably got the two quickest pairing in terms of running between the wickets out there. I know that Aravind is quick and so is Saba. Saba now gets on strike and an opportunity for him. He'd be hoping to get another boundary away and make it a good over, a big over for them. And you can see that 14 have come off it so far, 60 on the board as we get to this halfway point. So on course at the moment for if you double that 120, but of course with wickets in hand and with some powerful hitters to come, they'll be looking to go again. And the 140 region, that's a beautiful shot. Once again, Vinny, I mean, I know I've said this to you many a times, Saba, when he holds his form and his shape, he is such a good player. But when he tries to be aggressive and over-aggressive, he just doesn't look the business. But what a shot that is. He's class.
He's so talented, but he's also so frustrating to watch sometimes
I
because
agree.
he makes things unnecessarily complicated. And when he just stands, bats, he looks really, really good. And case in point, that shot for 6. 66 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the box. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico for It's Peacock Friday. Final 5 going to battle. In fact, now we only have 3 teams left in the picture. Each match we lose 1 team out of the race for the trophy. But yeah, beautiful day here. Hopefully the weather stays away from us. I know there's always some random storms.
I'm staying this time. You're all right.
Do you love the weather here though? It's pretty exciting. And we had a crazy storm yesterday.
Did you show what happened to the cube yesterday?
Don't think I did.
You got to show it. You got to put it on at some point.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try. I'll get that through to our crew. Oh, yeah.
I couldn't, but I must admit, when I was on my way back, I sat into the car on my way back, and I saw those clouds, and I thought, well, I'm certainly not going into the city, and I could see that rain was coming in, and I thought that's going to be trouble, and it was trouble. It was big trouble. As the fielder makes a stop there, so Aravind gets another one to his name, hands the strike over. Not sure what's I think. The two trying to discuss who should be running where as they almost run into each other. Now the batter's got to go the other side because the bowler decides here, Kuma, that he's going to come from around the wicket. And it gets a bit of a way swing here, and that's beautifully played. Timing. And that's the one thing I would always say to DeViti. Whenever he's going out to the bat, when he's saying, well, why am I getting out? Why am I? I'll just say, DeViti, timing, timing, timing. You're a timer of the ball. You're a stroke player. You're not a muscle hitter. Just time the pants off the ball is what I'd say to him. And that's what he can do, and that's what he's doing there. He's a lovely stroke player. I love to see what he Chamal Sadun from Cyprus. The two of them are so identical in the way that they play.
Yeah, it's actually a really good comparison there. United are starting to kind of fall off the pace a little bit, aren't they? In these middle overs.
And this time goes for the power and misses out on it. And that's why timing. Stand still and time the ball. So a dot ball from Kuma. And that one's beautifully struck. There we go. Proof is in the pudding. Well, Diana is probably going to get this one because luckily for her, the fence stops the ball getting past. Diana wearing her Peacock Friday number as well. Hey, I reckon we've got to try and encourage the sheriff next time he's doing a gig on a Friday to get a Peacock Friday number out there.
He's keen.
Yeah,
he's
it's got to be done, isn't it?
I think the days coming here with the umpires, I feel, should have maybe like a nice purple floral number on a Friday.
It was good to see that some of the spectators, there's another one, gets played to the boundary. So Prague CC, they're determined not to make the same sort of mistakes that we saw from the likes of the Tigers and also from Brunel. They got batters out there, they got batters still to come, and they said, we're not going to push it around and try and go at 10s or 11s. We want to up it. We want to try and go as close to the 20 and over. And they're certainly getting the acceleration in. And that is the end of 6 overs now, and the score, 81 on the board, 2 wickets down. I think it's time for me to step out for a bit of lunch. I'll leave you to hold the fort for a bit.
Yeah.
But Prague CC going well.
Don't worry, I've keyed up that that footage from yesterday, which you missed. I know I sent you some of the cube updates. It wasn't very cubic yesterday afternoon. 81 for 2 after 6, PCC. Getting moving on for 138 according to this. We know they've got a strong bowling attack. Got Mataranga and Wickramasacre, both potentially opening bowlers. They've got some other options like Davidson Romani, who I think is a fantastic pace. You've got some good spin in there with Ravikumar Solanki. All right, I'm going to show everyone what the cube was like yesterday afternoon. Here we go. And yeah, that's what we were dealing with yesterday. Well, don't worry, I was safely out of the cube at that point. I will say, to the cube's defense, it did cover the equipment pretty well. Actually better when it was collapsed than when it was above. Anyway, this is a blast from Sridhar, who gets one that's a little bit short and puts it out of the ground. Maximo! They've gone to Bharat Kumar Kapathi. Hasn't bowled too much of late. New player to United this year, but that's a really good hit. He loves that angle in to Sridhar. And there's absolutely no chance of that being stopped. Okay, Amrita saying you're loving our outfits, and he'll try and keep up with Peacock Friday, where he swings by the ground later. Well, that's something you've got to look forward to. Also, I'm going to have to start doing some warm-ups if I'm going to keep 18 overs in the Cricket Academy game. I've been invited to wicket keep for both teams, just to be fair, so they can all have a run around and bat and bowl. That's a shot. That's a really good shot from Sridhar. Goes Maximo. Well, we've got fake Yogesh sending the ball into real Yogesh territory there. Just a bit of width, but I like this. Again, good batting shape. Batting's a side-on game. That's what the purists will tell you. And that one runs away for 6, really getting out of the box. This has been a great opening from Aravind. Like I said, we haven't seen the best of him yet. That's probably okay. Yeah, I think it's on the line. This is excellent umpiring. Remember, if it's on the line, it's not a wide. It's on the line. Bowlers get that little bit extra now. Well located delivery from Bharat. That's a great shot as well, but they've covered that area pretty well. Almost crept onto the rope. Piyush pulls it back. Certainly doesn't say the ball hit the rope. This might be an interesting replay though, because there's one kind of touch, the last touch when he pulls it back in, when it's really close. We've got a pretty good view of it. Let's see if we get back here. It's this touch now. I think, yeah, it just pulls it back. 3 blades of grass between the ball and the rope. Maybe 4. No issue there. Sridhar though, banging him. He's on 29. Now he'll go up and he goes squarer. That's going to be 4. So they push the field straighter for the drives, and so he's able to go sideways. Kapathi doesn't quite get it right. 19. Come off that over in the end, and after 7 overs, Prague CC have brought up the 100. And 100 for 2 after 7. Yeah, Helix likes the idea of flowers on the back of the waistcoats for Friday. Yeah, we'll have to go to the accounts department to free up some cash for that. Not a lot going around, admittedly. Anyway, here we are in Czechia. Next up is Romania. Rico Full and Charlie Hunt will be taking you through that action from Monday. I'll have a couple of weeks off, but I'll be on deck in Hungary for those 2 weeks. Plenty happening around European cricket. We also have some bonus cricket for you from Croatia, a weekend there. We've got some T20s coming up as well, both men's and women's. Stay tuned. Halfway through the season. This is dragged by Davitsi, moves to 49. Hasn't had too much of the strike lately. Kushi saying that Shobit's umpiring has been excellent. Yeah, I will say I've been impressed with really all the umpires here in Czechia, and certainly something that we've made a priority to try and get more training and expertise to the umpires. And I think they all have great intentions, and I think just giving them the tools to succeed is really important. That's pretty well bowled. Kanisham Kumar coming back. That's 2 in a row. Then he's just moved away from the lefty. A couple of little wins for United, trying to battle back into this contest. Yeah, Kushal, hopefully you well. Got to admit, I turned on the TV last night and I was watching a little bit of the PCC versus Wimbledon finish All right, goes for this. Has he got it? He has. Maximo. 6 carreras. I wasn't 100% convinced when it came off the bat, but he's turning into a really good knock from Aravind. He's moved to 39. Excellent strike. Takes on the field and wins. They're not really in trouble as far as wickets lost here, so they can swing for the fences. There's a thick edge. That's going to creep over the top. That's vortex territory. Even though this field has slowed up a touch still, it's pretty quick. And Srida moves up into the 40s. He might be fake Yogesh, but he's making a real name for himself here. He's gone past the 24 against Ostrava. That was his previous high score in the tournament. But you could just see there's something about him. I trusted him to bat in the top 4 here. He's not letting them down. Batting ahead of the captain, Tomar. Now this is up in the end. That's going to disappear as well. Maximo! Well, Srida's caught up to Davitsi now, and it's a brilliant innings. Tens that up off a length. That's his third 6. In fact, that's his, can't keep up, it's his 4th 6. If you include that one, got a pair of 49s on the table. End of 8 overs, and Prague CC 117 for 2. Helix is asking, am I flying home for my break? I'm spending a bit of time in Europe, and I'm spending a bit of time back in Australia. So I've got a bit of a mixture. I'll probably spend the middle week of the next 2 weeks in Australia. And apart from that, I'll be in Europe. Still had a lot of work to do behind the scenes with all these extra series coming up, and just being involved to an extent in the planning. And it's really nice, actually, that because I see probably firsthand more cricket than anyone, that a lot of the management are interested in what I think. It's very nice. It's refreshing. Anyway, this is going to be 4 runs to start the over. It's going to be 50 to Davitsi in the semi-final. 53 off 23. Blast that one through the offside. This partnership has caused a few headaches for United fans. They came together at 44 for 2 when the Beast swung around a full toss. They haven't really dropped pace. If anything, they've accelerated. Now they've put on 77 in just 20 balls. Wide, just misses out. Does give the umpire a good look. But yeah, I'd like to echo the thoughts of some of the people in the chat. And yeah, I think the umpires, you go back and look at 2020, not that it was anyone's fault back then, but umpires just hadn't really had enough experience in umpiring cricket at this pace and under the scrutiny of the cameras. But now I think obviously they're well supported, I think, with the technology in ECN cricket. And it kind of, to be honest, it kind of shows up when you see some events that are even international events in T20 that may not have the resources that we have here on ECN. Umpires under a lot of pressure. Pretty well bowled by Nawab, but dug out. Davitsi moves to 54, but over to Aravind. For some reason, he was looking for a second that I don't think was there. He should probably settle and concentrate on bringing up his first ECN 50. He's only a run away. Hello to Big Dan Zilla. Good to hear you in the chat. Big Dan Casey. Cracked. That'll be 50 for Srida, even though that one gets kept in the infield. Brilliant innings. Came in at a bit of a crossroads in the innings, and he brings up his maiden ECN 50 off 19 balls. 4 Maximos, 5 4s in there. And Aravind has built a very, very productive partnership with Sabu and Davitsi here. It's a proud moment for him. Hopefully he can get on the park in the future as well to play more ECN cricket. Back to Sabah. Sets himself deep in his crease, and it's pretty much a Yorker from Nawab. Now they're going to take on 2. It's a bit of a risky one. I think United, they'll be very disappointed to concede 2 here. It's Piyush Paghel out there. Enrico mentioned Davitsi's running between the wickets. It's been good lately. It hasn't always been good. I think it's an area he's identified. If he's going to professionalise his game, he has to be better in that respect. And I think he's made great strides. No pun intended. That's that premeditated get across and horn it to the leg side. To be honest, he couldn't have had a better ball lengthwise for it. A big swing and a miss. Something about the full tosses. in this innings. Just misses. Good take by Abimanu behind the stumps. Speaking of behind the stumps, Jeffrey Mobbs, thanks for reminding me that I've been selected. I'd say selected or instructed to keep in the Cricket Academy red versus gold game, but I'll be playing for both sides. But I'm wearing a gold shirt. Does that matter? That's good. Straight over the line. Yeah, I think the Shobit's been very good on those wides. It was picture perfect, really, from Nawab, who finishes none for 31 of his 2 overs. 9 overs in. And Prague CC are 128 for 2. Yeah, so I'm wearing a gold shirt. Maybe I need to find some red trousers then. Maybe I have to get onto the Burno guys. I don't think my blue trousers, I don't think I can risk them. I'm a bit worried about grass stains. I'm definitely worried about splitting them. And if you knew how many temptations there are food and drink wise in Prague at this time of year, you'll know that this is probably the worst possible tournament for me to have to get on the field. But anyway, I'll do what I'm asked. I'm really excited to get out there with some of the youngsters. They're mostly 11 and 12-year-olds that have been in the Cricket Academy program. And like I said, they are coached. They're not just encouraged. Obviously, that's a big part of it. But they're actually coached in the technicals of the game. And I'm always really excited to see what they bring to the table. And we're already seeing, definitely in the women's side, where the players can get a go a bit younger, just the way things are, that already have players like the Kolchunova sisters. Josephine Suchkova's another one that we might see this weekend that have come through that academy system. And I've resolved that I won't be a jerk trying to stump everyone, keeping up to everyone. Probably for my own safety as well, to be fair. Here's Bharat. He throws the hands at this. Plenty of wood on it. That's another one. That's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximal! UCC battled so hard to get to this position. It's very different to the last couple of years where they've kind of played their way into the top 4. But they had to fight, actually, from kind of 6th or 7th spot down. And obviously they've done it the hard way this time, but they're running into a big roadblock. We'll check it out here on the replay. Pretty sure this does carry. Oh, it's a great shot. Goes full cowboy on this one. Giddy up, horsey. Maximal. Well, gallops down the pitch here, Davitsi, and really he's having some fun now. A little bit of swagger about that as well. Lifts the leg. Lets everyone know what he thinks of this United attack at the moment. That was party time from Saba, who's 68. Nokia has offered me red trousers. Oh, Phil. We'll get back to this. Picks this one up as well. That's going to go the journey. Maximal! 6 más. And Saba just on a free roll now. 148 and counting. Bharat's been asked to bowl his 2 overs here, but he's copped a bit of tap. Phil's mentioning my gold budgie smugglers. I did get them for the Indoor World Cup when I played for Australia. We all got them, but I still wear them. They dry very quickly. I was wearing them the other day. And KO, mate, take you up on your offer. Anyway, 2 to come here. What's that? Good comeback from Bharat. Dan Zilla saying that rain was brutal yesterday. It sure was. Anyway. Last ball of the 10 coming up. One last chance for Davitsi. Sets himself, glances, beats the fielder. Brings up the 150 as well. So PCC on a heater in that 10 overs. What a partnership as well. They end up putting on 108 for that 3rd wicket in just over 6 overs. And Prague CC 152 for 2 off 10. 153 will be the victory target for United. Look, United, they're a team that'll never say die. And if you break that 150 down into kind of 10 lots of 15, I think that's the way you got to approach it. Doesn't matter if you lose, you can lose by a lot, but you've got to give yourself a chance. You probably have to take risks early in the innings to try and stay up with the rate or get ahead of the rate. But United, they're a side that have come a long, long way in the last 3 or 4 years. But PCC, well, they're feeling pretty confident, aren't they? Could we have a potential rematch of the 2022 final where Prague CC got the better of Bohemians in that ECS final? Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. So that was a bit of a low light, wasn't it? Nawab dropped Davitsi before he'd really hatched. We saw Katawala back in the side. Always great to see him. He'll be behind the stumps for PCC, but he got a little scratch on that and had to go caught behind. Then set your watches. It was Beast o'clock, although it was Davitsi doing most of the damage. But then the Beast inexplicably just missed that full toss, trying to work it across the line. Magare put the finger up like he planned it all along, but that brought these two left-handers together. And they would just go about picking apart this United attack that did look a little bit tired, I think. You've got one team that have been kind of like caged lions all day. Can't wait to get out there, Prague CC. United have had to go the hard way first to even be here on finals day and then to beat a very plucky Tigers side in a second last ball thriller. Davitsi brought up his 50 and it wasn't too long before Aravind Sridhar would do the same. And then they unleashed a few extra blows, twisting the knife into United here. Look, this is ECN cricket, and we have seen more and more of these kinds of totals getting chased, but it would be a big boil over if the 4-time ECS champions were to blow a game where they put 150 plus on the board. Is it going to be another case of the more things change, the more they stay the same for United, who have been eliminated from the last 3 European Cricket Series at the hands of Prague Cricket Club. 78 for Davitsi, leads the scoring off 32 balls, but this is notable for the first ever ECN 50 of Aravind Sridhar. 51 off 20. Extras about par for the course really in there with 8 wides and a no ball. Katawala made a brisk dozen early, and the Beast missed out, but didn't cost his team really at all, as they've still put a monster score on the board on this ground. 2 for 12, Magare flew the flag, didn't he? But didn't have a lot of help as far as the bowling went. We saw Davitsi making the most of that life that he gave in the first half of the innings, and then Sridhar came, and I think he made some real smart choices while he was there. But as they say, where there's life, there's hope, and 153 or bust, that's the equation for United. And I'll tell you what, if they can get ahead of the rate early, if they can get a bit of a partnership going, you never know, maybe they can make a miracle happen here in the second semi. Vinny's out of here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full will return with me after the break for more action live from Scott Page Field on the Mid-Innings Cricket Ground. This is Czechia, this is Prague, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we saw another super innings there from Prague CC. And what a partnership that was between Sabu Davidi and Arvind Sridhar, helping their team recover. Remember, they lost some early wickets. They were 26 for 1, 44 for 2, and then a fine 100-run partnership between those two, putting them in a pretty solid position. Of course, Prague CC have made the European Cricket Network their show, haven't they? They always seem to perform, and they're looking to do it again here. And from what Vinny was saying, that would be 5 victories on the spin here. That'd be quite amazing, and also a first, I think, on the network. So can they do it? Well, to get there, they have to win this match, but they're in a good position against United. United, remember, they were a team that managed to get a win, chasing 112, and they did it using all but one of the balls left in the innings to do it. So they got batters. It's not that they don't have batters, but they don't probably have the type of firepower that maybe some of the other big teams have. And I think with them, we know that really you're looking at 3 key batters, so the depth isn't quite there as much as some of the other teams. So let's see how they fare. I can see that it's Samira Muduranga who's going to start with the ball. Slight concerns at the moment with some cloud cover that's coming across. I think Vinny Sanders showed you what happened here yesterday when the heavens opened. And I get the feeling right now I'm experiencing the calm before the storm. Some clouds are coming. In fact, as I talk to you, the drizzle is starting to come down. So this could turn nasty pretty quickly. Maximo is taking no chances. He is here and he is packing frantically. As this one will get worked away. So 4 runs to start off with. And, it's quite a sight here. We see that played away. We're going to get the camera on Maxi. Let's whisper. Don't let him know. Look, there he is. He's changed as well. Tracksuit bottoms are on. He's changing, and at the same time, what you didn't see him doing, he's packing all of his monitors away. Mine are starting to get wet, so it's gonna happen pretty quickly. It's up in the air. I think he's got enough of this as well. It will go to the boundary. And I think it's going to be 4. Yeah, 4 more. Ruturaj Magari. He's such a key player, isn't he, for United? Everybody's looking at me saying, Rico, are you not getting the message? If Vinny's packing, why are you not packing? Maybe I'm just a little bit more hopeful than Vinny is. I could do with a black bag or an umbrella. That would help, I suppose. But anyway, yeah, we're getting ready. The cube survived yesterday. Will it survive again here today? I don't know if it will. Dennis has come up with some waterproofs here. Thank you, Dennis. And gets played away. Well, look. I've said this before, and I was wrong. It could be just a passing shower. I think Vinny's laughing because I think Vinny remembers Bulgaria when I said something similar. I said, just a passing shower. It will soon be gone. The next thing, the heavens opened up, and I was a drowned rat. Maduranga again. And this one doesn't get through. It's a good bit of fielding. And I think he froze his back in doing the backstroke. Goes down. Let's have a look at this again. So he gets down here. So makes a stop, and then and that's nicely done by. But the beast is down, but he's still performing. Interesting clouds as well. I wonder if we can have a look at the clouds just coming in as well, maybe after this delivery. Swing and a miss. Wind now is picking up as well. Yeah, the clouds are low, and they are full. There you go, look. They are full of the wet stuff. And nice shot of one of the planes that's coming into land before that storm hits. It's only a small plane, so I'll get on safe ground if I were you. That's high in the air, and it's gonna be out of the reach of the fielder, who's trying to take a remarkable catch. The batters will come back for 2, so 12 will come off the first, but that would have been an unbelievable catch if Naveen, that's Padmaraju, if he had taken that, but he doesn't, and first over comes to an end. 86 matches since the golden ball. Well, we've had some close ones today. There's no doubt about it. United gave us another scare, thinking that they may be the ones to do it again. It's not to be. Well, it wasn't to be in the last match, or maybe in this match. I'll tell you what, if this goes to a golden ball, that'd be some match. Getting tired in the 150s. Billy Sandhu, by the way, has left the building. He's packed up all his stuff. Where his stuff was, all I see now is ants that are thinking, where did all our little shelter cubby holes go? Well, they've gone. Maxi has packed up his stuff, all in the bag. And he's probably timed it well, because now that rain is starting to come down. And I think pretty soon here, folks, unfortunately, the umpires are going to have to make a call. And they'll probably be saying, hey, gentlemen, I think we're going to have to go inside. Here comes the rain. And they're talking with the tournament referee. Yeah, they're going to have to come in with this, because this is not going to ease off.
Back. Save yourself.
Yeah.
Say, Rico.
I like the way the batter...
Grab what you can and pack it up.
The batter was about to run out. The batter was about to run off, and the umpire. Oh no, the monitor's going.
You need to.
The monitor's going. Well, I can't hold a monitor and pack up at the same time.
I'm actually timing you out for 300 seconds to give you a chance to save your side of the table.
All right, I'm doing it.
Because this cube ain't going to be lasting too long. And what does this mean for my 9-9 wicket-keeping career? I changed trousers and everything. Anyway, here's Naveen. Does that get a bit of line? Not according to the umpire. And it's so weird. You got some blue sky. I love it that the normal rules of weather don't seem to apply when you're in
Why are you
Prague.
out of breath, by the way? What have you been doing?
I've made 3 trips back to cover all my stuff. I'm not losing my laptop. I've gone over 3,500 games. Sorry I can't see in the chat. You get a general idea. It's not good for my fitness, actually, because it's only about
I can't believe it's still out there. I can't. It's not. This thing's going to pass. I can't believe it's still out there.
Well, to be honest, it's a good blow. You know what's so funny here? Is let's say they had a heater of the start, and after 3 overs they were up at, say, high 40s.
Yeah.
Or even 40s. They could win on Duckworth Lewis. But the odds of this game going another over and a half, I would say are somewhere between slim and none. There we go. Well, great job by Chris Dupson. I know you were scoffing at me because I had a sense of mild panic when I started packing my stuff up at the start of the second innings. But I think I've made a good decision. Setting up more of the cube, which will fail.
That's what they need. Look, you might as well just go all guns blazing. That's a nice shot there. Go get the umbrella out.
Yeah, beautiful day for cricket.
I think that's some of the juniors coming in. What a shame. The juniors are coming in here to play some cricket.
That might be Chris and Renato. Renato's who you're going to be commentating with. Although I can't really tell. All right, that's bad. The other thing about the cube is you'll find it's leaking from everywhere. So you need to cover this up. To be honest, how do we feel about abandoning the cube?
What are they still doing out there, Vinny? Why are they out there?
Tell you what, United want to stay out there. That's the only chance in this game, I think, is they got to... Yeah, 9 balls. One pick. Now they're off.
He's saying, where are you going? I ain't said you can go yet. He said, I'm going.
If you're McGarry, though, you would. He shouldn't have run off.
Why is he? He's so keen. It should be Prague that want to go off, not the batters. Oh, well. All right, they have run off. And
there's still blue sky around, so I'm not even going to pretend I know what's going to happen here. It may pass, it may not. The field sucks up the water pretty well. The pitch, even if it's uncovered, it still plays pretty well. Probably a bit more concerned about the cube. and how it's handling the water, because the roof is not necessarily in the best in the best shape. Anyway, so what we might do, let's go back and have a look at the highest second innings. I'm ready for action, and I thought Burno eliminated from the competition. I'm going to fly the flag for them in the kids game, and I bet that'll happen right now. Shine, those kids haven't come to sit around. Anyway, let's have a look. United actually made a pretty good start here. I bet that if you did a Duckworth-Lewis on 1 point, however many overs, they're actually ahead. But it won't count, obviously, if it's less than 3. If you actually looked at the pass score, I bet you they're actually ahead.
They should have. I was surprised. They're the one. I thought the reason they're out there is the batters are saying, no, we want to stay, which made sense. But they were the ones to run off and let Prague sat out there.
The rain's actually gotten a little bit lighter in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, and there's very little cricket in those highlights, but you get the idea. And that's the Comcam right now. That's what you're basically looking at. That's live shots here at the ground. So, yeah, I actually think
it might be getting around us.
It's stopped.
It might be going around us.
And the field's not really in any worse shape. Yeah, I reckon it was a bit... It's easy to say now because we all thought it was about to chuck down. But I actually think they'll probably go straight back out there. We don't even lose any time for now.
Well, we'll have to... I mean, obviously, other things to consider. This is what Charles Graduate will be looking at. Not just, of course, these heavy clouds, but, of course, if there's chance of thunder or anything. Because I know yesterday one of the biggest issues was that, of course, you can't be out there when there's thunder and lightning.
Yeah,
because that's a risk as well.
I don't know if there was some lightning, but no, the players are going back out there.
Well, there you go.
So
that was they ran off a bit too early.
I have no idea how weather works. This really shows me one of my deficiencies because you would have thought that was the start. Like yesterday, as soon as there was a drop, and Charles even had a look at me, and I didn't want to influence him, but I had a look of terror in my eyes that basically said, "Get him off now," because we were about to be in for the mother of all storms.
See, I was right. I told you it was part. See, that's what I couldn't understand. When it was hammering down, they stayed out there, and when it started to get lighter, they ran off. So we're going to carry on. I don't think we haven't lost any time as a result of this. So yeah, let's get going.
Yeah, people are liking my pants, and by pants I mean trousers. Some part of the world that means something else, but they're a good fit. I'm starting to feel a bit more athletic. Let's just hope.
When you were jumping around like a kangaroo.
Let's skip the rest of this game. The kids are warming up on the second field.
Are you going to go warm up with them,
Might go and start looking for some technical deficiencies I can play on later. Anyway, it's Naveen who's going to get pulled away. There's nobody back on the leg side. That's going to be 4. I don't know. 8 balls plus a huge storm. And then, that Bohemians are cheering on United because let's say the final got washed out. Bohemians are higher ranked. They're 3rd. United are 5th. Obviously, PCC finished top of the table. All right. Well, when there's lots of flies around, do they know something?
It's the humidity.
Suddenly, this crazy amount of flies. They know there's a hurricane coming.
It's got that little rain, what it's done, it's made things very muggy as well. So, a lot of humidity. So,
I can't believe for the first time you were right saying it's going to pass.
Well,
you've shut that side of the cube, so I'm actually more scared now. Because that's where you can tell where the clothes are coming from.
Yeah, we can't see a thing now.
I can't believe you're actually plugging a screen back in. I mean, that's actually... And we've got the floating text saying that this interrupted due to rain. Well, you might want to take that off because we're back. That one takes off a bit on Katuales. Very good keeper. And he stops that going for extras. That one really bounced a lot. Interesting that he's come up to Padmaraju.
It's got pretty warm now all of a sudden.
Now there's no wind, there's all flies and no rain.
Yeah. So
goes after this, slices away over backward point. That's out of the ground, Maximo.
What a start.
Wow. Well, United, I mean, okay, take the weather out of it. Just, I suppose you treat it like you're trying to get this 15 and over. But one thing you know is you can't leave it to later because the rain is a threat. So, yeah, obviously if you can stay ahead of the rate required, which is, let's call it 15 and over, you're in good shape. And with Duckworth-Lewis, if you haven't lost any wickets, you probably don't have to quite be at 15 and over, just be close to. Pamaraju, it's gone magical. Last ball of his over. Longest over ever. But that will be the end of the second over, and it's 38 without loss.
Yeah, and all they can do is stick it out there and keep fighting. And that's what they're trying to do. Keep fighting, stay at a good, healthy rate, and they're at that healthy rate. They haven't lost any wickets either. So that's helped their cause as well. That last over, yeah, 26 coming from it. I reckon here you're probably going to go to the beast here and just ask if Sudesh can get a nice, good tight over in here.
Well, that's the other thing, is if your PCC, and they've got a lot of good options, but if the rain's a threat, the theory for the captain would be bowl who you think are your best bowlers while you can.
Yeah.
Because, for example, if you can get a second over out of one of the bowlers, it could then become a 3-over game in hindsight, but you've been able to get one guy to bowl 2 of the 3 overs. So it's hard because you never know who's going to bowl on a particular day. Give us the weather forecast, Rico. You're looking out of the cube.
It's pretty weird because the next lot of skies coming over are pretty clear. Yeah, that's going to be a wide. And then, but then beyond that, once again, it's pretty murky. So it looks like...
So you're fine for a bit and then we're in big
yeah,
trouble.
I reckon we could be, again, okay for a
Probably
bit.
about the start of the academy game is what you're telling me.
Yeah, it could be that. Your comeback might be put on hold, mate.
Let me just tell you, my computer's gone away. It'll come out for the ECIs tomorrow.
Up in the air, catching opportunity, should be taken, should be a problem, it won't be a problem. It's well held. Smith Patel is one of the best fielders out there, he ain't going to drop that one. So wicket falls, it comes at a good time, that helps Prague CC a lot, not just the fact that they do put one of the big batters, Magari, out of this equation, but it means that it'll help when it comes to the net run rate and DLS if it goes to that with them losing that wicket.
Yeah, Magare didn't really click, did he? And Pramod didn't before, but he gets another opportunity here. A little bit of personal revenge there. Remember, Beastie got out to Magare, missed a bit of a leg stump full toss, but he dismisses Magare with the first legal delivery that he bowls in this second semi-final.
New batter comes out is Pramod. Magari, who's taking guard. Didn't quite find his rhythm in that last match as he would have liked to.
Apparently there's a very good specifically Czech weather app that everyone swears by here. Joe Foster, the meteorologist on site here, he swears by it.
And?
I don't know. I'm going to ask him now.
You're going to have to ask him what it says.
Oh, there's a bit of an appeal here. They're going to go upstairs. Is this a sleep at the wheel situation? Doesn't move the foot, but is it in? Whoa, this is an interesting one.
Well, if he stays where he is here, he's not got a foot back. Let's have a look. He goes forward.
So he's okay there. He's still okay. He's okay. Pramod, be careful. He's still okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's all right, just.
He just looks back and says, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
To the keeper. What are you doing? Of course, the keeper can't see that, can he? He just thinks maybe the foot's or the toes there on the line. If it was, he'd be out.
They're the kind of tactics you're going to see from me once I'm out there. Got the 11 and 12
You better
year olds.
not do that to the
yeah,
kids.
There's gonna
You
be
better not.
Plenty going on.
Wide ball. There's 2 wide.
If I was, I'd be the first picked in your. If the fantasy dashboard comes up for the 6-on-6 kids game, if I'm anything under 8, pick me up. I'm a bargain. Okay. Anyway, whether we can get on or not, we'll see. Okay, I'm going to take these 3 balls off and get a live weather report from Joe.
Yeah.
And I'll be back, okay?
All right, go do that. Go find out what's happening because it's quite difficult to try to explain the weather at the moment. It's very, very, very humid. I mean big time humid. It probably doesn't help with us shutting up the side here with one of the windows is now being sealed up. So no air coming in here at all. But when I look around, there is no air. There's nothing moving. So very hot, very muggy. Sudesh gets this one through again. He's a good guy to call on when you need a nice, tidy spell of bowling. So that one's on the money. And well, you're back pretty quickly.
Back. He had a very quick answer.
What?
You know how in earthquakes you have like aftershocks?
Yeah.
Come back to that in a second.
Oh, I see. It's a bit like that. And over the top of the infielder, that's going to be 4 runs. It's quite a healthy looking shot.
Miguel's been brilliant here. And like I said, right now, it's funny. You look at the percentages and PCC well up. But if you went on Duckworth Lewis, I'm pretty sure if you're at the rate with 1 down after 3 overs, then you're probably ahead. Joe said he's checked the foolproof check weather app. ... Jeez, how did that miss? End of the third over. Yeah, on the money right now. United, can they stay on? It's 45 for 1. He said basically that was like a before shock. We got 1 hour now where we'll be okay, and then
it's going to happen. Yeah. And when are you meant to be on? In about an hour's time.
Yeah, but these shoes are waterproof, and I'm pretty sure the duck shirt's waterproof. I'll be out there. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't affect things too much. Let's hope we've got a bit longer than that.
45 for 1.
Told you Prague would be fun. I tried to get you on this one for a while.
It's hot in here now with this sealed
You
up.
need to take that off.
Okay, take it off.
Can we have the side of the cube off?
Take the side off for an hour.
You block the rain from there, but what about the rain that's coming through the roof?
Well, this is
most
of the damage that's been done here. It's been done from it leaking from the top.
I abandoned it. They say a captain goes down with his ship. Not me. I was out of here yesterday. And try doing that when you're alone as well. Still managed. Anyway, here's Ravi Solanki over number 4. And if United are to win this, they are going to have to win the battle with spin.
Yeah.
I know there's no Ashokan in the side, but I think Ravi is a very, very good left-arm spinner. Good keeping. Aditya Kadawala back behind the stumps. Tried a number of options in this series.
Just losing his shape, isn't he? The batter, and he knows what he's doing wrong.
He likes it here. He thinks this is stumped. Let's see if there's a late movement here. Looks very confident. Oh, a little. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I think he's right. Let's have a look, because I even think that's on the line. It's not behind the line.
But is he still in? Probably not. But the moment that the bails are taken.
Let's have a look. Just here.
There. Is he in there?
I think it's on the line.
If anything is too early, he definitely goes out. That's the shot, though. That's the shot where the bail's off. Now, at that point, is there anything behind the line? Anything forward of this actually doesn't matter, because he does then go out.
Yeah, but I think what that shows you, that after shot, is that there's no the other part of the foot behind the line. So
yeah, I think
that's on the line.
I reckon there's enough doubt there to stick with the on-field call, which is what they've done.
Yeah.
So it's a classic case of too early.
Yeah.
And to be honest, that's why, to the human eye, Aditya thinks it's out. But it's probably too close to overrule. That's a very lucky one for Bagoli. To be honest, though, he just hasn't had it with the bat today, has he, Pramod? And now they're thinking of a second, won't be there. So whether that comes back to haunt PCC or not, I'm not so sure, but Bagel's got a huge responsibility here. Interesting that Bagoli kept trying to go leg side, whereas there's gaps on the offside outfield. Now they have a bit more of a traditional field for Piyush Singh Bagel, who does like to drive through the covers.
Flat and hard, but one bounce, good pickup. And no one's there at all. That's Saba makes the stop. They've got good fielders they haven't there. You just have a look around. Smith Patel and Saba Davitsi are either side. And long off, long on. They're outstanding fielders. So spin at the moment doing the trick. Only the 2 runs. It's a little bit short. Played out in the off. They will take on the arm and they will run pretty well. That's good backing up there from Piyush.
That's what happens when you've got to make up your mind. You're running straight away. See Piyush backs up, legs it out, gets there. Yeah, interesting though. I talked about the battle with spin, but it really is only Solanki that I can see. No Kiyomita in the side, no Ashokan in the side. All right, high, really high. Catchable for Smith. Doesn't drop too many. He doesn't drop this. He's been good. He's been solid. Bagel goes for 30. UCC have lost both openers now in the first 4 overs. Solanki builds the pressure, then cashes in with the big wicket of the United skipper. 48 for 2.
Yeah, good catch. Smith Patel, you said it. He doesn't drop too many. And you can see the change in the sky colours behind there at Teletubby Land as well. All pretty dark, but, well, dark skies or clear skies makes no difference for Smith Patel, who holds on to a really good catch. 48 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. So Prague TC well in front here. Still needing United 105 of 36 deliveries. That means they're having to go at 17.5 per over from here on in.
Yeah, well, now they're behind in the rate. 2 wickets haven't helped either. Abhimanyu Singh, he was very busy, wasn't he, in that pressure cooker win over Tigers earlier in the day. Dave's asking how come PCC have the large numbers on the back, but I think it's the fact that they're actually quite an old club now, and what they do is I think they keep their double-digit numbers for people that get their own shirt. So they've got these higher ones for just to kind of allocate to whoever happens to be playing in the team that might not have their own shirt yet. That's my best explanation I've got. We've got a few between 153 and 187 in this game. And here's one of my favourites from Marnie. He loves to steam in. He's got those rock star looks and the rock star run up, doesn't he, Davidson Romani?
Abada thinks he's going to get a wide here, but Romani, he does sneak it in. So Romani probably hasn't played too many matches either, as we see some more waterfall down from the top of the cube.
Now the cube is basically now a reservoir, and
well,
so I'm still happy I put my stuff away.
Well, you know, you said to Phil G about having a paddling pool. I reckon the cube could make a good paddling pool.
Let the kids run around on top, maybe drop him a ladder.
Yeah, it makes a nice bouncy castle actually. And that's high and mighty. It's going to go all the way. 6 runs, good shot from Pramod. So Pramod Baguli now does really need to start going.
I'm just getting done by the cube basically imploding.
Oh dear.
There was a lot of rain in a short time.
Yeah.
That was a good shot. Actually, see some of the kids getting ready. I'm pretty keen to get involved in the warm-up as well. You're going to enjoy this 9 over match. You're going to enjoy it. And I know Renata will give you some of the specifics as well. You can ask her about the program and how long it's been running and exactly what's happening.
That's a goodie. Oh yeah, that's a master blast. And well, look how far Yogesh is here. He's a long way back expecting he's coming to it. He still can't stop him.
How many throws to get back from there? Real Yogesh has picked the wrong angle there and he's tried to cut it off. It's gone about, I honestly think from the bat, that's gone about 180 metres.
That's a real wallop.
If you include,
just watch this.
You include the roll on time. Got a good bat. It's like watching golf. But he just did it. He's got, his trousers aren't flexible enough. This is actually my secret weapon now. These trousers, I'm actually thinking from Peacock Friday should also be comfortable trousers day. Because it's like a whole new world right now.
Some more planes coming in, landing before that storm comes. And let's just hit towards Smith Patel, who won't make any issues stopping that. And now the question is if Singh, who's come in, can make a difference as well. Remember, he comes in with that big wicket falling off Pierce Singh. McGall caught well by Smith Patel for 30. So in at number 4 and needs to make an impact straight away because that rate is getting close to that 18 per over mark. And well, that's a good stop. That's a good save. If he doesn't get down here, that's going to go to the boundary. It's a nice work there by Muduranga.
Yeah, it was. Never know how that last bounce is going to go. Just smothers it, keeps it to 1. And so we get to the end of the over. It's 5 overs down now, 62 for 2. The ECCW will return in 2024. Bigger and better. We've gone from 5 teams to 10. We've gone from 1 division to 2. Czechia will be involved in the Challenger division. I do think, though, when I look at those 5 countries, Czechia probably still the most green of all those countries. But great opportunity for them to test themselves on that bigger stage. I know in the early plans for 2025, we'd like to have 3 divisions and involve another 5 countries. But you can stay tuned for the ECCW. You can catch the Czechia side in action tomorrow against Greece in the ECIWs, men's and women's.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing Greece. And this could be out. Yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt. Don't think this ball has come up much. It's pretty straight. It's going to go and hit the stumps. And I think Solanki, he's bowled so well, isn't he? His first over was brilliant. There we go, look, just full, straight. And yeah, I don't think that's missing anything. It's a pretty simple decision to be given. So Ravi Kumar Solanki gets another wicket. And United, though they made a good positive start, but a bit like the weather, it's a bit up and down from them. They lose another. And Prague CC are on course to once again defeat United and put their place in the final.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy decision, I think. Abbey trying to manufacture a boundary. And United, it's been a brave run. Let's be honest, they didn't play the best cricket through the first, definitely through the first half of this tournament. And fought their way back, kind of made a late run, made it to 4th place, but looks like that's where they're going to stay. Solanke, though, does beat the outside edge of the bat sometimes with the spin, but then see how he gets the wicket. Actually, just the one that slides on beats the inside edge. So, batter kind of stuck on the crease there. Ghanshyam Kumar, the new player. Might as well go for it now, United. Got nothing to lose.
Yeah. Sort of drags this down. And the two fielders, Smith Patel will challenge the player who's coming in for the boundary to stop that one. That was Ramani, Davidson Ramani. But Ramani says, leave it be, it's mine. I'll have it. Nice to see that. Looks like that some of the parents from the kids that hopefully will be playing straight after this match have turned up. This is high in the air, and that's going to go all the way. So it's another one for Yogesh to chase down. There it is. Yogesh will be after it, no doubt. And a good hit, nice hit there from Pramod. So Pramod sort of holding the key, and I think he's probably saying, yeah, look, we might as well go for it, as that rate is approaching now the 20 required per over, so they've just got to be swinging here.
Yeah.
Go down swinging.
Exactly. And he judged that one pretty well. Solanke won't be too bothered, though. He's only gone for 10 off 10 balls. That includes that 6.
Well bowled. Good areas. A little bit quicker as well.
Very good bowler, isn't he, Solanke? He's got excellent control, and he mixes up his pace and his spin without too much of a discernible change in his action.
I haven't seen too much of Davidson Romani before either. He was pretty useful.
Yeah, I like him. He's a proper firebrand. And think about stealing a run here and forces a blind throw from Katawala behind the stump. So Bagoli will retain the strike. I think that's a bite. Didn't notice an edge, but one way or another, it will be the end of the 6th over. The score 70 for 3.
Yeah, so United, once again, I think they're showing the difference between perhaps them and a team like Prague CC, whereas we know, and we've seen that already with some of their batting, Piyush Singh, and also Pramod can be pretty key for them, Ruturaj Magari as well. But once those 3 go, and we've seen the back of 2 of them, then it becomes pretty difficult for them. So even though we're seeing here that Pramod will hit, I mean, he's hit 3 sixes on his way to 22, but it's 22 or 14 balls. So basically he's scored 18 with boundaries, but of the other deliveries he's only managed to get a further 4 runs, which isn't really the strike rate he needs to be going at. So at the moment going at around about the 150.
Here's the tank bowling over number 7, Tomar.
It's played away quite nicely off the pads, and it's going to be 4 runs. I think Tomar's been struggling a little bit with his shoulder as well. Every time he's come on to bowl, he hasn't been at his most best and his most effective. So he's just trying to get a good over in for his side here and try and make sure he doesn't go for over 20. Comes Tomar, and that one is being very well picked up. It's going to be another 4 runs. So this is what I was talking about. It's basically highlighting exactly what I'm talking about. So they've got 3 key players. Pramod now is the last of those 3 batters, having seen the end of Piyush Singh and also from Magari. So he's scoring runs, but whenever he's not on strike, that's where the issues start with United.
Gone over 20 and over now. I mean, if they do pull this off, it'll be known as an ECN Classic, put it that way, but you don't see PCC letting this go.
Just over the top, that's been chipped up. I think this is, if you could get a hand to it, it's a catching opportunity. Yeah. It's back of the handball, good ball.
Slow ball, and just chipped essentially. So he just has to check his shot there, Bagoli, to catch up with it. Yeah. Ghanshyam Kumar. This guy, I've seen him play some useful knocks in the middle order. You have to have a real heater. Taking on the tank.
Plays it out wide. They've got a fielder there. It gets away from him, but they will take on his arm. And
Great stuff.
Well, that's a very snazzy little flick back from the keeper, isn't it?
Well, get set for it, because that 9-over game in between, you're going to see plenty of this. Cadwell, though, yeah, it's good. He has basically a free shot at trying to run him out. I actually think they should have run a third there. But with the misfield, throw came firing in, but with the extra pace, didn't really have too much accuracy. So Chris Pearce, along with his wife Renata, run the Cricket Academy, the Cricketover Academy, as they call it here. And Chris is a guy we've seen playing for Vinarati before, but he's pretty much now retired from playing in a serious way just to concentrate on the academy.
Okay.
He's a very good wicket keeper. He's also a very good coach. He's level 3 coach. Remember, he missed one series to go and do that level 3 in the UK because he really wanted to make a meaningful impact. And I just think Chris and Renata are a good example of a couple of people. We see lots of people with great intentions in Europe to try and get people interested, but they're not only doing that, but they're developing a generation of cricketers that are going to be competitive at the European international level. And already we've seen some of them kind of some of the teenagers going to England and gaining experience there.
That's wonderful.
And I think you'll really enjoy it. So I was just trying to get Chris over here, but he runs a tight ship, Chris, by the way. He said, no, the kids are doing warm-up. So he can't pop into the commentary box right now. So actually, right now I feel like I'm in trouble.
He's a
I think
professional.
I meant to be in warm-up right now.
Yeah, you're in trouble, mate. You better go. Go on. Go do some warm-ups. Or shall I write you a pass?
No,
Shall I write you a note?
I'm just going to watch. I still need to work out when I'm going to find some wicket
Dear
keeping
Chris, please excuse Vinny from the warm-up session.
He has to commentate an ECN miracle match where United are going to score 72 off the last 3 overs. Anyway, here's the beast. Good luck.
Just when he needs to perform, Sudesh, he does. And just look at, he's just getting this ball movement away. So batters really have to anticipate this. But he's so clever in a way because he'll change it up and get a Yorker in.
I'm going to give you an example of one of the games I've seen Chris run with some of the teenagers, or even some of the tweenagers. For example, they'd been working at training on front foot shots. So he put a line about 3/4 of the way down the pitch and said to the bowlers, if you bounce it short of that, it's a no ball free hit. So they had to bowl full, and they were practicing the skill that they'd been working on during the week. So just things like that. And it's just really great to see. He's kind of at the cutting edge of some of these exercises to try and it's two things, isn't it? You can do it once. You can stoke the love of the game, but you do that by teaching more of the technicals, which then in turn the youngsters, they want to improve and they want to they learn. The more you know, the more you've got to learn really in cricket. So many other things in life.
Yeah, I mean you got to put little challenges up there, or games, haven't you? Because you don't learn. I mean, like, we've all been there. We've all been to cricket nets, haven't we? And you just, you could bowl, for 2 hours long, but unless somebody's actually challenging you to put the ball in a particular area, or say, right, to this batter, I want you bowling here, etc. Unless you're doing that, what are you gaining from it? Because, as we've often said, for batters and for bowlers, nets, you can be in nets and you can spend a lot of time in there, but it's only when you go out into the middle and you're playing the real game that you see if it's productive or not. But you can make some of those training sessions pretty real, and I think that's when they become effective. Sudesh. And this one is dropped. Straight in, straight out. And that's a missed opportunity. And that's a nice moment there. And the batter knows he's been beaten there. Pramod, he's quick to go to Sudesh and said, sorry, you should have had me, but it's not my fault. I didn't drop it. End of another very good over there from Sudesh. Sudesh seems to be a guy, because he's played so much cricket, the catch goes down, but he's not moping about it. He's not miserable. He's not screaming. He's not shouting. He just smiles. The batter who gets a life, he shakes his hand. He just applauds the fielder who wasn't able to hold on to the catch. And he says, yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. And he goes back to his mark. But he's put a fine spell of bowling in just 12 of his 2 overs. 8 overs gone now, 86 for 3. This one gets played out, but no real power in the shot. It's just going to be a tame single taken there to Smith Patel. So Prague's EC on their way to the final. And of course, going to get past United once again here. That's played away. It's a fielder wide out there who makes a stop, picks it up on the bounce. Prague CC know that Bohemians will wait in the final. That one is going to go all the way. That's well picked up. And Yogesh has negotiated this well. He'll make the stop and pick it up. So Pramod maybe on his way to a half century here. It's not going to see his team victorious. It's actually been the key sort of format of the day on both occasions. The losing side had batters that have, or one batter, you would say, that has gone on and performed very well. We saw that in the game that involved the Tigers. The Tigers, of course, went down in the eliminator this morning, but there was a good knock in a losing course there from Shoaib Mir, made a fine 34 of 14. We saw the same from Bruno as Mohamed Ratul scored 62, but he ended up somehow, and they're probably still scratching their heads, Bruno, and wondering how they lost to Bohemians. He ended up on the losing side, and here it looks like we're going to see, or we have seen, a pretty good knock from Pramod Bagoli, but they also, or he also, will end up on the losing side with United. Played away, but they've got that fielder set pretty well in that position. And there's a guy that I really love watching. He's a sensational young man. I love talking to him. That's Arvind Sridhar. He's based out there, very quick, very fast. And of course, it was nice to see him score a 50. I'm guessing that was his first 50 on the network.
Yeah, it was. And his high score previous that it was 24 against Ostrava. So I think I just kind of said it while you're having your lunch that he's promised a lot, but hasn't quite been able to deliver, but he certainly did today. Have a look at what's coming up. We are about 2 hours and 20 minutes. 2 hours and 20 minutes away from the final, and it does look like it's Bohemians versus Prague CC, rematch of the 2022 final. Bohemians won an ECN trophy, Czech Super Series in 2020. They also made the final in 2022, so it'll be a rematch there. But in the meantime, I think in about 15 minutes we'll have the kids game going. Might even try and get them around for the toss, and it'll be featuring an older, balder kid behind the stumps.
I didn't know what you were going to say there for a minute. I thought, what are you on about? An older, balder
if you
kid.
missed it earlier, Chris, who runs the academy, and I thought, why isn't Chris doing it? And I realised he's umpiring. He's running the ship.
Yeah.
He can't be doing that. He said, to be fair, you can keep for both sides, because he wants all the kids to bat and bowl, and that way,
I like that.
the keeping's taken care of.
Works this away, and this is going to be another boundary. Cuatro carreras, and Pramod getting closer to a half century, and I do hope he gets there. There needs to be some highlight here. Of course, going to be disappointing for United because once again they can't get past Prague CC. And I like the way, smiles at the moment from Tomar as he just has a little chat there from Maduranga saying, hey, look, I know it probably doesn't matter too much, but have you thought about? And Maduranga says, yeah, I might do that here
look
now.
Look at the clouds. Just go to your position and let me bowl these 4 balls. We hope the rain doesn't intervene during that kid's match, by the way.
Oh, mullet. Absolutely mullet. I'm liking that, and that brings up his 50. And yeah, come on, be upstanding and applaud. It's been a great knock from Pramod Bagoli. He should be proud with his performance. He brings the 100, gets past 100 for the team as well, but a great knock. And there's some of the kids that are
someone's come for tennis in the background. I don't know if he got the wrong, brought the wrong bag.
It is the start of Wimbledon today, I do believe. So
hey, Pramod though, he's a real team man. Didn't really want to celebrate his 100. He's going to get castled now. Maduranga goes straight through him. But Pramod's a guy, we've seen him leading the side before. He gives everything for his club, and he'll be bitterly disappointed once again. They're going to go out at the hands of PCC. But it's credit to Pramod because, didn't hit it too well earlier. Came on, fighting 50. You can see United, they're a team that play together, they stick together. They knew they might not even be taking part in finals day. They won a thrilling game earlier in the day against the Tigers, who actually saved them last night. But it does look like this will be the end of the road. 2 balls remaining, 107 for 4.
Yeah, well batted though. But Pramod gets a fine half century before he sees his stumps knocked over by Maduranga. He just thought, well, I might as well just go for a big one. And that's nice from his teammates. See there, Amardeep the first to be up on his feet to congratulate him back. So well batted. These clouds are looking a bit dodgy, Vinny. That's all I'm saying.
My computer's safely inside.
Looking dodgy, and that wind, I'm just noticing from some of the black bags that are protecting a lot of the equipment at the moment are starting to flutter around with a bit more
I'm
purpose.
more scared now you've covered the left side of the cube.
Because you can't see.
Coming.
Yeah. But
Anyway,
I can feel what's coming.
last ball of the second semi, Maduranga to close things out.
It should be a tame catch taken by the keeper. It will be. No mistakes from Aditya Kadiwala. Good to see him back in the side and playing. And a comfortable catch taken. It'll be a second wicket in the over for Samira Maduranga. And that will be it. It will be Prague CC who once again put their place in the final. And once again, they have overcome United CC.
Yeah, fantastic effort. And for United, I know they'll be disappointed. They'll finish fourth again in the European Cricket Series. But when you think about when they first started, we first saw them in 2020, and I don't think they won a game in that series. And they've been building year on year. They're a side that always give us excitement. 3 golden balls, one of only 5 clubs to have played in 3 golden balls. PCC, though, all the credit goes to them. They're searching for a 5th trophy on the spin, and now we know that it will be a Bohemians versus PCC final rematch of 2022. And Bohemians, when they won that trophy in 2020, that was a big surprise that that one didn't go to PCC as well. So, yeah, the champs versus the challengers to come. And I can tell you that the final will start in about an hour and 15 minutes time. And that's the confirmation. It's Bohemians versus Prague CC. The toss will happen pretty shortly. We'll hopefully get most of this 9-over game. We're not coming off for rain. If I'm going to change trousers, we're staying out there. But anyway, I'll leave with Rico Full, as I've got some
You got to go do your warm-up. Go do your warm-up.
I've got to ask permission, and I've missed the first 5 minutes of the warm-up. So I'll leave with Rico Full, and he'll take you through the second half, which we thought might not happen at all, as the clouds were circling. Yes, I got the party trousers on. If you think that's, wait till you see me out there. Let's go.
Yeah, and he's like he said, out of sympathy for Bruno, he's wearing some Bruno bottoms. But let's have a look at this. So there was the Beast doing a little bit of fielding line down on his back. It's not often that you see the Beast on his back, but yeah, there was a positive start. The first few overs, and then the rain came, and I was wondering why they stayed on. That was what the camera looked like, because it was all taped up. The players, they wandered off the field for about 30 seconds, then wandered back. Smith Patel doesn't just take one, but takes 2 catches. This one was a close call, but on review, they went with umpire's call, and the umpire decided that it was not out. Just time, the taking off the bails, just a split second too early. This one, I don't think there was too much doubt about it. The ball was staying pretty low, and it was going to go into crash onto the stump, so a wicket goes down. This one was pretty close, as that one Pramod just managed to get over the outstretched hand there of the captain, Richard Thomas, who continues to struggle with his line. Pramod, he didn't struggle. He kept on being the only man who was hitting the ball pretty well, and then he lost his wicket and got a 50 though to his name before, and then right at the end there was this one, which was easy pickings for Aditya Kadiwala, who held on to the catch, and hugs all around for Prague CC. They get the victory that they were after, and well done to Sabawun Devitsi, who becomes the player of the match thanks to He 78. But don't forget, there was that fantastic half century there from Aravind as well. And those two put on a 100 partnership, which did change the way that innings from Prague CC was going. So Saba, I suppose, probably also right up there as an MVP contender at the moment, you'd have to say, as he closes on to 500 runs. 30 there for Piyush Singh, but 50 there from Pramod Bugali. Well batted to him. On the bowling front, in the end, there were 6 bowlers that were used. 2 wickets there for Maduranga. I think he bowled well. The Beast, Sudesh Vikramasakara. How about those 2 overs? 1 for 12. He bowled very well. Just 10 runs coming from Ravi Kumar Solanki. And I like Davidson Romani. I like the 1 over that he bowled as well. And Richard Thomas, the captain, 1 over for 11. So Prague CC, they go through the motions. They get the win that they were after. They got an early scare in the sort of the first 3 overs, as United really did go guns blazing at the top of the innings. But then after that, it was Prague CC who eventually they got rid of the captain, Piyush Singh, and soon after that Magari would go, and then it was really left to just one man, Pramod Muguli. And though he did get a 50 to his name, he wasn't able to get United anywhere close to that 153. So a win by 45 runs to Prague CC. Congratulations to them. And I know that, well, we got a bit of a break now between now and the final. So that's coming up in over an hour's time. But what we will have for you, we'll have some junior cricket. And Vinny Sandhu will be out there. And, well, I hope all of you on the chat will be doing our bit to give him as much dig as possible. So join us back in a short while. We'll show you some junior cricket in preparation for the big final coming up where Prague CC will be taking on Bohemians. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time and we'll see some junior cricket, and then after that will lead us on nicely to the big final here on Finals Day on Peacock Friday here in Czechia. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, this is a first and we're going to see a little bit of cricket from the juniors here as the Reds take on the Golds. The Reds will be batting first. Of course, I'm Rico Fulham. Vinny Sandhu's not here with me because Vinny Sandhu, there he is there, the man with the duck shirt on. He's going to be behind the stumps, wicket keeping for both teams. I'll tell you who is with me is Renata. Hello Renata, welcome.
Hello, hello.
Now Renata, as the cricket starts here, tell me a little bit first about this Junior Cricket Academy.
Yeah, I mean, we were founded in 2015 and it was just a dream to start cricket in Czech Republic. But now we have basically a national junior team. We have some players who already entered the adults teams and they play also in the women's national team. So that's great.
It's very good. So we've got the Reds here now who are batting first. Of course, your husband is out there in the middle. He's the umpire, Chris Pearce. So he's doing the umpire. Vinny Sandhu somehow has managed to persuade himself to be the wicketkeeper. I reckon we need to fine him for wearing, first of all, the wrong colours. A duck shirt, which is not good for the batter. How does the batter have to go in and have to see a man with ducks behind the stumps to put them off? But so tell me a little bit who's batting here at the moment.
Okay, that's Vercha Nevolova. Vercha started because her brother was playing originally.
Okay.
Yeah, and she started when she was actually like weight height of Chris's size, but you know, Chris is not so tall, so she was really little.
Yeah.
And she is very strong. She is an amazing bowler, as we can see after, but she doesn't have the confidence, as you know, the girls don't have so much confidence, so she's kind of struggling with that.
Okay, and who's her partners? Because they're doing pairs, aren't they? They will, each pair will bat for three overs.
Yes,
yeah? So who are the two partners here then? So who's this young man?
This is Henry.
Okay.
He was basically raised as a cricketer because his father loves cricket. He has also a sibling, Scarlett, who is with us too.
Yeah.
And Henry knows all the laws with cricket. So if the kids don't know anything, then Henry and Scarlett, they are the ones who you should go to.
I just looked at Henry's stance there. He's got a proper stance, isn't he? That's the end of the first over. Yeah, he's looks like a little cricketer. Just to watch his stance here, people. He's got the swag about him as well, hasn't he? As he confidently goes back to the strike and said, yeah, just watch him here. He's well balanced, got a good shape.
Because his favorite one is drive.
Yeah.
He always plays with the straight bat. Oh, not here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a wide ball anyway. It's a nice take there by Vinny Sandhu with his yellow shoes. Well, Vinny is known for wearing his wild colours, so yellow shoes, red pads and a duck shirt as he makes a stop there. Nice to see a lot of the parents here as well. Tell me, so we talked a little bit about the red side, so the batting partners here. So who's this with the ball? Tell me a little bit about this young lady that's bowling.
Yeah, that's Vercha, or we call her Veverka, which means squirrel.
Oh, means squirrel,
yeah,
did you say?
Squirrel, yeah. That was a nickname from Chris. And she really liked it, so she stayed
We're going to
with it.
call her the squirrel, okay.
Yeah, and she's like the tiniest one in our group. But you can hear her everywhere, basically everywhere she goes, you know, especially when she's batting and she's yelling like, go, go, go. She's like, ah! So, you know, you can hear her. So she's tiny, but you know about her.
Loud.
Yes.
Tiny but loud. She comes in again, so she's gets this one again. A question I'll ask you, this is something I was talking to Danny about yesterday, and watching the squirrel bowl here brings it up again. She's bowling round the wicket, right arm round the wicket, and we see a lot of this from cricketers in Europe. Is there any reason why the youngsters prefer to go round the wicket as to what probably would be the more, you know, what we call the more normal in your right hand to go over the wicket? Is that they just find it more comfortable?
No, I think like it's just like they don't have the confidence and stuff. They don't have still. I think the bowling is for them the hardest part. The batting is like easy because most of them play some like tennis or softball and stuff. But bowling for them is so unknown thing, so unnatural thing. Yeah. So they basically try whatever they can to bowl somehow.
Yeah.
Still in this phase, we have some good bowlers.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Bowling is the hard. I know when I've done a lot of junior coaching, the hardest thing is the bowling because unless you start doing it, it's an unnatural sort of action, isn't it? Because everybody used into throwing. You always throw things, but you never bowl things, so it's pretty unnatural. That's a good ball here. So who's this? Who's number 6? That's a good run taken there. Good running. So slightly taller. This young lady's not quite as short as this girl.
Anička, that's Anička, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Anička is very, very strong. She's like a horse. She's really, and she's the best fielder we have. She can catch everything, and it looks like it was so easy, Yeah.
Nice action. I do like her action, and now she is bowling over the wicket.
Her problem is she likes football too. So she's sometimes running away from cricket to play football, and so that's why she has the good movement in her legs and stuff. So she's a good fielder, and she.
But you encourage that with kids. I think you don't want kids just to play one sport. I think you want to have kids playing as many sports as possible, and as long as it's fun, that's the key thing, isn't it? Fun. That one's a little bit too wide. Now, where are majority of these kids now coming from to play and to be part of this academy? Are they just are you going into schools and finding them, or are they just coming to you because the parents have networks with cricket? How does it work?
Yeah, it works like we need to go to school and to show kids that the cricket is really cool, that it's not boring and stuff. Because like in the Czech Republic, it still sounds like, it's too boring sport. And parents don't like it. So we need to persuade kids to come to the parents and tell them like, I want to play cricket.
Yeah.
Otherwise it doesn't work because parents still don't know the sport. I hope that when the Czech team will get to the Olympic Games, hopefully one day, then they will start to like it and they will see it's a good sport. But most of the people don't even know what is cricket. We still have a problem with people thinking that we play polo with horses and, or that we play croquet.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, isn't it? In Europe, is a lot of. Is that I know that in Spain when we were trying to get cricket going in the Valencian region, and you're going into schools and talking to schools about cricket, and it's very difficult to get the schools to buy into a sport which they don't know about. They've never heard of it. So I think the good thing about European Cricket Network, especially now with the shorter format, you're able to show it to them and encourage them to maybe participate in it. This is going to be a little bit too wide from another young bowler. It looks pretty young, also pretty short.
Yeah. It's Sobit.
Sobit?
Yeah, he is pretty young. He is, I think he's 9 now. And he came to us recently.
Oh, well.
But he did a big development steps with us, so.
That's not fair. Why? Vinny, I mean, look at Vinny here, just showing off now. He should have let this go. He could have been runs there, and he makes a stop. He's getting that's not his own trousers, somebody's bottom's dirty there. I bet if he was wearing his blue trousers, he wouldn't have done that. He would have torn them as well. Free hit being given here. So Vinny's trying to encourage the Sobit to bowl that off stump. Let's see. A much better delivery. That's well bowled. Oh, lovely shot.
Nice.
What a good shot. And he's gone through the fielder. And that one, I tell you what, I think that one is pretty close to being 4 runs.
Yes.
You've got to keep running. Maybe one. Oh, that's a good arm. Very good arm. I'm liking a lot of our viewers are enjoying the action. I can see Jules saying nice to see the kids getting involved. Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is the future.
Also real. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is the future because without juniors playing cricket and without you, Renata and Chris doing the work you do, you can't just keep relying on the same old people. The game has to be reborn, doesn't it? And this is, well, we're looking at the future perhaps of some of the Czechian stars of the future.
Yeah. Arjun has also great pedigree. That's the better now. His father is Prakash.
Ah.
You probably know him, right?
I do.
I think he was playing last week here also.
Yeah. So these two, they're going to have 3 overs this pair. Obviously, I take it Chris is keeping the score there. So I suppose every time they're out, do they lose some runs as well?
Yes, they lose 5 runs.
5 every time you're out. So the key thing is to try and stay there. But it must be fantastic for them to get a chance to be out there and playing, because I suppose maybe a lot of what they're playing at the moment is indoors. Do you do most of the most of the practice indoors?
I mean, these talent kids, they play here in Vinoš too. We did like a league, and we play outdoor, but not in any cricket field. We play just in some, playgrounds, like a football fields mostly.
Yeah, so to be out there on this beautiful pitch must be a real highlight for them.
I mean, especially with the TV, right?
Yeah, they're on TV. That's it. They can go back, and don't forget, they'll be able to go back and tell all of their friends, "Hey, look, watch me." Bit concerning. Some umbrellas out there at the moment. I wonder if that's because
some of them were mad because their moms were on TV last week when they were playing here. Yeah, so they were like, I need to come here. So all the kids whose moms played here last time, they are here. Just to be on the TV,
It's their chance now. Now, oh, look at this. Oh, wow, what a ball that is. I wonder if we see this one. Watch the swing on this. That's a great delivery. It's like a boomerang. Watch this ball swing. Watch it go. Watch this come back.
Yeah.
What a great ball.
Wow. And the better is Garvita. She came recently too. She's too shy still. She's like scared to hit the ball, because she's worried to miss it. But when she has the confidence, she will be great.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Let's have a look at this. I see the stumps being knocked over here. What happens? Let's have a look. And I think, is that ball? Vinny's celebrating. I don't know. Does he do, what does Vinny, let's keep an eye on these stumps here. Here's the delivery. Oh, it's bowled. It comes in. That's that movement. And look at the joy. Oh, look at the delight. Oh,
nice.
yeah. And Vinny Sandu wants to get involved in the celebrations as well. That's a great delivery. Really well bowled.
And is Vinny wicketkeeper, or isn't he?
He
used to be.
He used to. Don't tell him I said this, but Vinny is a very good wicketkeeper. He's kept at high level, of course, for Australia as well. And but he is good. You can tell he's a wicketkeeper because you just have a look at his fingers. They're all pointing in different directions.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I have wicketkeeper at home, right? So I know.
Yeah, so you know, yeah, of course.
Fingers.
Chris is also a good keeper. What about yourself? Now I know that this weekend that the women will be playing against Greece in these T10 International. Do you play? Will you be playing?
I would love to play, but unfortunately I had a surgery of my eye, so my space awareness now is not so good. So
So you stick. Well, I tell you what. I'm glad that you are at least making a big impact to the juniors with the coaching that you're doing and getting all these kids interested in playing. So that's good. It looks like Vinny's hurt his fingers there a little bit. I think does he want the magic spray? No way, Vinny. Stick to it. And well, while we're watching the cricket, I want to invite you all and say hello. This is Renata. Renata, it is lovely to have you here. And can I just say, I know that a lot of our viewers are enjoying this junior cricket being played in Czechia. Absolutely fantastic. Well done to you.
Thank you. I mean, it's mostly Chris. I'm just the behind the scene.
Behind the scenes is very important.
Yeah.
It's very important. But this must be a very proud moment for you.
Yes, I mean, definitely. We had also our festival 2 weeks ago, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. But some kids couldn't be there because they juniors played for the women's team, national team, for the first T20. And one of the juniors became the youngest T20 captain.
16, is that right?
16, yes.
That's fantastic.
So that was amazing. Yeah.
It's great, and that's what's so exciting. They're asking about LBW here, and look, he's begging. He's putting his hands together. Watch this. Watch the bowler here. You'll tell me about the bowler. The one goes, how's that? And then look, he puts the hands together in a moment and said, please, come on, get up. He's begging, give me the LBW.
He doesn't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's Misha Kominek.
Yeah.
He's with us for a long time. He got really so much power. He's amazing with that. One of those moms who played last week, that was his mom.
Right.
It was her debut, and she scored 4.
All right.
Yeah.
So
and that was so
moment.
they are both strong, like crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jules is saying absolutely, Rico. Kids are the life and blood of the sport, and nice to see. And even Jeffrey Mobbs getting involved. Said great to see development and very good. And good young cricketers. I have to say, all of them have been very impressed as one partnership comes to an end. Well done to those two. As the next two batters come out. So the red team, they're going well at the moment. is, I think, Squirrel comes back for another. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, the
to the
Squirrel.
left-hander. Yeah, well bowled. I'm very impressed with the bowling here. Most of them getting it right. You see there, looks like Chris
And it's
almost
Mate
losing
and
his hat.
Matos batting.
Okay.
Yeah, those two also the mums were playing last week. They wanted really to be here, you know. To
So how many of these kids did have mums or fathers that are playing in the sport?
Basically, like now, just three.
Just three. All
No,
right.
no. Wait a minute. We have one more. I mean, it depends. Like some of us, some of the parents play also for our team. So you know, because Chris always wants with the juniors in the adult team, he always gives their himself or some other father, like Mark plays, which is Scarlett's and Henry's father. Yeah, and those three mums, they just started to play now. And then Pratibha plays for the PCC and for the nationals team.
Yeah, well, you can see that a lot of people in the chat, the viewers around the world, loving what they're seeing here. Ben is saying it's great to see homegrown juniors. And he said he'd like to see more exhibitions like this during ECN matches. And yeah, look, one thing that we do say, and we try to do it as we travel around, obviously part of our Cricket Coolers program, as you know, we see a lot of at the Karamo. Well, Vinny Sandhu wants a little bit of mayonnaise here, and he wants to celebrate.
Really enjoying.
Vinny Sandhu is the biggest kid on the planet when it comes to being out there. You see, he's loving himself here. Just watch this. Talk about getting a bit of mayo in here with the stumping, and here he goes. Look, gets the throw in, and yeah, there. Gets a dive in, bit of mayonnaise. Yeah, but you know, as part of the Cricket Cool program, we try to do something with the juniors when we go to each event, especially in this little space that we have between sort of the bronze final or the semi-finals and the final. So it's always great to see. Of course, the other day, Danny Hudacek was here with some of the kids from his school. That was nice to see as well. How does it work? Because are most of these kids obviously there around this area? So do you also have links with juniors further afield, maybe in Brunel or in Ostrava and those areas?
Yeah, we have the most kids from Prague, of course, but Brno just founded like a new juniors team.
Yeah.
So we had some matches with them. That's amazing.
That's very good.
And also PCC has their junior team now too. So at least we have some competition to play with.
So that's good.
That's amazing.
So you could have like a weekend or that's out, by the way. It's given out. So that's caught on bowl. What a good catch this is. And well, Vinny's finally found somebody who's taller than him. So be careful, Vinny. Let's have a look at this. I think this is caught on bowl. It's in the air and caught.
Yay!
Well
and
done.
That's Bara. That's her second game in life.
Really?
Yeah, and it's a mum of Matej, who is Matos, who is now playing.
Well,
so yeah.
What a moment there for Bara. So she's second time she's playing and she's taken a wicket. It's on TV as well. So she'll be enjoying this, of course. Now that's all. So going back to what I was saying, so it's great, I suppose, now that you would be able to have like maybe even at a weekend or even just one day where you can get those three teams to come together and play in a little
that's amazing.
round robin.
Because we didn't know or we didn't have any competition somewhere around, and we needed to go some big distances, which is a problem for the parents, and kids can't go themselves. So yeah, we are happy. We're very happy that PCC and Brno has those teams now.
And are the kids, it's a question for you, have the kids been watching the cricket on the TV, the European Cricket Series, and will they be here? Maybe they'll be here over the weekend when the internationals are being played. That'd be great to see, because we're fortunate here to have a second pitch over there, so they could always come up and we can have a fiesta of cricket over the weekend. The kids playing
that's a great idea.
on the pitch over there, the internationals being played here, and I think what'll be nice, because of course we'll have the men and the women from Czechia will be here, but also from Greece, and I'm pretty sure the kids would love to mingle with them as well. They might be able to play with them when they're warming up.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. Let's try, definitely.
Why not? Yeah, that's a nice shot. That's nicely played on the leg side, and it's got a really good shot being played there. Well, Vinny Sandhu giving a high five to the batter there. Nice shot. It's going to be 4 runs, so that's 4 carreras. And it wasn't quite ready, the batter this time, but that's going to be a bit of a wide, and getting a little bit too enthusiastic with the running.
if I go back to your question, you asked like the kids love to watch the cricket, like
Yeah.
you know they can watch the ECN,
Uh-huh.
but there is not so many streams in the Czech Republic to watch like you know World Cup and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So yeah, so they can watch the ECN.
They can watch easy, and the beauty with of course the European Cricket Network is we're basically this event happening somewhere around Europe every day, so they can always go onto the YouTube. And yeah, maybe that's what we should encourage them to do, obviously with the permission of their parents, watch the cricket and get, you know, maybe chat with us on the chat like you see a lot of the people doing there at the moment, just saying hi to us. And oh, Dave is saying great stop there from Vinny. Well, I think he put a bit of mayo on it. And it's lovely. It's great to see. I mean, one thing that always warms my heart is when we go somewhere and we do see juniors playing. And what's really encouraging is that a lot of the places that you've just mentioned, you know, what a moment that is, a 16-year-old captaining the national side here. I mean, that is fantastic. And we've been to places recently, I mean, Tallinn, also in Cyprus, where youngsters are playing and already playing at a good level. So it means that there's a lot of hope for cricket in Europe growing and developing, and seeing these kids out there at the moment and, you know, working hard and playing and bowling well, fielding well. It's lovely to see. So you should be very proud of what you're doing, you and Chris here. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
No,
That's
you're
very
welcome.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Chris even told me that one of our kids got a scholarship in England for, you know, playing
Yeah?
cricket. Yeah. I can't say like very exactly because, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know the story from the source, but like, yeah, Chris just told me. So we are very proud, and we will give it on the Facebook, and then we will tell you.
Yeah, well, that one's hurt. I think that's caught him just on the inside of the leg. And Vinny, free spray. Let's get a bit of magic spray. Mary would be handy here. That's Matej who gets on the leg.
I mean, Matej is not lucky with cricket because his mom just told me that he almost, you know, was blind because of cricket.
Oh, no.
You know, and then when he was catching the ball, then he broke his finger twice.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch. So, oh, well, boys. Vinny Sandhu, what's happened here? Oh, no. The camera is on this. We want to replay. No, he's saying, no, that's buys. I hope this is buys. There's no bat here. Vinny misses it. Yeah, there it is. It's buys. Look, it's straight through. Oh, no. Vinny Sandhu, there's buys. And he's trying, I like the way he's trying to deceive the umpire, saying, come on, you got a bit of bat on this. Vinny Sandhu. That's not the way to do it, kids. And I hope you all saw that in the chat, Dave. When Vinny comes back, I want you all to be asking him about the 4 buys he just gave away. Don't forget now when he comes back, when we come back for the final. What about yourself? How long have you been involved with cricket yourself then?
I mean, when I met Chris,
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about cricket. The same as other people in the Czech Republic, I was like, cricket, oh my god, that's boring, right? And stuff. And people were laughing at me. You have a boyfriend who plays cricket, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's like this in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
And then I started to play a little bit and look at it and watch it with Chris. I like the test matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, and oh my god, I love it.
Yeah.
I love all the rules and I mean laws and stuff.
You get involved in the tactics. And, well, I think Vinny Sandhu is just going to have a little cry about those 4 buys. And he's what a happy chappy. And we don't want to hear anything. There was 4 buys.
He's definitely nicked it. I got told to stand back further by Chris and then carry. Let me tell you, 9 overs is a long time to be out there.
What's happened to you? Look, he's out of breath already. Well, Vinny's out of breath. He's only out of breath because he just run here from there. You see, that's Vinny. I'm glad that all of the players that we have on the network don't always argue about the buys and things like that. Now he's going back out there, and we're seeing some of the highlights from the first innings for the first 3 pairs. We saw some good shots. So look at the bowling, the swing, and I think the next ball that she bowls here, she gets weird. Look at that. She's a boomerang demon bowler, and they were celebrating. There's that wicket, and look at the celebration. Fantastic. And Vinny Sandhu. Now, I don't know what happened here. Vinny throws the ball away, then they run. I reckon that's fake fielding myself. I don't think that should be given out. But and the umpire at the side gives it out. And this was a caught and bowled, lovely moment for Mum. And second time playing the game and a caught and bowl. What a lovely moment that is. And this was a nice shot. I think this one is one that went for 4. Played away in that behind square area. And then that's the 4 by. So shame on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Renata, I think you're going to have to give Vinny some a little bit of coaching tips on his wicket keeping. What do you think?
Definitely, definitely.
Well,
we have there Matej, who is good wicket keeper, so I mean, like, he can give him some tips. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we can arrange Matej to do a little bit of coaching there for Vinny. Dear. There he is, Vinny.
Oh yeah, you know, he can be scoring, and Chris can do some wicket keeping.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea. We're
but
ready.
it wouldn't be fair for the team, right? No.
Nah. Well, yeah, because I suppose the other team will say, well, hang on a minute. You can't have a good wicket keeper now after giving us a bad wicket keeper.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
exactly.
with you there, right now. I'm with you. All right, like, you know, look at the background there. That's the other thing. I mean, the kids playing cricket, they're loving it, and they're getting good support there from the parents as well. And I like the way that some of the players around the ground as well are also encouraging the kids. Yeah, we like what we're seeing here. I'm glad that you're liking it through, and Jules is straight through the gate. Schoolboy error there from Vinny. Hey, you guys, when he comes back, I want you to be rubbing it in big time. And I think this is Tanziela, who was saying it really can't be understated, the tremendous work that Chris and Renata do. Yeah, look, I agree with you. I agree with you so much. And I know it. I've been there. You know, one thing I've always said, and having spent a lot of time with the junior in Spain, is not just with juniors cricket, but cricket in a lot of European countries, cricket only functions because, in my opinion, because of a handful of people that give up a lot of their time to make things happen, whether it's making the ground look good, whether it's making sure that the leagues work, whether it's making sure that juniors play, whether it's making sure juniors get from one place to another. And they are the unsung heroes of European cricket. Nobody really hears about them. I know there's an opportunity here, you know, for yourself, Renata and Chris, to have the kids out there, and it can be seen and appreciated, but often it's not seen. And I think we always forget that there's a lot of people that work very hard behind federations in their own countries, and they're volunteers to do it off their own bat. They don't get paid to do it. They take time off work to do it. They take holiday time to do what they do. So we should really appreciate people that put in a lot of time to cricket. And as we talk about that, we see a very good run out on the screen. Have a look at this. It's a nice run out. Who's that involved there with the direct hit? It's a great bit of fielding. I don't know if you got a replay of this, but it was wonderfully well done. I think we have here. So watch this. They take in the run. It's a one-hand pickup and direct hit.
But who was that?
Good. I think it was a young man with 43 on his back. It's a really good throw. Really nicely done. So that was a wicket. So that's going to be -5. So it's not a good start here for. This is the Golds now batting, is it?
Yes. Golds, Vercha.
Yeah.
That's the one, Veverka.
Okay.
Which is, we will see if we can hear her here when she is yelling and when she is running.
Okay, well, first of all, we've got to see another error from Vinny. All right, I think this one was given as wise, but Vinny needed to make the stop, so there's another one that's gone for. You know what, Vinny is never going to live this down. Here we go, watch. He gets across.
Oh, no.
Well, I think that is like that bit of wicket keeping is like what we see in the background there, a bit of garbage. Put it in the garbage.
What we say to our kids, you should enjoy, you know, it doesn't matter. So,
no, you're right. Should we say to Vinny, you should enjoy it,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Don't worry, Vinny, it doesn't matter. And this one, that's a nice shot.
It's a Misha, he has really big power.
Yeah.
So he can hit 4 easily. But let's see if we see some today.
I like the way that he got in line with that ball, and rather than trying to hit it too hard, he plays away nicely. So nice shot there played. As we see one of the players getting ready for the final. That's Hamidullah, who played a very good match in the semi-final. Player of the match. Are you enjoying the kids? Enjoying the kids playing? Yeah, he's saying, yeah, I saw him talking to some of the kids and their parents down there. So, yeah, I think he's going to be a key player as the United team are now turning up, getting ready for the final which will be starting in about between a half an hour to 45 minutes time. So.
And the bowler is another Vercha Novilova, who is normally a really good bowler, but this obviously wasn't too good.
Right,
I guess she's
early nerves.
yeah, exactly.
Early nerves.
Yeah.
She'll get it right.
But she is
soon.
always saying like, I'm so terrible, I can't bowl and stuff. But she normally is really good.
How are the? Because apart from the kids whose parents also play, so their mums and dads, how are the parents who? How are the kids whose parents probably don't know anything about cricket? How do they go back and tell their parents about the game they're playing? Do they get good support from their parents?
I don't know actually, because like some kids, like we have a kid whose uncle said like, why do you play cricket? Don't do it and stuff like that, discouraging him so much. And he is one of our best players, you know.
Yeah, that's sad to hear really, because I think it goes back to what I said before. I think no matter what the sport is, we should always encourage kids to play sport.
Same as the kids, when they know the cricket and when they play it and when they hit it first time, they love it.
Yeah.
So, you know, if we involve the parents, which we did in our festival 2 weeks ago, we involved the parents. They could play, they could try, and they loved it.
Yeah.
So that's how you need to get the parents, so they support the kids.
Yeah, and I think until they come out there and see it being played, and also cricket is very much a team sport, isn't it? If you get the parents in, and it's a team sport, it goes well. Now, what's the festival? You mentioned this festival a couple of times, so tell me a bit more about the festival.
Yeah, we do annual festival of cricket, basically a family day of cricket. And the kids, all the kids from our projects can play there and play a big tournament. And also that there are like some stands with like where people can try cricket, like cricket bowling, cricket batting, all the
sensational,
skills.
yeah.
Yeah, and then we do a game for a public.
Yeah,
so
like quick cricket.
Yeah, where everybody can join the game.
Yeah.
Basically, kids and adults, we just play with the soft ball, and people love it because, you know, they are all the adults are kind of kids, you know, like Vinny. You see.
How do you? I tell you what. There's always been an issue, I think, for anybody who's involved with cricket in Europe, is when you're talking to somebody. Let's say you're in one of these. Let's say you're in one of these lovely bars that you have in Czechia. You're in the bar and you got some of the kids there with you. You've just come back from cricket, and somebody says to you, you know, oh, what sport do you play? And you say cricket, and they say, what's that? How do you explain cricket to somebody here in Czechia who doesn't know what the sport is?
Yeah, normally we say it's something like softball or baseball. That's how we start. And then Chris has now, for kids, Chris has now a great version how to explain it. And he is explaining this as a Batman and Robin, you know.
Ah, all right.
A Batman has a Robin.
Yeah.
And basically they get coins, they get dollars if they run, you know. But against them is a Joker. And Joker wants to get them out. And if they are not on their castles, they can, you know, destroy them.
That's a very unique way of putting it.
Yes. So it's amazing. And kids get it like this. Because if you try to explain them cricket in like a normal, boring way, they get lost in like 1 minute. But if you involve money and, you know, some comic characters and stuff.
Yeah, Batman and Robin, people can relate to that. The Joker. Yeah, that's a fine way of putting it. And looks like, oh wow, look at the spin on this. A bit of leg spin. And he's saying to the he's saying to the bowler, come on, get behind your stumps. I'll give it to you. But look at the movement on this. I wonder if we can see this ball one more time. So it's leg spin. Watch this. Oh, that really does spin.
Yeah.
But you can see he just doesn't get behind the stump. So you can see the fielder there, number 7, saying, oh, if you're behind the stumps, I'm going to pass it to you. So that was a nice bit of bowling.
Yeah, that's what Chris said. Like now he is in the phase when he is deciding if he will be spin bowler or if he will be fast bowler. Yeah.
Well, from what I just saw there, he certainly got the ball to spin a lot. So I like his bowling. That time he went a little bit short. Let's see if he gets this bit flighted a bit higher. Let's see. Yeah, no. Oh, that's well. Oh, look at that. Oh, is that the ball of the century? Is that the ball that we saw from the great Shane Warne himself? Let's have a look at this ball one more time. Alex, show us this again. Watch this. Look at the spin on that. What a ball it is. Oh, that is a sensational delivery. Look at the spin on that. I tell you
So
what, if he's deciding whether he wants to be a quick bowler or a spin bowler, I'll tell you now, tell him that Rico says you have to be a spin bowler.
Yes,
because he can get
definitely.
the ball to spin. That was a great delivery. Ball of the century, everyone. And he goes again. This time he doesn't quite get as much spin, but that's his ball, isn't it? Just gets that flighted up and he gets a lot of spin. I'm like, what's his name, number 5?
Hey, it's Arjun.
Arjun, right.
Yeah.
Arjun, remember that, everyone. Arjun, a star of the future for sure with his spin bowling. Let's see if he can get another good one in here. A little bit down leg side this time. That'll be called a wide by Chris.
I mean, his father is Prakash, and
Yeah.
Prakash, it's president of the CHMKS right now, the Czech cricket. So yeah, great pedigree.
Yeah, good DNA, as they say. So
Yeah.
looks like we'll see another pairing. I think you can see that batter's just asking, what's the score? Chris, what's the score? Now, when do most of these kids, is it mainly just in their holiday times? Like now is holidays here. Will they be doing more training and planning now? Or do you do it sort of in school days as well after school?
No, they will have a break basically because a lot of Czechs go for the holidays. So
Yeah.
we have over the summer we have a break.
Breaks now?
Yes.
And then
we will do the camps, cricket camps.
Yeah.
So we will have 1 week like cricket camps, but that's it.
Okay.
Because like all the kids will be somewhere on all the camps and somewhere abroad, you know.
Yeah, holiday time now.
Yes.
Good delivery, you're liking that. Floated up. And they're not running here, the batters. Missed opportunity, I think.
Yes, definitely.
Got to take the runs there. So, and is there...
And it's Anička.
Yeah, I like her bowling, you know. She bowls very well. I hope I haven't put a curse on her, but her bowling so far has been really good. She's got nice action.
Yeah, she's
look at that
strong.
lovely arm. That is really good action. They're taking on the run this time, and... Oh, he's missed! Oh, no!
Oh, my God.
He's
Henry is
missed.
looking like what happened.
Oh, now they're going to take over throws. How does he miss from there? Well, it's the same fielder who last time was saying the bowler should be up. Watch this. I can't believe he's missed it. Look. You can see a fielder is waiting to be past
Yes,
the ball, and he's
yes.
saying, why didn't you give it to me? Oh, look. How does he miss from here? Oh,
Maybe
no.
he should run, right? He had enough time,
I think,
maybe.
yeah, I think if he ran and just held on to the ball and hit the stumps, he would have got him out. Well bowled again, lovely bowling. The nice take. I suppose you could give Vinny some credit. Nice take behind the stumps of Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo.
So that's Garvita bowling. She's really young too and really shy. So if she finds the self-confidence, she will be really good. But she needs to open to the chance that she will just do that wrong. You know?
I tell you already, for somebody who, how old is she at the moment?
I think she's 10.
Yeah, for somebody who's 10 and bowling here, because don't forget, all right, she's getting the ball right up there. That was a little bit wide. It's the only one she's bowled wide. She's bowled 3 top quality balls already, and she's going to be a very good bowler. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah.
And look at her action. Look at her run up. She's got smooth run up. So watch the run up here. It's nice and smooth. And then she gets the action in as well. Look. And that one again, only because because she's young. Because she's young and she's got to put a bit of power in to get the ball up there. It's going, sometimes it goes a bit wider.
She's shy and she's not confident to do that.
Yeah, but
you know, because she's worried that she will. Yeah.
But
that's her mom here.
There's the mom.
She's just,
Hello.
She plays for the women's national team.
All right. So who we got? Come and say hello. Come say hello. So who's mum? I'm stopping mum recording herself doing.
That's Garvita's mum.
So come inside here. So come a bit closer, we can get you on. So you'll have to talk into my mic. So tell us who you are.
I'm Pratibha Chaudhary. I'm Garvita's mom. I'm a software developer by profession at Barclays Bank, and cricketer is my full-time hobby.
Now you're going to be playing. You're going to be playing over the weekend, then. So you're going to be playing for Team Czechia.
Yes, I'll be playing for Team Czechia. We'll be playing Greece tomorrow.
And are you feeling confident?
Absolutely.
Well, can I just say, you've got a fine young cricketer in there as well. She's got a lovely bowling action, so keep working on her. And I think within a couple of years, she's going to probably be playing in the national side. You never know. Maybe mother and daughter playing together. Well, enjoy. I'll let you go back to taking your pictures now and recording. Oh, it's lovely, this, isn't it? I love it. Real family feel about it. I always like to say that when we go to a lot of places, it's like a fiesta of cricket, and that's exactly what it feels like here. And that's well bowled again.
Yeah, that's Arjun.
Cheeky run. There could be a run out this time. In. It's a direct hit. It's going to be out. Brilliant. Well, I tell you what, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And this time he does get it. Watch this. It's a really nice throw, actually. I knew it was hitting the stumps all the way through. So they just had to leave it alone. And out. Good work. Nicely done. Very nicely done. So I don't know. I really don't know what the score says, but I reckon that they're pretty close. Maybe we'll have a golden ball here. Up in the air. They decide not to run this time. They don't want to. I think the problem is they're scoring runs well, but every time their wicket goes down, they lose 5 runs. Stronger together. That's what the kids are. And, of course, that's what we're seeing here from the juniors. The young players, boys and girls, here in Czechia. Lovely to see. What's the name of the academy? I don't think we discussed the name. Do you have the name, or is it just Cricket Academy?
Yeah, Kriketová akademie, yeah. Kriketová akademie České republiky.
Okay, so what does that
translate
to? What does that translate
Cricket Academy of the Czech Republic.
Cricket Academy of the Czech Republic.
Easy, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, nobody else has the Cricket Academy, so we didn't need any original name.
Do you have a Facebook where people can go on and see?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just find Kriketová akademie.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's done. And what I'll do is I'll get...
And we have Instagram, we have everything. We don't have TikTok yet because we don't have too much time for the crazy videos.
Yeah. No, but that's good. That's always nice that we can go and check out. Or it could be a bit of an injury here. Is there an injury? Was that too high? Was it a high ball? There might have been. But I think that's might be the end of these two partners. And, well, I'm not sure what... Well, Vinny's trying to get inside the head of the batter there. And don't let him do that to you. All right, so what are we at here now? So who's this bowling now? I think he got hit with a high ball in the chat. That's what Alex is just telling me. Got hit in the chest, but he's still there. liking that. See, as cricketers, we've made a strong stuff.
So Henry is bowling now.
Henry, yeah.
Yeah, Henry is the one who was raised by cricket, basically, so he knows everything. He knows all the laws and stuff.
Yeah.
So he can correct you if you don't know something. Yeah.
Yeah, Henry. Now, so the likes of Henry then, because obviously when it comes to sport, who's he supporting? Is he supporting Czechia, or is he still supporting some other teams when it comes to sport?
I guess England.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you might as well support Czechia because England. Well, let's just say they got dumped out of the cricket.
You mean in football now,
they got dumped out,
in cricket?
In football, they're sort of still in it, mind you. They're not playing very well, are they? And what did you say, Alex?
Cricket absolutely dumped out.
Yeah, cricket absolutely dumped out. Alex is in production talking to me now. Yeah, I must admit, I think a lot of people thought that maybe England could come and get a good game in against India, but it wasn't to be. They were absolutely thrashed, weren't they? So now I think the footballers are flying the flag, but you know what I'm going to say? I know we're talking cricket here, but I reckon that England footballers in the next match, after all the stick they're getting, are going to come back and win something like 4-0. But I'm not an expert, but I just feel something like that could happen. And who knows?
So this is the last pair.
Last pair in?
Yeah.
All right.
That's Bara.
Now Bara, we saw who had that good moment at the court and bowl.
And Krishif.
Okay. Bara and Krishif. So the last pair. And let's see how these two do. So I reckon they're probably, at a guess, I'm going to say they're about 10 behind because of the number of wickets that they lost. So this could be a very important pairing.
Yeah.
There's the first ball, and
I think Krishif should be really good. He is all rounder. He is good in everything.
He looks a little bit older than some of the other kids.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. And Chris told me he's like a good prospect, brightest prospect we have now.
That one's down the leg side. And has he got cricket DNA in his family? Who is he, father or mother playing?
Yeah. His dad is Sharmal, and he's still playing for UCC club. Yeah. His father did some amazing catch last week, and he was in the highlights. But
the one-handed one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's his son. Okay.
That's his son, exactly.
Oh, well, he just played a nice shot there. I think that went for 4 runs. Nicely played. Good news is here, Renates, the weather seems like it's changed. It looks like
Yes. I
looks
was
like
worried about some storms, but
yeah,
it
looks
doesn't
like
look like
I'm
anymore.
gonna peek out here to see if there's any of those dark clouds around, and doesn't look like actually. It looks like we might have missed the eye of the storm, but you never know. Vinny did say that the app to go with was saying that it was going to come, but we might have missed it. Well, thankfully somebody's opening up the side here because it's starting to get like an oven in here. All right. Anyway, are you enjoying being? This is our home, by the way. This is where we spend all our time talking to the public and talking cricket from. How do you like our little home?
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm just like surprised what else you can do here. You know, you are reading, talking, and doing all the stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, how you can manage?
Hey, what a shot this is! This could be 4 runs, and is it going to go to the boundary? And yes, 4 runs. What a shot!
Nice.
Have a look at this. When we saw her take a first wicket, now she's all embarrassed because she's hit a boundary. Show us this again, Alex. Look, watch this for a shot. What a lovely shot!
Oh my God!
Lovely shot. And she can't believe it. She stops, she stares, she stops and says, "Is that 4?" And then there's a signal from Chris saying, "Yeah, 4 runs." What a lovely shot.
Yeah, all the family plays cricket now.
Yeah?
Like her family. Yeah, it started with one of her kids, and now all of them play. Even her, she decided to play now. I mean, she was forced.
I
Again,
was going to say.
this morning we told her we don't have a player. You will play, basically. So yeah, so she now plays. But yeah, all the family plays except the father. We need to somehow make the father
You got to work
play.
on him. If you can't beat them, join them, as they say. And well, she's doing a very good job as well. I suppose what a debut for her. Takes a wicket, hits a boundary.
She's still surprised. She looks still surprised.
I think she's in shock that she did.
Yes.
I think you know what it's like to say, "No, I can't do it. I can't play," and then they're out there and she hits that shot, and then all of a sudden she's thinking, "I can play. I can do it." Well, our sides come down. The air is fresh air. Oh, that's better. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, those girls, they decided.
Yeah.
Women, mums decided that we will do a team of mums.
Right.
So yeah, we are working on that now. But we just need to do the schedule because, you know, mums are always busy,
Mums
right?
are busy. The busiest persons on the planet are mums, so we know that.
So how many overs left? 1? 2?
Probably, I'm saying 1 more after this, maybe. I'm just guessing. Short, and that could be LB. Yeah, it is. It's a straight ball. And that's probably going to go and hit the stumps. Probably one that he should have played straight on. So well done to numero 7. He's had a good day as well. He's fielded well. And then this one is straight. Hits him on the pad. And yeah, that's LBW. There's no doubt about that. As Vinny Sandhu is celebrating. I reckon Vinny, I think we're going to have to give Vinny about 3 overs off when he comes back because he's hot and bothered. He probably needs to go and have a cold shower as Vinny. And we're going to have to cut those bottoms off him. I don't think they're going to come off quite easily. All right, here we go. And that's a nice shot. It'll be a single. It's from the left-handed mum. Plays another. That's her favourite shot. She likes to play that sweep shot. She plays it away nicely. So what's next then for the academy? So holidays now. So when will you start back again?
No, we have in two weeks we have a first camp, and then every second week we have 1 camp.
And where are the camps held?
Here.
Here?
Right here, yeah.
Okay.
We will have like a net in the morning, and then afternoon we will be here.
Play
And
some cricket.
also some teams from abroad should come.
Really?
So yeah, to
So
play
it's
with
gonna
our
be-
kids.
that's great.
Yes,
So
yeah,
coming
for
from
one of
where?
the
From where will
camps.
they come from?
One of them is Luxembourg, but there was Chris who was managing this, so I don't know the other teams, unfortunately.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
How about, I mean, it's great that the kids are playing anyway, and you, like you said, you will get probably kids come from different regions, but for kids to come from different countries as well, what a great way for them to network and socialise as well.
Yes, exactly.
So it goes to show sport also, not only are you playing sport, but it helps them to make more friends and create more, social networking as well for the kids.
Yeah, definitely. I think this part also the parents enjoy because they go somewhere abroad, see something, and yeah.
So what we got, I think we might be here now to the last over. So it's just practicing his run. It looks like we've got a left armer. Always nice to see a left armer.
Yeah, he is the only one who is left armer like a batter. We have 2 left arm bowlers. And Matos is difficult because he is also good wicket keeper, but also good bowler.
Yeah, well,
so we can't choose, you know,
what he's going to do. Yeah, but I mean, looking from that first ball he bowled, it's a good delivery. And let's see how he does here with the left-hander now.
And he goes against his mum.
Yeah. Well, he better be nice towards his mum, or you will get no dinner.
Yeah.
and he won't get to watch the TV he wants to watch over the weekend as well. So be nice. Don't get your mum out now. Don't get your mum out.
Yeah, but he wants to so much, you know.
I bet.
I can see like the, you know, who will win, and they come home and they can say, I've won,
yeah.
I beat him.
And it's nicely played. That one probably is going to perhaps go to the boundary. I think this could be 4, could it? No,
oh,
just stops beforehand. But it was a nice shot. So, yeah, I'm waiting. Get a single. I want to see the battle of the family.
We can still see it, but we've had to get the camera to the wide shot because they're just to get ready for the next one.
So we're getting to we're just going to have to change the camera angles here now. So we'll stick with this angle for a moment because, of course, we've got to start making the preparations for the final coming up. But we still can see the action there. Now, just keep it to 1, maybe. Or is he going to get 4? I think that's going to go for 4. So 4 runs. I think it's going to be a close finish here. I reckon they're probably more or less at even Stevens here with the scores. So you can come back and tell me afterwards what the scores are, because we can say whether it's the Reds or Golds that win. Oh, you got it here. So what are they? 55 for 3. So what are they chasing? So you got proper. So they're a little bit behind at the moment here, maybe. Maybe just hasn't updated. So I think 56 is the chase, is what's coming through. So we'll let you know where they are at the moment. As this one is lofted up. And yeah, a little bit behind at the moment. A little bit of height given to that one. We're coming to an end. You can see that probably in the another wide ball here. So I think
it just finished.
I think we just finished. Well, we'll get the scores on the board later. Well, the thing is, though, it doesn't matter, does it, Renata? It doesn't matter, because what matters is they've been out there, they've played, and it looks like they had some fun, and also looks like there's some very good prospects.
Yeah, definitely. I think they had really a lot of fun. I saw their faces, you know, here on the screen, and yeah.
It's wonderful. And you know what the beauty, Renata, of this is? That they can go back and they can go to YouTube and watch themselves play.
Yes.
Isn't that, Mark? Isn't that fantastic? I mean, and there were some really good highlights in there as well. And you know the beauty, why I like that is the age that they're at, they'll be able to show that to other kids in their schools or in their family or their friends and say, look, this is what I did. You want to play? Why don't you come along? It's another way to get more kids involved, and that's why.
Yeah, and they will see it's not boring, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How they think, yeah.
See, it's not boring. See, it's a little bit of fun. So, well, that was great. Thank you very much for your time.
Too much.
It's been absolute pleasure, and I just love what you're doing. I'm sure I'll get a chance to speak to Chris a bit later on and thank him as well. This is great. This is what we need in Europe. We need kids having fun, playing cricket, and it will help the game grow and grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's been an absolute pleasure once again having you on board. And we're going to take a little break here now and get ready to bring you the final. So we've seen the stars of the future. Now we'll go back to the current stars here as Bohemian will be taking on Prague CC for the final. And we'll be back in probably around about 10 minutes time. You might as well pay your fines now.
What's that?
You pay your fines now.
How many ways?
The fines, leg fines. I don't know. Well done, everybody. Well done. Well played. Chris, well done, mate.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Everyone, welcome back. Got the kids here from the academy. We've had a great time out here in the middle, but now it is time for the big show. It is the final of the ECS Czechia here in 2024. Now, you guys love playing cricket, right? Yeah! You love playing cricket? They do such a great job. Honestly, everyone involved with the program, can't say enough. I don't know if I have much of a future in it, to be honest. Anyway, let's get out there for the toss now. It's going to be Prague CC taking on Bohemians. Prague CC will have the call in this rematch of the 2022 final. Let's see what happened when the Sheriff was out in the middle for the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for the final for ECS Czechia with Bohemian Cricket Club versus Prague Cricket Club. Prague Cricket Club to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
We would like to bowl first.
Prague Cricket Club won the toss and will bowl first.
So Prague CC win the toss and elected to bowl in this one. Bit of an interesting one for me. They do generally like batting first, but they obviously feel they can handle the pressure of the chase. Well, I know Rico Full will take you further. I'm going to get changed really quickly, but I might be a while, Rico, because we worked really hard and we finished our match. You know what that means? Time for some ice cream. Let's go! You're on your own. See you later. Get ready for the final.
Thank you very much, and well done, of course, to all the kids. And you got to say to Vinny Sandu as well. He's a big kid at heart, and I reckon he should go and enjoy his ice creams. And so we've, as I said before, we've seen the stars of the future. Now it comes down to seeing the current stars. Well, Prague CC, there have been the stars here in Czechia for a number of years. But is their reign coming to an end? Our Bohemians are going to be able to get a victory over them. Bohemians are the team that, well, I don't think a lot of people saw them here in the final. Most people thought it was going to be a Brno and Bohemians final, but Bohemians beat Brno in that semi-final, 117 to 116, and winning by just that one run when they defended 10 off the last over. So two teams unchanged from what we've seen here today. Sharon Ramakrishnan, I think we'll be hoping, or maybe not hoping, that he gets a chance this time. Maybe they're open with him. But Sabawun Davitsi and Aravind Sridhar were in top form, weren't they, for Prague CC? I get the feeling that we might see something from Sadish Vikramasakura with the bat this time around. But heavy favourites, 73% to 27%. And then, of course, for Bohemians, Zahid Mahmood is in good form. He scored another fine half-century. And someone like Prasad, I like Prasad's work in that last match as well. But of course, they're a team who've got plenty of their own good players. Sehel Grover, the captain, might come in high this time round and put good runs on the board. And I think everybody's waiting to see if Sazib Buyan comes back strong, the national team player. If he gets clicking with the bat, he can really make a big difference of it being, you know, a team that scores average runs to big runs. Well, they are batting first. You saw that. It's a little bit of a surprise for me. Prague CC, they always bat first, and they normally bat teams out of games. That's what they did in that semi-final that we just saw. So a bit surprised that they've gone and haven't backed themselves to bat here. And that could backfire because the Bohemians get in. And let's say they score a 150 plus here, then really Prague CC are really going to have to go some to try and pick up the win. So interesting decision from Prague CC. I must admit, I don't totally understand what they're thinking is here. As I've always said, I think they're a sort of team that would always take the opportunity to have a bat first. But they're making a change. Let's see if it's one that suits them well. Let me get ready to go. It looks like they will go with Matarunga to bowl the first. He bowled very well in the last match, Matarunga. And it looks like he will be bowling to the man who got a half century in that win against Brunel, Zahid Mahmood. And Sahil Grover returns to the top of the order. And so they did make some changes last time around. Grover didn't open, but he's back. And he's there with Zahid. Let's see how they go. And I suppose you're in the final. You're batting first. You're going to have your top batters up there. So Sahil, maybe because of the injury to his finger, he didn't put himself at the top of the order to start off with in that match. Just wanted to give, maybe he wanted to give some of the others a hit as well. It didn't work that bad. I mean, Surinder Prasad, I think he batted beautifully well. He certainly is somebody that I wouldn't shy away from getting up there. Kranti didn't really get a good chance last time around, but Sazibuyan just been, we've seen him open a lot with Sahil, but they've gone with Mahmood. Here's the first ball in the final. It's going to be Prague CC with the ball, and this one just gets played out to Smith Patel, and they'll take a single. Welcome to everyone, and I'm glad to see a lot of people enjoyed the kids being out there, and I know that a lot of really good comments came through there from some of the people watching, like Dave, like Jules, Kroom as well. Lovely to see. Well done. I want to thank everybody involved as well. It was wonderful. One is fall through in widely, but that will just be a single. Good news on the weather front as well, as the sun is still here and the dark clouds seem to have disappeared. The wind's obviously changed direction and blowing them a different way, so that's good news. Maduranga, well bowled and well watched, as Mahmood just plays this out defensively. Yeah, wonderful to be chatting there to Renata as well. Doing a wonderful job with those kids along, of course, with her husband. And that's going to be 4 runs, beautifully played away. And Chris Pierce was out there leading the kids and also doing some of the umpiring, and I think giving Vinnie Sanders some tips as well at the same time. That's a good shot though. It's a proper old-fashioned pull shot right out of the textbook. And the bat from high to low, keep the ball down and played it away. So the first boundary in the final. So Bohemians are off and running. They want to be going, I think they'll be eyeing going around about that 12 to 14 and over to get them to a decent score. Wild swing though to finish. Still one more to come, so not quite the end of the over, but that's a bit of a wild swing there from Mahmood. Mahmood's shot is anything that's straight, he launches it over that long on and mid-wicket boundary. That's his go-to shot, so he doesn't want to be swinging it outside. Outside the off is a good place to be to him. That's where you keep him quiet. There he goes up in the air, and outside off could be the reward. It is dropped. That's a shocker. That's an absolute shocker. It really is. Catch gets dropped. And I think that might even be Ritit Toma, who's the national team captain, who puts this down, and the captain of Prague CC. I can't believe he's put it down. He can't believe it. So a massive opportunity to remove Mahmood, and they don't do it. Mahmood should have gone on 5. Oh, I can't believe he's put that down, and it's the right place to bowl to him as well. Tomar puts him down, and first over comes to an end. It's 7 without loss. We all know it should be 7 for 1. This is how the teams got there. The Bohemians got that semi-final 1 win over Brno. United had to do it the hard way, and they beat the Tigers, and then were trying to beat Prague CC, couldn't do it. So Prague CC, Bohemians, here we are. Sudesh Wickramasakara going to bowl over number 2. He bowled brilliantly in that semi-final. Down leg side to start off with, and this must have caught a bit of the pad, so no wide. I wonder if we can see this one more time. It must have brushed the pad. The umpire is not moved, so yeah, catches a bit of pad on the way through. So it's unfortunate, just needed to step across and let that one go past. Did Zahid. Firmly hit, and doesn't get past the fielder. The batters take a single. Yeah, one thing that, if you go back to that match which Bohemians won against Brno, Brno gave quite a few runs away in wides, trying to keep the ball outside the off stump to Zahid Mahmood. I know that that over, the last over from Khan, went for 14, and probably 5 or 6 of those were wides. Oh, that's a big wide, speaking of wides. So, though it's a good plan, you've got to execute it, because if you give too many wides away, like what Bruno did, you end up losing the match. And Bruno really, they tried to overthink their plan, and they didn't execute their plan right, and they ended up losing. And then there's a bit of a below par run chase from them when they were. This one's a wrong-footed, the keeper. It looks like he's trying to play this on the leg side, is Grover, but it cuts him in half. And wrong foots the keeper. It goes all the way to the boundary. So it's a spicy delivery, this, from the Beast. But just watch this. He's gets the back of the bat and goes into that vacant sort of first slip area and then makes his way down to the boundary. So valuable runs. Not that they know too much about it. Did Sahil Grover. 13 without loss. That's that wild swing again, and I think this is just been having a look at the field placing, see that it's no long off and long on, and trying to get some bat on this and thinking that you might be okay, but it's good areas from the Beast. It's that off stump corridor which creates the false shot. Doesn't really move his feet to it. He was reaching for it. This one's worn by him. I think it's probably caught the shoulder, so no run. Sahil Grover once again trying to launch into this one, and yeah, that's caught him on the arm actually. Very close to catching him on the elbow. Nice to see a lot of people back with us. Hello to Mandrake. And Littleton saying all the kids are the winners. Hello to Phil G. And to the fielder, they will take the single. Is fielded there by Ritit Tomar, who probably still got that catch playing in his mind. How did he drop it? Guess no one will know. And well, we're getting ready for Romania as well. This is how we'll start on Monday. Bucharest Gladiators will take on the Lankan Lions. And we always see Xenitis as well as ACCB. And so that will be day one, 5 matches a day. Of course, we still have a weekend of ECI action here first, where Greece will be joining the party. The men and women of Greece will take on the men and women of Czechia. And of course, there'll be 5 international matches a day. I think we start off with 3 from the women. That's high up in the air. And it looks like it's going to go for 6 runs. It is. Smith Patel is chasing, but he can't do much about it. And Sahil Grover will go over the top and get 6 runs. Shaba, Kinna, Sona, 6 carreras is a Maximo. And that's a good way to start this, the 3rd over. As Vinny Sandhu finally, after taking on some oxygen, hasn't changed his trousers, he's back.
Correct, but there's going to be 4 more. It's a bit short. Mataranga getting it wrong. Grover back to the top of the order. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Batted in the middle order earlier. Got to remember how to commentate again now. I'm back, retired again, happily. I actually really enjoyed seeing that close up though, because I love to see how Chris manages the sessions.
Yeah.
He's very organised. Already had the batting order, the bowling order. He thought about who should bowl to who, things like that.
Yeah.
And with not too many kids, it was 6 on 6 or 7 on 7 in the end. It turned out to be great. Well, this is pretty great as well. Good luck stopping that. Well, he almost does, doesn't he? Out there, Davidson Romani, but that's going to sneak through for 4. So Bohemians making the most of this 3rd over and the last over of the power play.
Yeah, well, they needed to. Both batters were not able to get the 2 openers away. First 2 overs just went for 7 apiece. And now they're trying to cash in on that missed opportunity, of course, to remove Zahid Mahmood. Well, Mahmood still stuck on 7, but now Sahil is really opening up. That's a delightful shot. Now he goes outside the off. That's going to be 4 as well. And that's a really nice shot. And so he thinks, if you think I'm just going to go on the leg side, I can go outside the off as well. This is good hitting, and Maduranga has now just gone for boundary after boundary.
Bit of a fun fact for you. Riddick Tomar leading PCC in this final 2 years ago. He was playing for Bohemian and lost the final to Prague CC. Well, making the switch last year. Big thick head flying away. There's a 3rd, but he's too square. That's going to be 4. Sucked into the vortex. Grover on an absolute terror at the moment.
Oh, how about this over? 6, 4, 4, 4, and another 4. Bring it on. Well, we're doing a Caribbean style here now. Yeah, so we have the sunshine and we have a flow, a healthy flow of boundaries here for Bohemians. This is just what they needed after a slow first 2 overs.
Yeah, 22 and counting. Last ball of the power play, last ball Mataranga. Hit well, that's out of here. Maximo! 28, and this final just took a turn. Bohemians 42 without loss after 3.
Oh, wow, what an over. And that means that the score races to 42, just like that. And, well, an over like that can change things. Sahil Grover has shown just why he is at the top of the overs. Well, I suppose he's saying there's no Afridi coming in at me this time, so I quite fancy myself as the opener.
So let's talk about the kids' game. I'm sure you loved my clever behind the back. Well, first I was dirty because I was throwing the ball back to the bowler and they missed it and it went for a bye. That already put me in a mood.
Yes.
Right? And then I went behind the back to the bowler who fumbled, forced confusion, and then it was an incredible take. I got a bad bounce on that run out. And yeah, and also the duck shirt came in handy because I was saying to all the kids, bowl at the duckies. I was saying, quack, quack, quack.
Bowl at
the duckies. I was trying to put myself in dangerous positions.
What happened with the run out where the bowler bowled, you got the ball, you passed it to the fielder, it looked like, and then they started running, and then the fielder threw it back to you, ran it out. Wasn't that a bit of fake fielding?
No, it was just next level IQ stuff. It was fun, but can I tell you, my legs really hurt now.
Well,
it was like back to boot camp. I kept for a year.
You did insist on putting a lot of mayo on the stops you made. So what do you expect? What are you doing diving around like that?
My yellow shoes have gotten a bit scuffed. Got to be honest with you, but it's okay. I can always patch them up.
Yeah,
I think it was a lot of fun.
We could sort them out. Yeah, what about the 4 byes? What happened there?
He actually
basic principles.
Actually,
he left a great gap.
Actually, he nicked it. And do you remember how I said I wasn't wearing a box? It kind of played into it slightly. Anyway, that's going to be out of here. Fraction short. Solanki normally comes on. Real Yogesh is out there for the final. He's got the nod at the great leg side gap. And that's going to disappear for 4 runs. How's this from Grover in the final 40 off 12? Yeah. He's got some making up to do. I think that's how he feels, the Bohemian skipper.
Yeah, and the thing is here, noticing that he's mashing these balls and he doesn't seem to be taking one hand off the bat. So it looks like that the finger that's been bothering him, he's just decided, you know what, I'm taping it up. It's the final. I've got to get one good innings in and give my team a real chance here against Prague CC. He's holding the key at the moment. And you can see that, well, Denziella is liking this, saying, boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you all say, Sahil.
You got to do it this one. A boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say Sahil.
You.
Close.
Yeah.
We'll work on it.
Okay, we will.
Speaking of clangers. Anyway, here's Solanki, who's going to get worked for a single. 50 partnerships come up during this over as well. But, yeah, it was a lot of fun. And as far as Joe's magic weather app that's never wrong, we've got beautiful sunshine here for this final. Goes with the angle and out of here. Maximo Grover. Can't do anything wrong at the moment. This is the one I don't think it turns away. It slides in, but Sahil's sweating on it. Whacks another Maximo.
Yeah, it's just too short though, isn't it? It's too short, and Grover just plants his foot and goes big time. Leans into it, smashes it out here. So you can see Prague CC, and they're getting a little bit rattled here. Richard Toma going over to the bowler, but Sahil Grover has raced to 47 of just 14 delivery. And now he cuts this away, gets it through the fielder. It's going to be 4 more, and that's a 50 to Sahil Grover. 51 of 15. Yep, he's back, and he is back with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. And Sahil Grover is enjoying life out there in the middle as the opener.
Maybe he should break a few more fingers if he's going to hit him like this. That's an incredible shot. Okay, slight Tortuga gets around Padmaraju. And, well, if you want to look up boil over in the dictionary, Bohemian stealing this would be a classic boil over.
Yeah. It's a... Hey, let's talk a little bit about the toss result, because you weren't here. Prague CC, I'm flabbergasted that they don't bat first. I mean, it's something they do and they do well. And even when they're put in by teams, they still perform well. So why would they not bat first?
I'm surprised as well. I guess they want to know exactly what they want to do. But, yeah, well, it's not looking a great decision at the moment. Still a long way to go, admittedly. By the way, I've got to tell you one other thing with that kids game. I was meant to force a close game, and I did.
Did you?
Yeah,
well, we were
it's a good game. It was 8 runs in it, I think.
Yeah, we were trying to work out the scores because it was on the app, but I don't think it updated. I know, was it 56 that we're chasing?
Yeah, I think it was something like that, but it was, remember, they only just got the runs in last over. Some nice shots played, though.
Yeah.
I loved just the energy out there. And I learnt new Czech words as well while I was out there. Mostly numbers.
Okay.
I think I learnt the next phrase for what are you doing? Anyway, that's going to be more runs. It might have even gone all the way. No, not quite. It's going to be into the grain and far away. Cuatro más. Oh, this is some heater that Bohemians are on at the moment.
Yeah, they've got to find. I'm surprised. In fact, I'm very surprised what they're doing here with the bowling. So normally, when you're under attack like this, well, they haven't gone back to Sudesh straight away. So they've gone with somebody else. So Romani here with the ball. And now he's getting the treatment. This one should be stopped. It will be eventually.
Got it eventually. Mataranga down there. Mahmood. It's hasn't really gotten cracking yet, but I suppose he's just getting out the way and letting the Grover show take over. Davidson Romani is a proper fireball running in down the hill. Grover 51. Dominant so far in this final. And he's bowled him. Really good ball by Romani. It just seemed to straighten down the line late, really late. And he knocks over Sahil Grover. Big moment in the final. Grover out for 51. And Bohemian 66 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a terrific innings, though, from Sahil Grover. He's given his team a start against Prague CC, especially when the first 2 overs only went for 14. He mashed 28 of Mataranga. And then he was instrumental in getting 19 of that 4th over. But that's a good delivery. Full straight is Yorker length. It just starts to move away at the last minute as well. Just watch this move. And it starts on middle, hits off. It's a great delivery. It's the end of what's been a cracking start from Sahil Grover. So the captain departs, but he's left Bohemians in a good position. What a good ball that is, though.
Hasn't come off yet. I wonder what the discussion is here.
Well, what's wrong with this?
Don't think it was.
Well, what are they discussing here? What could there be to discuss? The ball's been full straight. It's not the stumps over. So, I mean, the only thing it could be, they might be checking that there was an issue with the field. Maybe the field was wrong, but I'm not sure what they're checking on here. But I think eventually they're saying he's out. I don't know what they could be checking.
I don't know if you want to check the front foot no ball, but we can't really check front foot no balls. You can't, you know, if you see it, you call it. But yeah, umpire, unless he's sure, he's going to have to let it go. And yeah, Grover, he'll be knocked over. But it was that late swing, wasn't it? That late movement. Ball crashes into the off stump. I guess we're about to find out, is that kind of a real turning point, or is it just kind of a blip? And can this innings continue to go this kind of a pace? Here's the thing, even if Bohemians made 140, 150, something like that, PCC, they've certainly got the batting to chase it down.
Yeah, it's just the pressure of the final, really. That's the main thing. And have they got, look, they've got great batters. Look who comes in at number 3, Buyan, and he goes, Booyaka, Booyaka, boom, boom, boom. That is huge.
Oh, Chris Pearce!
No!
Oh, Chris has taken the heat off me.
All the kids are saying, sir, what did you do? Look, the baby's crying. The baby can't believe it.
Protect. He's taken his bat and ball and daughter and going home.
Reynata can't believe it.
Well, this is a no ball. I was going to say it's a no ball because he broke the stumps. It's actually a 7-up. See the bails come off?
Oh, yeah. So, no ball.
Then, yeah, have we got Chris? Yeah, well, this is why it's a no ball. Just have a look at the stumps at the bowler's end.
We'll go back live. We'll go back to that maybe with this one.
Free hit's not cashed in. They're just going to get one down the ground.
There's a lot of things to see there. I wonder if we can go back to it, but only a single from the free hit. He's hurt himself, by the way. He's holding his fingers. He's absolutely crashed those stumps. This is the last ball.
Now he's gone down that way. Chris Pearce had forever and a day to camp under that. And he's got a very good pair of hands. Doesn't have his wicket-keeping gloves on, though.
Dear, oh dear. He let all the kids down there, didn't he? Well bowled, good full length delivery.
He protected his equipment though, which in this case was his family. Anyway, let's take that to the end of the 5th over. What a final so far, 75 for 1. Welcome into the cube. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico full Peacock Friday, Finals Friday as well. All jokes aside though, Chris Pearce and Renata, I know that she was helping you in the commentary. I'll watch her back later. brilliant what they're doing. And
Yeah.
not just them, like a lot of coaches, a lot of helpers. And you can see now that they're also trying to get the families. You see some of the mums getting involved,
Well,
the dads getting involved.
You had son bowling to mum.
Yeah.
So that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
I thought that
Thought it
could
could
be
get a bit ugly.
interesting for the weekend. You get
Yeah.
me out. You don't get the TV rights, you know.
To walk
interesting.
home.
Yeah. But no, joking aside, fabulous to see. Well done.
Lots of fun.
And
Lots of
some
fun.
good talent there. What about the leggy?
I love that. Mystery
Ooh,
spin.
yeah.
Never seen a ball spin two different ways in one delivery.
The
and
leggy,
stumps.
and then you had the girl called the Squirrel. That's her nickname.
Ah,
she bowled
right.
really well.
I loved her.
She bowled nice, full and straight.
Good left arm. I think it's Sharmal Joshi's son as well.
Yes.
Towards the end, he had a bit of talent with the bat and the ball. Anyway,
Prakash's son was out there
yeah,
as well.
Prakash's son was out there as well. Solanki comes back on, gets a swing and a miss. So 75 in the first half of this innings. So they're on 150 pace, a shade below after that. But yeah, very, very competitive so far. Solanki went for a few in his first over. It was unlike him. And he's going to take a wicket here right off the end of the bat. Mahmood goes, never got motoring in the final. Runner ball 15. Solanki strikes, and it's 75 for 2.
I was about to say, it's a brave move. When you think of the other bowlers who got around you to go back to Solanki, he went for 19, but they just felt that pace-off would work. He goes a little bit wider. Mahmood, they've sussed him out, haven't they? They didn't bowl one ball straight to him. Everything outside the off. He doesn't like it there. He can't get the power there. He goes for the big hit. He toe ends there straight into the hands of Solanki. He takes the catch. The second wicket goes 75 for 2.
I mean, it's a strange decision to want to hit that backwards rather than just to carve it through point. I think if he had his time over, that's what he'd do. But anyway, 75 for 2. And look who's come into the crease. Hamidullah was opening in the previous game, but they went back to Grover at the top. He comes in at 4.
It's interesting to go with Ula here and not Kranti. Normally, Kranti's coming around about this time, so they're liking Ula. Maybe they like Ula with spin, because when we've seen him with spin, I think last time he had spin to contend with, he hit the first 3 balls for 6, so he's somebody that can certainly whack it.
It might be the matchup thing, left-hander versus the left-arm spinner. Plenty of balls left in the over. First one goes after it. Davitsi makes the stop. Yeah, I think with 4, sometimes you think situationally. So you've got 4 balls of this over, which is a fair chunk of what's left in the innings. You say, okay, go out there. You're left-handed. We think you're a good matchup against this particular bowler. So go and take some risks. Go after him. Turn the tables. Anyway, back to Sasi Bhuyan. Big swing and a miss. Won't be a wide. Steve made a little bit of history earlier in the tournament. He scored 100, but in a reduced match. It was actually an 8-over game. And yeah, knew he was only going to get 8 overs. First century in a less than 10 overs game on ECN. It's well bowled by Solanki, slides it in and just dug out for 1 run. Solanki get 1 more ball. This is where you've got to be brave here. Obviously, it's been uncomfortable playing shots straight away, but Hamid, I think, he's a left-hander versus a left-hander. They still got 8 wickets in hand. 25 balls left in the innings. I think you've got to be looking to try and hit this one out of the ground. Try and do it with a bit of technique as well, though. Very clever bowling, and still go for 4. He didn't want to get too straight to him. He put it out there and actually drew a false shot from Ulla. But luck's a fortune for Bohemians. They get 4 more runs, and at the end of the over, the score is 81 for 2. But a brilliant over there from Solanki. Picks up a wicket, only concedes 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a very good over, and he's a bit unlucky, really, with the 6 as well. It's a little bit of luck for Ula, who gets the thick edge. He gets past the outstretched hand of the fielder, goes all the way down to the boundary. Still going at a good rate here. I think they should be looking to get to that 150. And they'll be happy with that. That certainly will put pressure on Prague. And I know a lot of people saying they've got a lot of good batting, but, just remember what Bohemians were able to do against Brunel. Brunel were favourites to go and get that score and get the win. But it wasn't to be. I mean, they only needed to get 118, but Bohemians defended it magnificently.
All right, look who's back. It's Rahman. He's going round the wicket. And this is going to be dug out. That could be 4. Vortex time. I think he goes round the wicket because he knocked the bails off, honestly. I can't think of another reason that he would.
Yeah.
So takes that out of the equation. He gets a pretty good Yorker in, but squeezed away, got away from the fielder, and it's 4 more to Bohemians.
Yeah, I don't like this going around the wicket for Romani. I mean, the length is okay, but the batter will always fancy himself to get that away. So whatever he's thinking and plan is here. I don't think it's a good plan. Let's see if he can get that ball in the right areas from coming around the wicket. Up in the air and disappears. 6 more. Yeah, that's the difference. You see, the batter knows where it's coming, and unless you get it going right wide of him, you're going to be under pressure. And Buyan, well, he started with a massive 6, didn't he, his very first ball, and it was against Romani. And he's just continued going at a good pace. So you see that Tomar giving Romani a bit of talking to, and maybe he said, hey, do what you were doing before. So he will now come back over the wicket.
Pretty good shot to take Romani back over his head. Romani's not slow. Buyan, he's not slow when he bats. 91 on the board. Takes this off the stumps, flicks it away. A lot of work for Smith to do. He can't do it. That'll be 4 more. So Buyan delivering in the final now. Kadiwala wants to have a chat. And PCC, they're looking a little bit rattled here, if I'm completely honest, if you're reading the body language out there.
Yeah, I think saying the same thing. So look at the length you're bowling. You're allowing these batters who are going to use your pace against you to get under the ball and put it away. So if he gets the Yorker length delivery in, ain't going to play that shot. And also if he goes wide enough outside off, at the moment, he's aiming at the stance, but he's a little bit short. That means he's going to be put away here.
Got to get Buyan before he can hatch here. He's already off to a start. 3.5 overs left. Goes straight down the ground and bangs it. Maximo! What hitting from Sazib. Sweated on the pace of Romani and sent him back over his head for 6 more. Hundreds up as well now for Bohemians.
They're motoring along, so this could be another over like we saw over number 3. Mugunduranga went for 28. Well, we got to do a bit of crowd control here as well, as that Grizzly goes in deep into the crowd zone there. Big hitting here from the man who scored a century here in that 8-over-a-side match. It's Buyan. He hasn't really found his form since that century. It's a good time to find it in the final, isn't it?
Third of the innings remains. Still not ahead though on the percentages. Supercomputer not believing it just yet. Gets it really wrong. That's a no ball. Plus more. How many more? I think it's 4 more, so it'll be the non-standard Minimo. Goes at the body on the full. Free hit to come. Wheels coming off the wagon at the moment for Prague CC.
Oh, that's a Gandhi ball, isn't it? He tries to go for the Yorker, but this is when you know a bowler is under pressure. He can't get it right. He can't actually get it right. And the thing with this is he changed, didn't he, to come round the wicket. Now he's trying to get back into momentum over the wicket. He's just lost his rhythm. Can't get it right, and he's been capitalised on by the batters here. What an over so far. It's gone for 25.
It's still 2 balls left.
Still 2 balls to go, and this is a free hit.
Gets a piece, and he's going to get that away from the Smith as well. That's 4. Well, maybe we will go supersonic here. Bohemians, I'm sure with that shot, they're going to take the lead in this game. Incredible stuff, as Buyan has taken down Romani in the 7th.
Yeah, and Richard Tomar, who hasn't opted to bowl himself as yet. And whether he'll bowl the next or whether he'll go to Sudesh, we'll have to wait and see. But this hasn't gone well. And all of a sudden, Bohemians, they are shaking it up.
Last ball for Romani is in the naughty 40s. That's hit pretty well as well, away from the fielder. That's 4 more. So it goes supersonic in the 7th. And it's going to be 114 for 233 come off that 7th over.
What an over, supersonic style. And, well, we'll just reflect on that while we leave that on the screens. We'll go back to that in the middle. But what an over. Every ball going to the boundary, 33 coming from it.
7 boundaries.
Because
one of them was no ball.
Amazing. And that is what Buyan can do. So watch out for him. I know that we're going to see him in action more than likely in the international coming up. I don't know if we got any squads for this team at the moment.
I can tell you.
Looking forward to seeing Greece. And we're going to see the women play 3 matches tomorrow, the men 2.
Same time as well. If you want to go see the squad, you can. It's on the website, europeancricket.com. Just click on the ECI or the ECIW. Click on squads. You'll see them all there. Fair few of the Czechia side that we saw a couple of weeks ago for the CE Cup. Yeah, crazy stuff right now. That Bohemians now are, I'm sure, statistically ahead. They bring back the beast here in the 8th over. The Bohemians got nothing to lose. We could be looking back in 10 overs going, oh, that was a good comeback from PCC, and they're chasing 130s, and it's probably 50-50. Or if Bohemians can keep going, they could be on for something like 160. plus Beastie on, and Ulla reads the room, says, I'm going to give it back to you, Sazib, because you are on fire right now.
It's clever, isn't it, for Hamidullah? He's a player who thinks, remember, he was the player of the match in the win against Brunei because of his sensational bowling. Only conceded 16 in his 2 overs, and he kept the cool, and he bowled that last over and defended 10. At the moment, he's just given the strike back to Sazib Bhuyan, who is on a roll and on a mission, and that mission is to crunch every ball to the boundary. Here's the battle, though. The beast against Bhuyan.
Gun versus gun. He gets a fair piece of this. Fielder does make the stops. Funny when things start to unravel. Then you start to see misfields. You start to see things kind of going off the rails altogether. PCC, they've been tested before, though. I mean, you don't win 24 games in a row without being a very, very good side. So they'll be trying not to panic, even though they're human beings when it comes down to it. It means a lot to them. They're trying to become the first team ever in ECN out of all the hundreds of clubs we've had to win 5 ECS trophies. Big swing this time from Ulla. Gets an under edge. I think they'll be happy with one.
It's a good, clever ball. It's that. It's a ball that we see used a lot in this format now, especially by the good teams. It's the slow, short ball, which the batter plays far too early. So back to Bhuyan.
Here's the thing, though. When we saw PCC earlier in the tournament, sometimes they had as many as 3 spin options they could go to. But this current team with no Kiyometa, with no Aaron Ashokan, it's only really Solanki. And it's been the pace that's been disappearing, and this is no exception. Maximo! Bhuyan goes bang again and moves to 47.
Yeah, that's a great shot. This is travelling. This is pinned off the middle of that bat. That is sweet. That is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, as that one goes a long way. And, well, one of the kids does the fielding, as Yogesh says, I need a bit of a breather because I'm running all over the place here.
That's a very good shot, hitting on the up against Beastie. And, you know, Beastie's known for always leaving a bit in the tank, and when he needs to go the quicker one, he can really go it. I think he'll be doing it here. And if he gets in the wrong spot, it could just fly. 123 for 2, still over 2 overs remaining. 2 balls left for Vikramasekara. Lift it up, and that's 6 more. 6 más. Maximo! 50 to Bhuyan in the final, and he brings it up in only 14 balls. What a knock it's been from Sazib.
Ay, 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 shaka, shaka time. A boom, 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 shakalagea, Bhuyan, boom, boom, boom. Well batted, felicidades. Que guay, que genial, que grande es de jugador. 53 of just 14, and he ain't done yet.
Pitched up, just jabs this one off the stumps. This will be the end of the over. He'll be happy to keep the strike. It's not the worst figures from Sudesh, but he does go a couple of times out of the ground in the 8th. Bohemians on a free roll now, I think. 130 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, the 160 is what they iron up here. And big finish from Bohemians, and Prague CC and their captain, Richard Thoma, is probably thinking twice about his decision to give Bohemians the option to bat, because I think, in all honesty, this is the kind of score they were trying to restrict them to. Maximum. They're going to go over that with 12 balls to go here. And these 2 batters going well. And
out of genuine spin options here. So we're going to see Smit Patel now having a go in the 9th over. So, I mean, we saw, obviously, a lot of players turning out for Prague CC. They're a big club doing their 10 group matches. And today, it's a very pace-heavy attack. And obviously, they're eating up the pace at the moment, aren't they? Bohemians. We say it all happens in the 9th, as if it already hasn't happened in the first 8. 12 deliveries remaining in the first innings. First one flies straight to the fielder, takes the catch. And Romani does the job, and that'll be the end of Bhuyan for 54. So a little bit like Grover. Makes a half century, but then steps aside. Maybe that's the beginning of a fight back in the last couple of overs of PCC. But Bhuyan, destructive, has to go, and it's 130 for 3.
Yeah, it's not bad, though, is it? 2 batters have put half centuries on the board. Cyril Grover scored a quick one, didn't he? 51 of 15, and now 54 of 16 there for Bhuyan. But he's done his job. He's got them in a good position, and they've got good batters who can still really go after the ball at the end of the innings. Interesting that Prague CC this time around, they haven't gone to Naveen to bowl. Yeah. So they've had him as an option, but they've not used him, and I don't think he bowled that badly in the last match.
Yeah, no, he's a solid bowling option, but again, he's a pace-on type bowler. He's a medium-fast bowler. It's, yeah, Smith gets that first ball to remove Sazi Bouyan. Anyway, it's a thick edge. That's going to fly away for 4. It's Prasad that's come out now at number 5. He gets a bit of luck. Pocket of suerte as Bohemians just keep on trucking. Lose a wicket, but no worries. Next ball goes to the boundary.
Suerte, 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 as you say. A poquito de suerte por el batedor. It's a great flying effort from the keeper there, Aditya Kariwala, but he can't catch up with it, and that's going to be unlucky for Smith. But well, this guy, who I thought batted beautifully in the last match, Surinder Prasad, gets a boundary straight away. He was the intelligent batter that was just flicking the ball outside off, from outside off over into the leg side for 4 runs.
Topsy-turvy game. Big swing and a miss this time. Had a question from Dave asking, why does the Beast have Roy Diaz on his shirt? Well, his full name, believe it or not, is Sudesh Roy Diaz Wickramasekara.
Oh, he said, well, we were looking this up the other day. I know that Danny Hudacek looked up Roy Diaz.
Yeah.
And it was a player. It's actually a player, so it's a player that I think Sudesh.
Oh, there's more runs.
Yeah.
That might have gone all the way. Maybe not. It's going to be given 4 runs. Well, I mean, that's his official name. I've seen.
Is that
it written out before his middle name is Roy Diaz.
Okay, good. But I know Roy Diaz, so he must be an idol of his, because I think Roy Diaz was also a player. And I know Danny Hudacek looked him up his stats.
Early 80s, like kind of when Sri Lanka were first coming into actual international cricket. Yeah, it's certainly an important figure at that time. Anyway, geez, this is such a close game at the moment. 8 to come. It's in front, but I think it's angling down the leg side. Be a leg bite. So, what are we looking at here? 150s?
Yeah, easy. I reckon. They want to try and get past that 150. Ulla has got a ball to. Look, he's winding it up. Look at Ulla there. I don't know if you can see a replay of that very quickly, but he's winding it up, ready to go, because he knows I've got a ball here. I've got to try and ping it to the boundary, and then leave Prasad to maybe do the rest in the next over. Here we go. He has a go, and he will put it to the boundary. It'll be bouncing just before the rope, will it? No, it goes all the way over. It's going to be 6 runs. Manos, arriba. Well, Ulla, he wound himself up, and that was what he was practicing, and then he delivers. He puts what he does in practice, and he puts it out there when it matters. 6 more to him, and what a finish to this over. And it's another one from Smith Patel. It did take a wicket, but it still goes for 15. And the score 145 for 3. So they are on course for that 160-something score. And they've got so many wickets in hand, they've got to get to the 115 here. So we're going to see a fantastic run chase in the final.
I think there's been a bit of a tactical misstep as well, because we'll go to Naveen now, but they bowled out 4 overs in the first 8, which forces you to use different bowlers.
Yeah.
If you can avoid doing that, then maybe, for example, Smith bowls a decent over. Let's say you want to bowl him again, you can't. If you bowled him in the 8th, you could still bring back in the 10th. And I think it was the over. Now that over was actually bowled by Davidson Romani, and it went completely off the rails. Anyway, 145 for Bohemians, plus this. Really entertaining final so far. A lot of people saying, hey, these kinds of totals aren't chaseable in a final. Well, still, that's Prague CC. Remember, they've beaten the English champions on the chase. That's short. That's going to disappear for 4. Not a great start for Naveen. Well put away by Prasad. They're up to 149, so we are talking a 150s chase now.
Yeah, it's a Gandhi ball. Gandhi short delivery. Both short, Siggy. And Joka Luggia, that's 4 more. And with 5 balls to go, you know these two, they're looking to hammer every one of them to the boundary and really put the pressure on Prague CC. I just think there even is the possibility that they can even, a big finish here, they can even be 165 plus, and then that would really, then we're starting to talk about big run chases, Vinny. We're talking big run chases, and in the final.
You've got a guy coming in, he's a good bowler, Naveen, but he's coming in the last over. These guys more or less set. They got nothing to lose, steps across. But it'll be a wide, because remember that line belongs to the bowler, but once you miss the line, it's a wide. So this one misses the line pretty
clearly.
And you might go, okay, well, what's going on with that? But it provides just clarity. Same as the leg stump's a fixed point.
I think that's always a wide, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any complaints about from the bowler or anyone else. He's at least he's trying to get it, squeeze it in, that offside, but gets it wrong. It's a wide ball called, and he comes again.
Well, he wants to get inventive. That's so clever. That's going to be another 4 runs.
Yeah.
No fine leg, spots it. And Prasad, we've seen he likes to get a little bit funkalicious, and it's a risk to play without a fine leg. It's 4 more to the total.
Well, this is what he was doing in the last match. Remember, when they were in a lot of trouble, having lost early wickets, he was doing it to the slower bowlers. He was fetching balls outside off and flicking them to the vacant fine leg area, and he makes it look easy. And if they don't make a change in the field, I tell you, he'll do it again.
I think he will do it again.
They are bringing somebody across, but the question is, they probably can't go on the boundary. They're going to have to say inside the circles. I reckon he'll still go for it. If it's there, he'll still go for it because he'll clear that man.
Yeah. Let's see. This time he just hits, and he's going to get caught. That's a very good catch down there. Sun's a factor at this time of day, but it's...
Aravind.
Yeah, Aravind Sridhar. Fake Yogesh, but real catch down there just to stop the madness for now. At least that'll be the 4th wicket down, 154 for 4.
That's a very good catch because he's not... What he doesn't do, a lot of fielders there, Vinny, would have run in. But what he's done, he's seen early that it's catchable, but rather than run in and try and run back out again and take it, he's just gone across, got himself in a good position and taken a good catch. 150 is on the board. There's 3 balls to go, 154 for 4. New batter, not a bad guy to come out at this stage, as it is Kranthi who comes out and joins Hamidullah out there in the middle.
Kranthi was pretty unlucky to get bowled earlier. Ball he chopped into the ground, bounced twice and hit the stumps anyway. Doesn't have too long to make an impact. Naveen comes to the party with a wicket. Some people might have said, why wasn't he bowled earlier? You know, gave out some second overs before they tried some bowlers the first. Anyway, Kranthi saddles up, bangs it for 6. Maximo! What a start. It was kind of slot length there from Naveen. If he gets it wrong, he's a hittable pace, and Kranthi goes to the well once again for Bohemians.
That's the 160, everyone. That's the 160. And now I think that is what will play in the mind of Prague CC. 150, 151, 158, 160. And with 2 balls to go, it could be 160 watt. That one might be a wide. It will be a wide. So 161. Still 2 balls to go in the innings. They could be knocking on the door of 170.
Jeez. Yeah, just a wide. Just misses the line. Doesn't get any of it. I'm trying to think of biggest chases in a final. I know we've had some big ones. Obviously, the qualifier 2 in the ECC, we saw 183 chase down. It's a pretty good shot as well. Just bangs it, uses the wrist, goes through point. And 6 and 4. Well, he doesn't have too much time to be hungry for more, but he is hungry. Bohemians 1-6-5 with the ball remaining.
Ah, delightful this from Kranthi. Delightful. You don't have to slog. You know, he's not thinking, just got to slog a couple of balls to go. Nah, you play each ball on merit. That's 20 off this over. It's gone magical. A ball to go. Can they get to the 170? He'll have a go, and this one will go all the way. Bolle. Do they go to 170? Oh, yeah, they do. They get there in style. 26 comes off the over. And just have a look at some of the magical overs we've seen. We've seen a 26. That was the last over there. We've seen a 28 over number 3 and a 33 over number 7. And the reigning champions, Prague CC, are going to have to chase 172 for victory.
Well, if they can do it, it's going to be equal 9th highest chased ever on ECN. But... well, get your tables and turn them, because it's been an incredible start. We wondered, could they keep the pace up? They were 75 at the 5 over mark. They've actually slammed 96 off that second half, and Prague CC will have to pull off a monster chase to secure their 5th ECS. Wow, unbelievable, really. And we saw it was Grover, really, that got it all started. The decision to put himself back to the top of the order paid immediate dividends.
Oh, on a day which has been all about close, low-scoring battles. Eliminator 1 was 112 to 113. The semi-final 1, 170 to 116. The semi-final number 2, Prague CC, got to 152. United to 107. But now in the final, the big guns have blazed. It's Sazib Buyan scored 54, Sahil Grover 51. Then we saw some tremendous hitting there towards the end from some of the other batters, as Prasad 16 off 7, Kranthi 16 off 3, Hamidullah 13 off 5 helped them to get to a big score. And Prague CC, they're rattled. I mean, that was a wicket, a key wicket, a caught and bowled. when the bowler came back. But still, the new batters came out and they just kept on crunching it. That one there just went completely bad, didn't it, for Romani? No matter what he did, he just couldn't get the ball in the right area, and the batters just laid into him. Even the Beast, when he came back, went for 15. The next one from Smith Patel, 15. But then Naveen, they had to bowl. Someone who bowled this last over. They went with Naveen, who had a bowl before. That got blasted away. And just look at some of the antics from the batters in the middle. They were taking bows. They were doing everything. Good catch there, taken on the boundary by Romani. That was a great innings that came to an end there from Buyan, who took a bow when he got to his half century, and he got a lot of applause when he came back. But that's the beauty of Bohemians. This is what we know that they can do. They did it in the group stages, that one batter comes out, and if they click, oh boy, they are dangerous. Another good catch there from Arvind Sidar. But those two, they finished on 16 apiece to give their team a really good finish. Granty, 16 of just 3 balls. 171. Prague CC, well, we know they've had a tremendous reign here in Czechia. Their 24 match unbeaten run came to an end when Brno beat them, and that was only about 3 matches ago. Now, well, their hands on the crown, a title that they haven't let go of for over, 4 years, is in doubt.
Yeah, really. It wasn't extras that did them. It was just some real clean hitting. And all of the top 6 reaching double figures and making some sort of contribution. And just look at the strike rates. If anything, Zahid Mahmood, who's been one of their form batters in this series, he never really got going, but Grover did 51. Buyan with 54, both off 16 balls there. Prasad with a really handy 16. Kranti at the end with 16 off 3. Hamidullah 13 off 5. Oh, it's quite unbelievable, actually. But PCC, they love a challenge. They'll believe they could do this. Bowling figure's a bit of a mess, though. Solanki was handy, 1 for 25. The Beast got a bit of tap in his second over. Still, his figures look pretty healthy, none for 23, but some of the other bowlers really copped it. Romani 1 for 47. Smith Patel and Padmaraju had to split the last 2 overs. Smith kind of held things to an extent. Naveen did take a wicket, but went magical as well in over number 10. It would be the equal 9th best chase of all time. It would be the best ever chase in a final. Can Prague CC make history in more ways than one? We'll take a break. Back with the exciting conclusion of the series after this break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Stay tight and just try and stay calm, because there's madness ahead, I'm sure. Can PCC make it 5 in a row? Can Bohemians win their second ever ECN trophy? Join us after the break for the exciting conclusion of the European Cricket Series Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this European cricket series here in Czechia. This is the Scott Page cricket field, and you're watching the final, and the Bohemians have batted first, and they put a huge score on the board, 171, only losing the 4 wickets. We saw a half century from Sahil Grover first, 51 of 16 from the captain, and then Sazib Buyan, somebody who has already scored a century in this series, scored a fine masterclass 54 of 16, putting them in a fantastic position. So Prague CC, well, are their hands on this title coming to a close? They've been the champions here so many times. We've seen a change in fortunes for them when their 24-match winning streak came to an end a couple of days ago when Brno beat them. They came back strong after that, but here, well, I think mystery surrounds why they won the toss and put Bohemians into bat. Some people think it might be weather-related. They thought that maybe this bad weather front was coming in, but whatever it is, the decision to do so at this moment in time seems like it's backfired. They're going to have to go and an incredible over 17 runs and over just to stay in this contest. Have they got the batters to do it? Look, yes, they have, but I do feel that they're going to need a little bit of luck as well. And I also feel that when you have such a big score that you've got to go for, that batters, they tend to forget their natural game and go more towards the slogging side. And if you're trying to slog good bowlers who are going to be bowling good line and length, you're going to get yourself out, and that's going to be the danger here. So though they have to go big, at the same time, they have to still remember to keep their shape and try to do it in a proper, sort of well-timed and well sort of well-timed and structured way. And welcome to many people back. Hello to Dave, hello to Phil G, hello to Charbon. Mandrake's in the chat as well. Hello, Jules. So Steve Cook there. We're ready to go. Here comes the first. It will be Sababun Davitsi on strike. He goes up in the air, and it's a chance straight away. It's going to be taken. It is going to be a royal duck. And Imran Al-Haq comes along, holds on to the catch. He almost gets it knocked out of him by another fielder getting in his way. And Sababun Davitsi will go very first ball. And this is exactly what I was talking about. It almost gets balled by Suklaim Mukhtar getting in the way. But Imran Al-Haq holds on to the catch. And Sababun Davitsi will go very first ball. It's a royal duck. A little bit of royalty in the final. That's a disastrous start. I suppose two ways of looking at it. Yes, it's a disaster, but the good side of it is at least he doesn't chew up any deliveries. Imran Al-Haq holds the catch, and the wicket is taken, and it is Fahad that gets the breakthrough. It's the dream start then. That's Abdul Fahad takes the wicket, and I was just talking to a few people. Let's just say that what just happened there is something that I was just having to talk to a few people about. So, first baller, and Saba gone, and that means it's time for Aditya Kajiwala, who comes in at number 3. You've got a very good batter out there with him, Sharon Ramakrishnan, as Vinny Sandhu joins me back.
Royalty surfacing. But is it a change in dynasty here? Farhad is going to get banged over the top. It's going to be a couple of bounces and 4. Field has slowed up a bit. So Katuwala comes out, wastes no time. I like Sharan into the side as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Davitsi, here's the thing. And he's a very polarizing figure. But, you know, that yeah, you want your big players to perform in big matches. I know it's that kind of the format where you got to take risks. It's wow. That time he doesn't get so lucky. Did give a life earlier on. Farhad has also been through the ringer a bit this tournament. Goes block hole, squeezed away. That'll probably run away for 4. Does it? It does. They're testing this outfield. Katuwala always looks a more balanced side when he's in it because he can bat high and he can take the gloves. He's a very good keeper. So the thing I suppose with Davitsi is he doesn't waste any time. He only wastes 1 ball. We know they've got that batting here, but Noah Shokin in the lineup today. Obviously you've got Beastie lurking around. Potentially can come in next. You've got Tomei, you've got Sridhar that made an ECN 50 earlier today. Farhad loves around the wicket. That's hit really well, and that's going to go, I think all the way it has. Maximo! Katuwala goes 4-4-6, pick up sticks and picks up the pace, and suddenly, you know, something's looking kind of bullish for Prague CC. I had mixed over to say the least so far. Wicket 4-4-6. It's just going to be a great final. Hold on to your hats. Still 2 to go in this first over as well. So much has happened. A bold, slower ball. Not afraid to go to it. Even the first over. Big throw comes in. It'll just be a single. So we'll see Sharan facing up for the first time. I want to say big thank you to Danny Hudacek. I know he's off today and he'll be back on Sunday, but he's been a big part of our coverage as well. And he's been busy lurking, and he's a busy guy around town, Danny. So yeah, looking forward to having you back on Sunday, and thanks so much for your work in the commentary box. Ramakrishnan, good player, really good player actually, and can handle better bowling. That's what we've seen when we've seen him at the Cardamore Oval as well, either in a check shirt or a PCC shirt. Well, he actually spoils a wide here, but in a way he unspoils it because it gets chopped over the keeper and it runs away for 4. Zahid Mahmood behind the stumps, a bit of a backup job. and just didn't react. It probably was in his zone, but just didn't react quick enough getting the gloves above the head. So, end of the over. That had a little bit of everything. 19 for one after one. 87 matches since the Golden Ball, and we have a bit of history, don't we, with Golden Ball finals in 2024. We had a Portuguese final go into overtime, and after sunset, actually, we saw Amir Zaib, the Rock, winning the trophy for Marlow, and that was actually, to keep the Marlow dynasty going. Could we have something similar here? Rico, incredible start with the wicket of Davizzi first ball, but still 19 runs coming off that first over.
I mean, they lose Davizzi, but it's one thing that I learned from you. You always used to say, the one good thing about going first ball is you don't chew up any balls, and that allows somebody else to come in and do the damage. We know that one thing about Prague CC, they certainly do have the players that can do the damage. I'm with you. I like that Sharon Ramakrishnan comes to the side. The last time we saw him play, he scored a remarkable 70. Katawala is pretty keen to get a big score on the board as well. And they've got still other players. They've still got the Beast to come in, Smith Patel, who can be absolutely awesome. And that's a great shot. That is just timed to perfection. Look at the pose on this one as well from Aditya Kadiwala. So look, it's nice to see that they're not panicking here, Vinny, because, still playing good, solid shots. Look at that. I mean, beautifully played. He said, Ale, shot Malia can need Joka Lagia Midi photo. Wickets there. Smile, please. Click, click, click. Lovely shot. So they're not panicking. They're not panicking.
Absolutely timed the cover off that one, to be honest. Yeah, Danny, I knew he was lurking. There he is, saying thanks to me and also to Rico. It's been fun.
It's been great fun.
He's enjoying it, and I tell you what, Kadewala's come out and he has wasted no time at all. It's another 4 flicked away. Boyan goes full, but he strays a little bit on the leg stump, and that runs away for another boundary. I say healthy crowd in here for the final as well. You've got the two top teams in the competition doing battle for the trophy. Funnily enough, it's the two teams that do have ECN silverware. Bohemians won the Czech Super Series back in 2020, but since then 4 ECS titles have found a home at Prague CC.
Yeah, it's just a good little battle, this, isn't it? This one gets worked away, but this time the fielder will make the stop. That's Hamidullah, and of course, one thing that Bohemians did very well in the win against Brunei in that semi-final is when they took the pace off the ball. And I wonder if that could be the key here as well. If they do, Hamidullah becomes pretty key. And they had a number of bowlers that really bowled well when it mattered. So Clay Mukhtar was another one.
They went triple spin attack. And funnily enough, that's what PCC did so effectively a little bit earlier in the tournament when they had Solanki, but they also had KO Mehta and they had Aaron Ashokan as well. So it could be a taste of the old medicine. Sharan finds the fielder here, will get one. So it's one thing to score 17 and over. We know Prague CC can do that. But it's a whole other thing when you have to score at 17 and over and you've got that scoreboard pressure. Right now they're on the pace, and let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, and I think where you've seen teams that pull off big run chases, I'll go into that after this delivery first. That's a well bowled. It's a slow delivery, but pitched up in the right areas. But where teams get those run chases is where they get a good start. So that's what's going to be key here. So we're coming to the end of the second here. But they need, for me, they need to be plus 50 in the power play, around about 55, even to get to the 60. And then you sort of, then you're trying to go at the same rate. You give yourself a cushion. That's the main thing. And that one needs to be punished, and it will be punished. And that's going to be 4 runs at the end of the second over. So that will be valuable. So they go to 35. If they can get another big over in and finish the power play well, they're on course. And basically what I'm trying to say is this. Quite often you know that you could get one over which only goes for 8 or something. So you lose ground. But if you've got one in the bank, if you're ahead of the rate, it doesn't hurt you so much. But if you're not ahead of the rate, that's where you fall big time behind. And I think that's why the power play is so key. So they'll be looking to get a magical third over here, take the score to around about 55, close to the 60, and then Prague CC will feel that they're in a good place, even though they've lost the wicket of the highest run scorer in this series, Sabamun Davizzi, who went very first ball golden duck.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, really. Farhad is going to get another over. And this is interesting because he did get kind of pounded by Katawala in the 5 balls that he bowled to him. So I'm a bit curious that he does get another one, but let's see. He gets hit hard, but they put the long off back, and Sazib does well to avoid the rope. And creates a bit of action in the middle. And So he pretty animated there, thinking attack's the best form of defence. As people yelling at him, he yells back twice as loud.
Yeah. I suppose the thing here, you go to Farhad, you think, well, okay, he did go for 19, but he did pick up a wicket for us. If he gives 19 away and he gets another wicket here, who knows?
Hit the bat and went on the helmet, I think. There. Anyway, they get Katawala to the other end. Left-handed Sharon Ramakrishnan to face up. And if only before this over, it was 67-33. So basically, if you ran this game 3 times, Bohemians would win twice and PCC would win once. But is this the one that PCC win? They just got a funny way of winning. And winning's a habit, as they say in the classics. Bohemians, they got their lucky kind of Power Rangers like powder blue. It's been good for them so far, but only 1 run. Remember, they won over Burno. Slower ball that time, Farhad. I think that's clever bowling to mix the pace up. But Katawala's come out and he just looks to be timing the ball so well.
Yeah, he does. You can see that Sharon has had a few attempts at big shots, hasn't really executed them well. He's probably trying to hit the ball too hard, whereas Katawala's come out and he's timing it well. You want to stay away from his pads. That's the key. You go anywhere near his pads, he's very strong and he whips it away. And they've got nobody on the lakeside boundary.
He goes up and over the top and he gets the distance. Maximo! It's always a risk there. Katawala's a good straight hitter. Didn't care this fielder's back. Backs himself to get it over the top and get 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot. And he gets right under it. Gets the elevation. We've seen a number of players be caught on the boundary out there. But because they haven't got under it, he gets well under it and he follows through with the bat, with the blade all the way over his shoulder. Makes good contact. Gets good distance, 6 more.
I love this comment from Phil G saying Bohemians 172, go get it. Prague CC say hold my beer. Because this is on. This is definitely on. What does he do now? Change of pace? It was very clever bowling. Bounces straight over the stumps. Can't let Katawala get in the groove. He's in the groove so far. It's a very good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, Katawala will be a little bit disappointed. I think what gets him more than anything else is that one probably just bounces a little bit more than he expects. So look how high that comes. You look at the other angle, so it actually goes over the bat. And maybe he thinks that next time he's better off maybe going out to it. Let's see if it's going to be the same delivery again.
Bohemian's just praying for a miss hit here really from Katawala. I get it, but it's not going to be an opportunity. It'll just be a single. Yeah, I want to say big thank you to Phil G as well. I know he stepped into the commentary box, did a couple of days in here, stepped in from time to time. Also for his work around the ground, but also had lots of helpers around the ground from the local cricket fraternity here.
Yeah, I want to thank all the Yogachis, of course.
All the Yogachis. The real, the fake, the others.
All the Yogachis. No, you're right. Phil G's been absolutely brilliant. It was great to catch up with him a couple of times at the ground here as well.
Last ball for Farhad. Not last ball, because it will float wide. It's a lot of runs to get, isn't it?
They really need a boundary here. They need a boundary. The thing is, though, they've kept out the 17. That's why they need this boundary.
The spin. The spin, I think you're going to get a whole bunch of spin next 5-6 overs even.
But it depends, though, Vinny. You're right. They've got those spinners. But if Prague sees, as soon as the spinner comes on, Prague sees he have to attack him. And if they attack the spinner, say he goes for 25, they may not go back to that spin because they might be worried. That's what they've got to do. Attack the spinner. Gone. Slow delivery. And he plays all around it. So Ramakrishnan will go. Well done to Farhad. That's why they went back to him. He's been expensive. He was expensive in the first, but this one is a good one. Only 10 from it, and he gets the wicket of Sharon. So another one bites the dust. But you know what that means? It means it might be time for the beast.
Well, you know, Rama's a good player. And I just think he gets deceived there. Probably tries to do a bit too much with it. That might be that scoreboard pressure. Not satisfied, just playing it out. Tried to turn it into an aggressive shot. And so Farhad bookends his spell with the wickets of the openers. And after 3 overs, Prague CC 45 for 2. Enter the beast, stage left.
Well, here we go. The beast, he wasn't quite beast material the last time we saw him. But the way he's been so far is he's clicked in a match one way or another. If it's not with the bat, it's with the ball. So he's looking to do it with the bat this time. He's not going to be on strike to start off with. It'll be at the non-strikers end as Aditya Katawala gets ready to face the first of maybe the slow stuff, as it will be Suklaim Mukhtar to bowl over number 3.
PCC, it's simple. Conquer the spin, conquer the game here.
I think that's the road to 172. You got to attack the spin. You got to gamble a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, good captaincy to bring back Farhad. Not everyone was kind of on board with that. Katuwala in the air, just down to the grass. That'll run away for 4. So, false shot, and already you see the difference the change of pace makes, but it will be 4 to PCC.
So close this. I thought for a moment the fielder might just get there. Does he go down too early? No, it's a great effort actually. It's a tremendous effort. It's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, you're right. They've got to attack the spin here. They've got to show some fear to Bohemian and say, look, you're going to put the spin on, we're going to attack it. So it's up to you. You want to bring another spinner on after we've gone after the first one? Let's see what they're going to do here. But they certainly have to attack and try and take the spin out of the equation. So Mukhtar, they come back. I don't know what they're checking here. The umpires are communicating with each other.
Bowler request. Not quite sure. But, anyway, good to go. He waxes onto his foot. Oh, interesting.
Well, now, is this foot and ear and caught?
Well, it's definitely hit the foot, but has he hit the ground on the way or not? He's definitely hit it into his foot, but is it the top of the foot or is it kind of side?
It couldn't have bounced that high off the foot. Could it?
Yeah, it was hit pretty hard, but is there ground in it? It is. Oh, give me another frame. Well, I think that's instep. It's between frame. See, I think it's ground as well.
Yeah.
I think there's one frame that says ground.
Well, the reason I think it's not, because if it was, he'd be on the deck in tears.
Yeah, I think it's ground and foot at the same time, and it bounces up. Fantastic work, and actually they're happy with it. So we've gone ahead. Next ball. We just missed it, but it's a dot ball, the next ball.
Yeah, next ball is a dot ball. It's a big swing and a miss. So trying to attack the spin, but at the moment the spin is winning. You've got to come out the crease to go after it. That's the thing. You can't stay in your crease.
Dot ball you missed there, but this one isn't a dot. It's going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Katuwala just jumps all over that. It's a fraction short from Mukhtar. Disappears out of the ground. 50 up now as well for PCC.
Yeah, and something's got to be. What are we missing here? Did something happen? Because why have we got the first 4 not on our scorecard here? The first ball was a 4, surely, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did. It crept out of the ground, you're right. But, yeah, unless it was called a dead ball for something. Remember how there was that conference and they were talking? What was that?
Well, I don't know, but, I mean, you can't penalise the batting
for that. It was called a dead ball. I don't know why. I don't know when the call was made, so that's why it didn't count. Anyway, this one I think will count. It's the beast. First ball swings, gets the inside half of the bat, gets it to the boundary. Interesting one, that.
Yeah, why? I mean, because we didn't see anything obvious. The batter should not be penalised for anything if it was fielders that were moving around or something. So that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
So where did that come from?
I guess we don't have the ears really on the ground, but I suppose the call must have been made audibly. So obviously it's not real fuss about it out there. Obviously it was called, and obviously we just didn't pick it up. Anyway, this is up in the air, going, gone. Maximo, and that's a monster hit from the beast all the way over the cube. And with him at the crease, especially with Katuwala up and going, PCC a definite chance to hold on to this trophy.
अरे वाह, what a shot. That is a great shot. I tell you why, it's a pressure shot. If he didn't execute that 6, they would have fallen behind on the right and behind. But they get the 17, so only just one shot of the 18 that they need. So at the moment here, Katiwala are keeping them in it, but they need somebody else to click one of the other batters. Can Suresh Wickramasakara be that man? And if he can be that man, then Prague CC will slowly start to go on top here. But at the moment, it's just over 18 they need to keep going at. 62 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, interesting last over there, wasn't it? We had the fake 4, but it still went for 17. I suppose you could make the argument that PCC, the extra ball they bowled instead, actually went for 6.
Went for 6.
So I suppose they turned out okay. So maybe a little bit of natural justice there. But anyway, Prasad comes on, and this is a false shot up in the air. It's catchable, and it's dropped. Oh, Kamaldeep Singh had plenty of time to get under it and let it creep away from him a little bit. Big moment here in the final. Katuwala dropped on 40.
Oh, that is huge. That is huge. Katuwala dropped on 40. He's the only batter that's been gained. Kamaldeep puts him down.
Katuwala thought he was a goner as well. As soon as he skied that one up. Prasad, well,
Let's just say if you could print his thoughts, you wouldn't be able to show them on television. Beast back on strike. Smacks it. And that's the thing about the Beast. This is very Beast to come out here and to basically steal a trophy back to where he believes it belongs. Gets a bit of length there from Prasad, and he smashes it over cover for a Maximo.
Oh, that was hit with so much power, Vinny. It's a little bit short, but boy, did he get the treatment. So Surinder Prasad has got to go a little bit fuller.
But that's to that rate's 3 a ball they need. Goes again. That's going to be away from the fielder. I think it's going to go all the way. It does. Maximo. Back to back. Wickramasakara on. Katawala on. PCC on. Bohemians. Well, it's their turn to answer the call. The slow stuff's disappearing at the moment.
Yeah, well, the Beast, we know what he can do. And I said already, he always has an impact in the game. It wasn't with the ball this time. So maybe it's going to be with the bat. 2 balls. In this over, he smashed for 6. So Prasad, 13 or 3, he's under attack. They're making a change in the field. They're actually bringing one in from the leg side because they're giving extra protection on the off. I think this could be a dangerous move. And he tries to play it in that area, but he goes a little bit too fine. I don't mind that from Prague CC. I can see that Sudesh is disappointed that he doesn't get a better contact on this, but I don't mind these two batters just changing the strike around a little bit because they're both very different. So Katiwala will go differently to Wickramasakara. So Prasad now to... That's going to be too wide, I think. Yeah, it gets called.
It's a close one. I mean, he thinks it got some of the line, but most of the ball is outside the line. The umpire's not sure he'll call it. Probably a good call there. But yeah, crowd's up and about saying that Sudesh has activated beast mode here. Not facing right now. Katawala picks this up and fetches it from outside off stump. Maximo! Oh, this has been some sort of innings from Aditya. Remember, he's had his trials during this series as well. Remember, he took that nasty blow in their helmet against Bruno. That game that PCC dropped, the only one they've dropped in this series so far. But that was a brilliant shot. Prasad's over's gone magical here in the 5th. What to next?
Down on one knee and hits it over for 6. Oh, Kamaljit. Remember, put him down, Kamaljit. He'll be thinking about this.
Goes again. He's on a heater here. That's 50 for Katawala. Brings it up in 19 balls. He answers the call. Prasad goes for 27. And now it's Bohemians and are feeling the heat in this topsy-turvy, high-scoring final. It's 89 for 2 after 5.
Oh, where's it going to change? And that's the big over that needed. Remember I said one big over can change things around. Now all of a sudden that rate has come down to 16. And they've got to go, I think, here to Hamidullah. Maybe. I wonder if they do, or they're going to go to Buyan first. I think you've got to try Hamidullah before they get another big over him, because then it's a real risk. I think got to take a chance here, but it looks like Buyan's going to come in first. What a final.
The thing is that Katawala looks really good to pace, to be honest, and so I like the move to spin, but now that's been smashed. I think with Sudesh still kind of embryonic in his innings, maybe you do go back to pace a bit earlier. Looks like they are going back to Buyan here. Interesting move in the 6th. That one doesn't really bounce. It's going to be a dot ball snuck in. Hello to Chris Pearce as well. He thought it was time to go back to pace. Well, that's exactly what Bohemians have done here.
Yeah, so Buyan gets one through, but you're right, that one doesn't really come up too much as it gets missed out by the Beast. Maybe this is Buyan saying, I know where to bowl to this guy. I know where to bowl. I know enough about him. So that field, by the way, goes back to the way it was before. 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off. Goes for it, and that's going to be 4 runs because they're going to get over the fielder. And it will go away because the field that they set to him the over before, including a man out there as well, they actually brought in the square leg to have an extra person on the offside boundary because that's where the Beast is going. So I wonder if that's what Ula is trying to say here to Buyan, to say, hey, look, we need another man to go across.
Yeah. Interesting, but I mean, you can't have them everywhere. Actually, I'm liking the fact that at least a bit of a false shot. Certainly wasn't off the middle from Wickramasakara. This is belted. It's not too far from the field. He's got next to no hope there. That's Farhad on the boundary. Maybe 5 metres, but that's beast mode. And when he hits them that hard, they're going to be really tough to stop.
Yeah, well, Danny was saying to me the other day, hello, Danny, who's probably watching as well, that you always know when Sudesh Wickramasakara is going to play that big shot. He cocks the bat and he's ready. And you can see he was ready there. Is he ready again? Yup, he is. But this time, he once again gets tucked up with the shorter delivery. Now that's too deliveries that have been short into his body that he hasn't been able to work away. So maybe that's something that Bohemians are having a look at and saying, right, okay, that's possibly an area we can go to him. All right, Katiwala gave a chance. He got dropped. He's made a 50. Really hurt them.
Right on that red line at the moment, right in that required rate. Aditya gets the strike back. It's a decent ball, more or less a block hole ball from Bhuyan. Just a single.
Clever shot that, because he doesn't go all blazing. He knows that, look, this over's not gone too badly. It's Bhuyan. If he gets a tidy over, and even if they get 10 or 12 from it, he'll take that because it takes him out the attack. Don't let him get your wicket, so he just gets into line, plays it outside the off, and quite happy to take the single.
Last ball for Bhuyan in this final. And he gets smashed. But what a catch there by Farhad. That was drilled at him. It never got above shoulder high. He clutches it, and the Beast goes for a lightning 32 off 10. Bhuyan strikes with his final delivery, and PCC lose a big player. Beast is out of here, 99 for 3.
Yeah, big moment. You can see this time he doesn't get the elevation. He gets the power all right. That's hit hard, but he doesn't get underneath it. And Farhad takes a very good catch. That ball was traveling. And Bhuyan gets the breakthrough. That's one thing I think that Aditya didn't want to do. He was quite happy to push the single and say, nah, let him bowl out. Let's not give him our wicket. The Beast, though, thought he's going to clear him, goes for the shot, doesn't get the elevation, and he gets caught. The match comes back alive at the end of 6 overs. 99 for 3. That over, only going for 10.
Basically tiptoeing around that red line for the required rate. 99 for 3 after 6. They're going to need a big finish here, but this looks like the tank. Ritik Tomar coming in. A little bit surprised they didn't go to Sridhar, who batted so well earlier.
Yeah.
Coming off a 50. Not that Tanky's a bad option, but I just would have thought, you know, maybe recent form's good form, especially when you've got no time to waste. Just 24 balls left. Could we be on for another 170s golden ball? We had one in Estonia versus Malta, 177. Could we have another golden ball final? Anyway, time for Hamidullah to bowl. So mixing up pace, then spin, pace, then spin. I think you got it. Mix up the types of bowlers. Oh, thin edge. That's going to run away for 4. Bit of a dirty one from Katiwala, but it'll take the runs. Yeah, so when batters are in rhythm, and you could just feel Katiwala and Beastie, they've been in rhythm, you need to change the pace. And that's what they did. They went back to Bhuyan. I think originally they were planning to bowl kind of a string of spin like they did against Burno so effectively.
Yeah.
But a good heads-up captaincy by Grover. Brings Sazib back, and he ends up getting that big wicket. But Katiwala is still there. He's going at a cracking rate, but that rate now, 18 and over required. Well, that's the old point of no return. Getting all nostalgic there. Anyway. It goes to reverse. Interesting option. Kind of deeks the keeper. That could end up running down the hill. It does. It's going to be 4 byes. So this is tough for the keeper when you have the switch. You tend to lose your sight lines. And so, yeah, 4 byes is the result.
Well, you don't mind that. It's even if you're not hitting a ball and it's still going to get you 4 runs, you'll take it. Thank you very much. Yeah, he just totally blinds the keeper, who then just hopes that the ball ends up hitting him. It doesn't, gets past him, and even at the pace of Hamidullah, it goes all the way down to the boundary. Now they are in a 9 where they want that man to be. Do they want this? At the moment, he seems to be right behind the keeper. Yeah, he's a very fine third now.
Big swing and a miss. I think that's okay. Just lost the main camera for a second, but seemed good enough. So yeah, you've got Katiwala 58. You've got Tomar yet to score. Back online. Spring Media. Great job again. Getting things back and going. Bowled him. He runs down the wicket and the pressure builds, and Katiwala's gone now. And you called it. You said that Hamidullah is an important bowler. He comes on and he delivers. He does what the others couldn't. He removes Katiwala from the equation. Prague CC now surely a long way behind in this game, 107 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've still got good batters to come out, but the rate starts to creep up. I think Katiwala had to go for this. I think he knew the only way to get the big shot in against somebody like Hamidullah is you've got to come down the wicket. But look at the reaction there from Hamidullah. He's look at. Can we just focus on that? Just keep an eye on Hamidullah and see that one more time. So he starts to celebrate. He starts to celebrate. Then afterwards it's like he's talking to himself. He calms himself down and goes to his head and said, "No, stay cool. You've still got a long way. There you go. Stay cool. Still a long way to go. Stay cool. Think positive. Think positive." Yeah, I like that shot because there is a long way to go. I know that rate now goes up to about 19. Arvind Sridhar does come out, Ritik Thoma, but these two batters haven't faced the ball yet. For them to go straight in there and start the hitting at 19, 20 and over, that's going to be a big ask, it really is. And the thing is, this over has only got them 4 runs so far, so the next 2 balls, if they don't go to the boundary, they could be steering at needing 22 plus and over.
Serenity now. Anyway, this will be a 1 smothered out there. Good work from Nirmal Kumar. But it's an interesting one from Katawa. I think he made up his mind he was charging. And then I don't know whether Ulla sensed it, but he didn't quite bowl as full as he might have. And that's why he loses his shape. It looks a bit ugly in the end. But I think the thinking was that he wanted to dance down the wicket and try and bang it down the ground. 64 off 19, last ball. Very good over from Ulla. And it's sliced away. That'll probably get away for 4 as well. Field's a bit slower, but it still gets there. So Tanky's away with 4 runs. Do not count them out yet. No PCC. That's the end of the 7th over. It's 112 for 4.
Got a long way to go there, haven't they? They're 112. And at this point, Bohemians themselves, they had already got 114 on the board. So you can see how close they are. So it was all about the acceleration. And remember that last over from Naveem went for 26. The other 2 went for 15. So basically what you're talking about here, Vinny, is 2 sort of average overs, 1 big over. Can Prague CC do that? Yeah, they can. As we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, starting the internationals, the ECIs, women's will kick things off. Of course, welcome to Greece. And if you are watching, that one gets through, but there is backing up. They'll only take just a single. So, yeah, Greece, if you are here, and get in the chat, say hello, let us know who you are and are you watching. And I think you're going to love being here. I don't know, have Greece ever played here before?
They did. The men's played here last year. They had Greece and Cyprus for men's ECI. First time we've seen the women playing 10-over cricket at all, actually, on the network, though we did see them in the Continental Cup. In fact, you would have done them in the 2020 there, when the Isle of Man were there, and Romania, Malta, and Greece. I'm just checking the height on this. I think it's probably okay.
Yeah, just below the waist, it's okay. I can see the umpire checking with the 3rd match official.
Mukhtar back for a second try. He puts the pace on. Going, gone. Maximal. Sridhar's in good form. He's threatened all tournament, but he's delivered on finals day. There's 6 runs to Prague CC, who are still hanging around in this contest.
Good shot, that wasn't it, from Arvind Sridhar. But like I said, they can do the 15s, but can they get 2 lots of 15s and 1 big over? If they can, then they'll do the same, but that one gets through. That's the ones. They don't want any dot balls here now. That what hurts them. 120 for 4, 2 balls to go in this, the 7th.
Remember what they did to Burnout? They went hard on the off spinners when they had left-handers to deal with. Disdain to Ratul as well. That's a Gundy ball. That's going to be a no ball.
7 up, I think.
7 up time. Well, that's the last thing you want. I think Mukhtar wants to go quicker ball, but he loses the handle. Hits a 7 up and a free hit to come.
Oh, that could be match changing if the free hit gets put away to the boundary. That could be match changing because that has taken this 15 off this over now. So a boundary makes it magical. 127. It ain't over yet, folks. It ain't over yet. There's still 2 balls to go. Can he get another boundary here? Goes for it. Hits it hard. He will. Bolle. Kinna zona. Shaka lagya ke wage hanial ke grande. This match comes back to life as that's how you get 13 off 1 ball.
13er. So 52 off 14 becomes 39 off 13. Oh, last ball of this 8th over. Mukhtar in the dirty 30s, trying to say out of the naughty 40s. Don't think he will. That's smash for 6 as well. Maximal. Well, what an incredible finish to that over. Prague CC live and breathe again. And right now they're ahead of the rate. 139 for 4 after 8. What a final.
Well, what did I say to you? I told you that they were only a couple behind where Bohemians were, that the overs went 15, 15 and 26 to finish their innings. Well, this is to 27 now. Well, they've taken it back down about the 16, so this game is back alive, is back in their grasp. And, well, Arvind Sridhar is hitting the ball beautifully. He's a lovely guy, you know, and he's going to be loving his moment at the moment. Have a look at that. They're back up in front.
So, you know, Katawala, and there's a bit of chat about the way he got out, but first, let's have a look at Ulla, who's coming back, and he'll just go for a single first ball, despite a slight fumble out there from Nirmal. But I think you can't expect even a set batter to kind of stick around when the rate's gone up to about 3 a ball. I think you have to take calculated risks. He felt it was worth going for 50-50 right now. What a final. Sridhar on strike, and he bangs this one with the spin. Important stop. Stop is made out there. Well done by Kumar.
Yeah, that's an important area, but Hamidullah, is he Mr. Ice? Is he the ice cool baby? Because he just doesn't, he just seems to suck up and absorb pressure.
Goes on the charge, sliced away. Fielder takes the catch on the run. That's a great catch out there by Kranthi. And so the tank is going to have to go halfway through this 9th over. It was probably there for it. If he'd opened the face a bit more, maybe it goes away for 4 or even 6. But he finds Kranthi's got a safe pair of hands out there. Prague CC lose the 5th now. It's 141 for 5.
Oh, so it again swings big time in the balance in favour of Bohemians now, as a new batter has to come out there and has to go big straight away. He's marching up there like he's a man on purpose, with a purpose, isn't he? And that's the end of the captain. A new batter that comes out there taking guard. It's Ravikumar Solanki.
And he's, I suppose the next in the pecking order, but he's a left-hander as well, right? So I think that Ulla likes this matchup. All right, he gets a fair piece of it, finds the fielder, has to scoot. Whoa, I tell you what, he took forever to get going there. I think he might be out.
He's been given. He's been given on field, and he is going to be out first ball. Solanki will go for a golden duck.
Imran Ul-Haq fields that. Was that John T. Rhodes at mid-wicket? I remember Imran took one of the all-time great catches there, but you can see there, ran a weird line, didn't he?
Yeah.
He ran a weird diagonal, and in the end, you can see it's given on field. It was still a pretty tight-ish call to give live, but great work from Hamidullah to gather that ball, get it onto the stumps, and he just keeps on walking.
I suppose the only blessing, if there's any here, look at Ulla. He's giving kisses to the big man, to Imran Ul-Haq. But the only blessing is that Arvind Sridhar, who probably holds the key here now, is on strike. New batter who comes out to join him is, hey, don't forget this guy, Smit Patel.
Yeah, no doubt. But, I mean, these are dot balls, these wickets as well, aren't they? Need a couple of boundaries to get it under magical. As this is up in the air, that could curve away. Vortex time, 4 runs. So Sridhar does get the strike back, gets it down to 27 off 7. Now, talk me through the bowling options here in the last over for Bohemians. Who do you think they're going to go to?
Well, it's going to be very interesting. Of course, they've bowled out Bhuyan, haven't they? So I reckon Sakleen Mukta. They probably, has Mukta bowled too? No, he's bowled his 2 as well. Ulla's bowling his 2nd here. Farhad has bowled himself out. So it looks, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be somebody new.
That's going to run away for 4 as well.
Big.
French cut. And so Sridhar goes back-to-back boundaries. Ulla's tearing his hair out, but he has brilliant figures of 2 for 19 in the final. 149 for 6 after 9. And they'll need 23 off this last over to win the ECS for a 5th consecutive time, or Bohemians will be lifting the trophy. They Prasad went for 27. He would have been in the plans. But do you change the plans now?
I don't. You're going to have to. I think you have to stick with what you're going with. And while they're deciding that, can I just say I saw one innings from Smit Patel. It was a few days ago. He just went awesome. He was like Shoaib Mia, number 2. He hit every ball big time. If he turns it on here now, he can win this match. No doubt about it. For Prague. He hasn't faced the ball yet, but that's how good he was. He's the right man to have out there with Arvind Sridhar.
They're not going back to Prasad. They're going pace, medium pace. Nirmal Kumar, don't think he's bowled today. And he's got 23 to defend. They're so close, but PCC have a nasty way of getting out of tight spots. Last over of the European Cricket Series here in Prague. Smit Patel yet to face, Kumar yet to bowl. Here's the big finish. And he's whacked it for 6 first ball. Maximo!
I'm telling you, this guy is a little pocket rocket. he can hit the ball a big way. And the first one he smashed for 6. I'm quite surprised that the likes of Toma and Solanke come out before this kid, you know. He can hit a ball. What a start. And that takes all the pressure off him. He can calm down. And he puts all the pressure now on the bowler, Nirmal Kumar.
Tell you, if you were out to switch the bowler right now, they would. But you can't in cricket because that's gone terribly for Bohemians.
He could pull a hammy.
Needs a good ball here. 17 off 5. Smashed again. That's going to fly. I think that's going to go as well. And it has. Maximo! Back to back. And just like that, it's 11 off 4. It's anybody's ball game here.
What are we watching? What are we watching? Fantasy Cricket Prague CC is saying, no, we will not give up our throne. No matter what you do, we will find a way. And Smith Patel could be the way. But look, you know how it goes. One miscue, he loses his wicket, dot ball. New batter goes on to strike. So anything can change. 11 off 4.
Got to find a Yorker from somewhere. Or slow ball, brave bowling, good bowling. And I think with that ball, it probably swings back, maybe even to Bohemians.
It does.
Don't forget trophy ceremony coming up as soon as we can after the final, probably about 10 minutes after the final ball.
6 and 4, give us a golden ball. I'll take that.
Oh, gee, 11 off 3. Does he go it again? Kumar. No, he's going to bowl wide to make that 10 off 3. That one swung a bit. Oh, I was going to say that, you know, Kumar and Smith have kind of been on ice. Kumar hadn't bowled, Smith hadn't batted yet in this final. But right now, I think they both feel like they're in the microwave. 10 off 3 required. This final has gone to the wire. Right now, the computer's saying 50-50 game.
I'm surprised that Arvind hasn't just gone over to Smith, just killed a bit of time, said, hey, buddy, relax. What are you having for dinner tonight? Yeah, okay, right, let's go back to it.
No, he'd just say, I've just hit 2 sixes. I just missed one. Leave me alone. That's what he'd be saying. Here we go. 10 off 3 now. And he misses again. I don't think he can change the strike now. I think
it would have been a wide. If he had left it would have been a wide.
Oh, well, that makes the golden ball pretty tough. You need 9 in 2, but I mean, things can happen. So, but I can tell you this right now. If this doesn't go to the boundary, Bohemians have pretty much won. Got to keep it in the ballpark. Last chance for Prague CC. Oh, he's
out.
gone.
That's out, I bet.
Well, he's not giving out. Maybe a bit of bat in there, and they've missed. And they need to, might as well go.
It's going again. And
he's
would be out.
Yeah, well, that's crazy. They kind of had to keep
They
running
had to.
because you'd like to get it, somehow get 3 out of nothing.
How's he's not out LB? I want to see the LB.
He must have hit it. He must have got a little under edge on it. But, well, it's all to do. It's been a brave effort there. I mean, Smith comes out, whacks a couple of sixes, hits 2, misses a couple. And then, yeah, I'll have to wait to see what the signal was. But maybe there was a bit of bat in that. If not, it was hard. It was kind of on its way down again. It was actually so short.
And it's done, isn't it?
Is it missing leg?
They'll get the one here, won't they? They'll get the one because of that miss.
I think it's the leg bias. I think he thinks it's missing leg stump. Anyway, one way or another, it'll work out fine. Because all Bohemians need to do is make sure they didn't concede 3 or more. And they didn't. That was kind of going leg stumpish, to be fair.
Yeah, it's Smith Patel, 2 sixes and then...
Everything that we've seen is simple. Bohemians just need to bowl a legal delivery and they will be European Cricket Series champions for the first time, their second ECN trophy. And it's Nirmal Kumar. The pitch must look like it's about a popsicle wide at the moment for Nirmal.
We'll have to wait and get the scores correct, I think, because I don't think that's right. I think it's 163 probably with a ball to go. So that means that 9. So all they've got to do is bowl a legal delivery. If he bowls a full bunger here, that gets pinned for the boundary. I tell you what, that'll be quite amazing. So I think we're just waiting for an update here. So I think that was just one run and then a run out. But the thing about it is that it'll be a new batter that'll go on strike, and that's the issue, because it's Manduranga that's on strike. So I think they're just checking if they'd actually crossed. That might be the thing. Did they actually cross? So is it Arvind who's out, or are they going to go with Smith Patel who's out? That's what they might be checking.
This might show it. We'll have to show the whole thing. Here we go.
And
I mean, he's definitely, when that ball hits the stumps, I think you can see. Oh, it's actually closer than you think. Yeah, it's the bat. So it is the striker that's out because his bat's closer. Yeah. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter because the new batter will have to face. Big moment, Bohemians. They'll be partying like it's 2020 tonight because they
have taken the European Cricket Series away from Prague CC. For the first time in 4 years, we have a new champion here in Prague. Bohemians have come from the clouds, and they are the ECS champions.
Oh, wonderful scenes here. Bohemians in what was a roller coaster final in the end. Prague CC made a slow start, and then they started bombing the ball all over the place with some amazing hitting. But they just found a way, didn't they? After that, Aditya Kariwala got to 58. He then got out to Ulla, who bowled brilliantly, by the way. Ulla certainly has been the player of the day. There's no doubt about that. The Bohemian player, he's bowled brilliantly here, always bowled under pressure. I called him Mr. Ice Cool Baby because he's really done, that's what he's done. Every time he's come on the bowl, he's been under pressure. But Bohemians, as much as the reigning champions, Prague CC, give them credit, they never gave up. They kept on fighting, even though they had to get to 172. And then they're going into that last over. What about that? 2 big sixes, and we thought, here we go. They needed then just 11 or 4, and then, well, it's the way it happens. The dot ball, then they got a wide, then another dot ball, then we had that crazy run out. So Smith Patel had a chance to be the hero, and you got to spare a thought for Arvind Sidar, who's probably at the other end thinking, well, after those 2 sixes, even if you got a single, got me on strike, it could have made all the difference, but it wasn't to be. But congratulations to Bohemians. They are the champions here. 2024, the European Cricket Series champions in Czechia, winning the final, and an entertaining and exciting final by 7 runs.
Wow, yeah, 171 to 164, your final. Incredible game, 335 runs in the 20 overs. Think of a T20 innings that you score 335 runs, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about with ECN cricket. But Davitsi, it wasn't a great finish to his series, and what about that? Well taken in the end by Imran Ul-Haq, but it was a royal duck to get us going.
Yeah.
But then Sharan was his opening partner. We thought it was a good move, but really it was Aditya Kariwala who came out at 3 that really bossed things from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, what a comeback to the game for him after he took that one on the lid the other day and he had to go off. He was retired hurt and he had cut himself. He was bleeding, couldn't continue. He's been off for a couple of days, came back, and he could have been the man in the final after getting that half century, but his wicket came at a crucial stage. And I mean, one thing about Bohemians is, I mean, they were under pressure all the time, but they absorbed that pressure. They didn't panic, did they? That's one thing I noticed. They didn't panic, even when things like that went down. Remember, that was Aditya when he was dropped there by Kamaldeep on 40, but they never got on each other. They weren't like some of the other teams that we saw. They stayed calm, they stayed cool, they backed themselves, and they just said, you know, let's do what we do. And even that last over, the nerve to go to somebody completely different, Nirmal Kumar, who hasn't bowled at all. All right, he goes for 15, but it didn't matter. He had 23 to defend, and it worked. But that was brilliant there with it. And just look at that. That was what it was all about. Look at the way he reacts there. Gets a wicket. He's all excited. He says, no, we ain't won it yet. Calm myself down. Calms himself down. This is when you're under pressure as the next bowler, Kumar, gets hit for 2 big sixes. But then there's the wicket. It's all about wickets falling at the right time. This one, worse when they went for the run. They weren't able to get there. And look at the joy. Just watch the way Hamidullah celebrates there. And he goes charging up to the fielder. Look at this, yeah. He goes and gives some luck to Imran Ul-Haq, who got the ball into him. But like I say, he's a cool customer, is Hamid. He's a little bit unlucky with that one that went all the way down to the boundary. But one thing that you can't take anything away from Bohemians, they played as a team. They didn't get flustered, they didn't get rusted. And what about this? To have the nerve to bowl 2 slow balls on the slot. So Smith Patel, a man who just hit 2 big sixes, you've then changed the pace, you've had the idea to go slower, and he then couldn't get back on ball.
Yeah, it was incredible. A bit of thinking there as well, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I think Bohemians, they deserve it. I mean, they've played an incredible finals. I remember they were just 1 run away from pretty much getting knocked out of the tournament by Brno earlier in the day. And I think Prague CC were breathing a bit of a sigh of relief because Brno, of course, the only team to beat them in this year's tournament. And, well, Bohemians have done a number on them in this final. Remember, go back to that toss. They won the toss. They elected to bowl. Did kind of backfire spectacularly. Yeah. Weight of runs showing in the end, 171 to 164. Trophy ceremony coming up, like we said. And we'll probably get that going in around about 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, I've got to say, Kadewala batted incredibly well. So did Wickramasinghe. But that Abul Farhad catch just got a little bit of momentum back, didn't it? Breaking that partnership was looking like it could take the game away for Prague CC. Sridhar battled hard, 35 off 10. I mean, they're pretty good numbers. Smith, again, he looked like he might win the game for Prague CC as well. A couple of Maximos in the last, but then couldn't hit the next 3. He was out trying to scramble to keep the game alive. But look, that's cricket, isn't it? And look, I know Prague CC, they'll be bitterly disappointed. They wanted to make a bit of history, be the first team to win 5 ECSs and 5 on the trot as well. But I think you've got to give credit to Bohemians. They held up under pressure. Farhad with 2 for 29, got both openers. Got one with his first, one with his last. 2 for 19, Hamidullah. I think I agree with you. I mean, they'd say batters win your games, but bowlers win your tournaments. I think he had an incredible finals day. Bhuyan with the other wicket was an important one of Wickramasinghe, and even though some of them got the tap, and Kumar, let's give him some credit as well.
Yeah, you
brave
got
enough to change things up, didn't just try and bowl the same ball.
I'm telling you, when you're bowling the last over and you're needing 20-odd runs, and the first 2 balls are smashed for big 6s, you're shaking at the knees. You think, oh no, I'm going to be the one that's going to lose the final for my side. But he composed himself, and you saw him there after those 2 6s. He just took time and he thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the pace off, and it worked. It worked a treat. So well done to him as well.
Yeah, look, it was an incredible game. And this is the thing about ECN cricket. You never know what is coming next. You just can't write the scripts of this stuff. No one will believe it.
Yeah.
So Prague CC, they get that record for 24 consecutive wins, but they can't lift the trophy. It's an amazing format of the game. This tournament play, Bohemians have some of their top players going to step up on finals day, and Prague CC, unfortunately, they weren't able to keep pace.
But you know what? And I know Prague CC won't feel this way, but it's good for cricket here in Czechia, because I know it's my first time here, and I've seen some new teams that we haven't seen before. That we've seen some new players. We've seen some players that have gone from one team to another. But when you've got one team that always dominates and wins all the time, other teams start to stop believing. It gets a bit too much the same. And when other teams then pop up and win, like Bohemians win, what are Prague CC going to do here now? They're going to get even better. Yeah. They're going to try and get better. What are Brno going to do after they got some close? They're going to get better. And I think that's good for cricket here. If you have the same teams winning all the time, you don't see some change. And one thing I was talking to Danny about cricket here in Czechia, especially having seen some of the teams at the ECO and seeing Czechia playing ECC, I just felt that there needed to be a little change. I know that somebody's going to come naturally because of the age of some of the players, like Arun and also Suresh, that are going to now make way for some of the other players. So that change is coming. You need that change. And that change is good. It's good for the competition. It's good for the teams here. It makes them more competitive. I think players get better. And then that then relays onto the national side. The national side gets better as well. So Prague CC, they'll be very disappointed. But I can tell you one thing, they'll come back even stronger and better next time round.
Yeah, and look, it is so hard if you've lost a final, especially when you're going for some sort of record, to kind of see it through that lens. But I think when it comes down to it, I look at where Czech cricket is now compared to 4 years ago when we first broadcast from this very ground, actually. And you look at the standard, you look at the amount of teams, the amount of players, the quality of the players.
Yeah.
It's just going from strength to strength. Prague CC, they've had an incredible ECN season so far. Don't forget, they beat Wimbledon, the English champions, in the ECC. But on their home soil, they're not quite able to defend the ECS trophy. I'm going to say big thanks to you. It's been awesome having you here.
Great.
I know you still got a day with me here because we've got the internationals tomorrow. If you want to know what's coming up tomorrow, we can show you right now, because we have Czechia and Greece going head-to-head. Women up first, and then men. Women play 3 matches first day, men play 2. Then it's the other way around in the Sunday, where Danny Hudacek will be back with me. So join us same time tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. I wonder how some of the Czech guys in particular are feeling after a pretty absorbing series. Anyway, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. Big special thank you to Danny Hudacek as well, and Phil G. I know he's in the chat right now. I think Danny is as well, for their contributions in the commentary box. To all the players, officials, and everyone else, I'll give more thank yous out at the trophy ceremony very shortly. But Rico, ECS Czechia. It's got a special flavour about it. I'm glad you were able to get a taste of it. And of course, this beautiful city, this beautiful country. But we might leave it there, and I'll be back for the trophy ceremony. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, I'll see you at the trophy ceremony. He'll see you tomorrow. But don't forget, the cricket never stops on ECN. Here's some of the best bits of finals day, and I'll see you at the trophy ceremony.